Digital Radio, your home of netball.
ABC News, good afternoon, I'm Yvette Gray. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese insists the federal government is prepared to deal with the nation's migrant intake soaring to its highest level on record this year in net terms. Political reporter Stephanie Delzell has more.
The country's net migration intake is expected to be 400,000 this financial year and 315,000 in the next. It's higher than previously forecast, but still well under levels predicted before COVID-19 prompted a halt to overseas arrivals. The opposition has questioned what the figures mean for housing supply and surging rental prices, but Mr Albanese says the figures are much lower than pre-pandemic estimates.
We have a range of policies in place.
The hike is due to a faster than expected return of international students and working holiday makers.
A technology expert says the recent collapse of multiple food delivery startups is due to tough economic times rather than faulty business models. Fine dining meal delivery service Providore was placed into liquidation yesterday, and similar businesses Milk Run, Colab and Deliveroo have all gone under in the last 6 months. Melbourne Business School professor Hugh Williams says inflation and rising interest rates are making it difficult for new businesses to survive at the moment.
And so I don't think there's anything structurally sort of wrong with a company like Providore. I just think it's a very tough place to be right now in this part of the economic cycle if you haven't got the balance sheet to ride out this part of the cycle.
A young Australian tourist arrested over a violent rampage in the Indonesian province of Aceh says he's still at a loss to explain what happened. Bodie Risby-Jones from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast was on a surfing holiday when the incident happened late on Thursday. He was allegedly drunk and naked when he lashed out, injuring a local man and assaulting a security guard. Under Indonesian law, he could face up to 5 years jail or 40 lashes of the cane. The 23-year-old has told police it was completely out of character.
I feel like not myself, like almost possessed. It was not a good feeling. I wasn't myself.
Members of Australia's Ukrainian community are calling on the federal government to urgently release the Army's unused Hawkeye vehicles to help the war-torn nation defend against Russia's invasion. Rallies are being held across the country today to push for more military assistance, with similar action planned in other capitals around the world. Katerina Archo from the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations says it's important Australia continues its support.
Just to raise awareness about this armoured vehicle that exists and is unique to Australia. And we are hoping that it may end up in Ukraine on the front lines, helping to save lives.
Britain's King Charles has honoured an Australian charity at Buckingham Palace just days out from his coronation. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins reports.
A group of Australian war veterans, their families and volunteers met King Charles at Buckingham Palace. The monarch hosted them as they continued on the London leg of the Legacy Centenary Relay. The torch set off from Pozières in France and is marking the 100-year anniversary of the charity which supports veterans' families. The King paid tribute to the organisation and told the Australians he had a huge week ahead. One of the torchbearers was Corporal Daniel Kieran. The Victoria Cross recipient will be part of the official Australian delegation at the coronation next Saturday.
To sport, the AFL will be speaking to all 18 clubs for support of a Tasmanian team licence after the federal government stadium funding announcement for Hobart's Macquarie Point. The Commonwealth is chipping in $240 million as part of the upcoming federal budget. The cost for the stadium has been put at just over $700 million. The league says an official update will be provided in coming days. And in today's AFL matches, the Sydney Swans will host the Greater Western Sydney Giants this afternoon. The Swans have regained superstar forward Lance Franklin and fullback Tom McCartan as they look to bounce back from their demoralising 93-point loss to Geelong. In other games, the Brisbane Lions face Fremantle, Melbourne go in as favourites against the Roos at the MCG, and the Bulldogs play the Hawks. To the weather now for the state. Cloudy with scattered showers in the far east, partly cloudy elsewhere with isolated showers in the south, easing during the day. In Melbourne, a possible shower today, a top of 16. Tomorrow, sunny 17. Monday, partly cloudy 19. Tuesday, showers from late morning 20. Wednesday, showers 17. Thursday, cloudy 18. And Friday, partly cloudy 19. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView.
That's so cool.
Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng, international student, and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show, and Fisk.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Hello and welcome to The Lead. A historic day for the AFL has arrived. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited Hobart this morning, announcing $240 million in funding for the AFL stadium at Macquarie Point, paving the way for Tasmania to finally get the 19th AFL licence. The Tasmanian state government has also committed $375 million to fund the stadium, with the AFL and private investors also chipping in $100 million. I'm Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. It's my great pleasure to say the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, can join you right at the top. Prime Minister, what was the deciding factor that building a stadium in Hobart was such a strong economic decision?
That this is a whole urban redevelopment precinct. It's not just about a facility, an arena that can hold sporting and entertainment events and bring them to Tasmania. It is also about social and affordable housing. It's about revitalising this amazing site. This precinct right on Hobart's waterfront will unite the city with the waterfront, with that beautiful Derwent River, and will make such a big difference. It'll be important for Tasmania's economy. When Tasmania has its own AFL team, it will bring many thousands of people who will come to Tasmania not just to watch their team play, the Tassie team. It, of course, will mean that they stay, not just for the game, but hopefully stay for weeks, not just days. And so this is a real economic development opportunity for Tasmania, as well as revitalising what has been a derelict precinct for a long period of time. It can be done while looking after the things that matter around the precinct, such as the cenotaph, making sure that it's uplifted as well by not being located next to an area that has been derelict for too long.
There's been a lot of debate around the stadium. Will it have a roof, to your understanding?
Oh, look, those. I'm not the architect. That's not my job. But in my view, there's no need to have a roof. There isn't roofs on most of the new stadiums that have been built in Townsville, in Sydney, in Adelaide, in Perth. What it will be is smaller, obviously, than some of those stadiums like Optus. But that's an example where Adelaide Oval's redevelopment and Optus Stadium have meant not just games for the AFL and AFLW. They've meant conferences being held there and activities. I launched my campaign for the 2022 election at Optus Stadium there in Perth. It's a fantastic venue. And what this precinct will do is enable Tasmania to host not just its own team, but to host other activities as well. And we announced yesterday $65 million to match the Tasmanian government contribution for UTAS, the Oval there in Launceston, which will ensure as well that a Tasmanian team can play games in Hobart, but also in Lonnie.
So when is the hope, Prime Minister, that this stadium will be finished?
The hope is that as soon as possible we'll announce those details. The planning will continue over the next year, and our funding commences. Our funding commences for the upgrade in Launceston pretty much straight away because stage 1 is underway of the redevelopment there, so stage 2 will be completed. The stadium will take a few years to build, obviously, but once done, it will provide an ongoing economic benefit for Hobart and for Tasmania. And it's not just about the economy as well. Why shouldn't Tasmania, which has produced some amazing players, Brendan Gale, of course, for Richmond, Peter Hudson, has produced so many great players over the years, and it will make an enormous difference for Tasmania and will enable Tasmania's young people to want to don their own jersey as well. I'm sure that Tasmanians will continue to have, hopefully they'll have a second team as well, no matter who they currently follow in the AFL, but it has such a great history, and I think you can't have a truly Australian Football League while a state that is where AFL is the dominant sport is left out. And that's why I want to say the AFL vision as well of Gil McLachlan and all of the club presidents and CEOs is so positive in encouraging Tasmania to have its own team.
How convincing did Gil McLachlan need to be, given the location of the precinct to the heart of the city?
Oh, look, it's a great precinct. I funded, when I was the infrastructure minister, we put $50 million in for development and planning of the site, the remediation of the site. And frankly, not enough's happened for 10 years. It's been in drift, and we need to do much better.
Prime Minister, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks on what's such a historic day for AFL footy.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having us on the program, and I wish everyone a great weekend. And I can't be on ABC Sport without saying what a good win as well by the Rabbitohs last night.
Rabbitohs. The Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, joining you on the lead on ABC Sport Radio, ABC Radio, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. So an exciting new era with the government matching the funding which was required in order to build a 23,000 stadium at Macquarie Point in Hobart, meaning that now the AFL Commission will meet and they'll prepare their portfolio for all the AFL clubs and presidents to meet and vote as to whether the 19th licence will be granted to Tasmania. Matt Clinch alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. Rama, welcome to you. It's taken a little while to get here for Tasmanian sporting fans, but finally the green light has been lit.
Look, it has taken a little while, no doubt, but those who are patient, I think eventually get what they want. So I think it's just a magnificent day for the state of Tasmania. That precinct down there in Hobart, it will look absolutely magnificent with a brand new stadium. I hope with a roof on the water, but the PM sees that a little bit differently.
There's a million questions that will be asked in terms of how the team will look, how they'll do recruiting, what will the future look like with a buy in place, Lingy. But it is important just to have a moment to celebrate that finally Tasmania is going to have a place in our national game.
Yeah, you're right. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty of it over time, and we'll debate it and we'll analyse it plenty. But for now, it's fantastic. It is exciting. I disagree strongly with what James Sicily had to say during the week. I think it's just a beautiful part of the world and fantastic. I don't think they'll have any trouble. Once they build a culture around the club and a really good environment for players, they'll have no worries attracting players, no worries retaining players because of the quality of the lifestyle in Tassie, and provided they get the steps right in getting that club right and the club feel. Lots and lots of questions. I know there's still a hurdle to get over where they need the votes of the club presidents. I had pointed out to me by Corbin and Kelly last night, which I really appreciated when we were doing the game at Docklands, that they need 7 presidents to say yes. So it needs to be 12 or more say no for it to be voted down. You'd think, Rama, that there's 7 plus presidents who are going to say yes to this. So that almost feels like a fait accompli, that vote will be in the affirmative. Yeah. And Tassie will have their team.
Well, I think now with the funding from the federal government, we heard how much the state of Tasmania is funding the stadium. That's what the clubs are concerned about. will it affect our funding that we get from the AFL? And clearly, it's not. I think the AFL, in terms of what their contribution is minimal. 2%. 2%. Like it's nothing. And then if there's blowout in cost, that the AFL don't foot that bill. The state of Tasmania foot that bill. So there's no issues there, Lingy. Probably the part that I want to talk about, I'm sure Gil McLachlan will be down there in the next week or two to announce the 19th licence once that vote is had. But I think from that moment, and we're all assuming it's 2027 when this team comes in to the competition. From that moment, you've got a real opportunity to build your case for membership, build your case for sponsorship, get that well underway. The population of Tasmania is about 550,000. The population of Hobart alone is about 250,000. The population of Geelong is about 275,000 people, and we know how many members Geelong have in a football state, and Tasmania is a football state. So gaining those members, Lingy, in a 23,000 seat stadium, I just think by the time they come into the competition in 2027, if it is that time, that membership should be already done.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's the exciting challenge. I know I said we'd get to the nitty-gritties later on, but what you just said then...
I'm not talking about the team. This is the economics. This is economics.
Economics here, and it prompted a thought from me straight away. So do North Melbourne and Hawthorn keep playing games in Tassie, or do you turf them out and say we are going to concentrate on building that membership base from this moment forward?
Well, to me, and I was thinking about this driving in actually this morning, I think if those people want to continue to support North Melbourne and Hawthorn, but that then counts towards a membership towards a new Tasmanian team in the future, so be it. I still think football should be in Tasmania in the foreseeable future. They need it. They need to continue that momentum. They need games down there.
I think there'll be a delicate balance. The federal government have also announced $65 million into UTAS and the upgrade of facilities there at Launceston, so that'll be matched by the state government. There's obviously the possibility to try and replicate what they've been able to do with the NBL basketball, is build something which will unite the state, the north and the south. And I was in Adelaide when they moved from Footy Park to the Adelaide Oval, and that was a no-brainer as someone from outside the city. It was a bit different, the debate, given the centric nature of cricket and the way in which the ground had been preserved for cricket. But similar logic here, like to be so close to Salamanca, where we've stayed when we've done the Test cricket. The only challenge is that under the ICC ruling at the moment, you can't have a roof over the top of a stadium. The hope is that that's going to change in the not-too-distant future.
But if the roof opens...
If the roof opens, then it's okay, but you can't play under a closed surface. So that's why they can't necessarily spend the money on it, because they'd have to have the roof open when cricket was played. Therefore, it sort of loses a bit of its argument when you compare it with Adelaide and Perth as to how it's been able to unite the city. But the main appeal was that it was so close to the city. A bit like what we had with Gather Round, so people can come down for the games, they can wander back into the city, they can go for lunch and catch up with friends. Join us on the conversation, 0437 774 774, if you want to share your thoughts on what is a historic day for Tassie, whether you feel like it's a good move, how the competition will move forward with 19 teams, and maybe a couple of sneaky ideas as to who you think the first coach and president should be. Maybe Rammer will want to join up and try and find 40 new players.
Together. We can go down together, Liggy.
Hang on, a little double act here.
But I only talk about the sponsorship and membership because I look at Gold Coast and I look at GWS. I think they're two areas that particularly early, trying to build that supporter base, they really had trouble with. GWS is still only getting 7, 9, maybe 10,000 people to games there at Giant Stadium. I think Tasmania in a football state, there's no reason why they shouldn't have that support. And then the facility, I think in itself, Lingy, we talk about, we'll get into the logistics of a team build in weeks and months and years to come, but having a fully functional high-performance centre training base absolutely ready, no excuses. GWS trained out of an RSL club to start. Gold Coast trained out of portable classroom facilities to start. We can't have that this time round.
No, you're spot on. You've got to get that right. And that's part of, you build a culture around that, but you also provide an environment of excellence for these players to hit the ground running. I agree with you. There's lots to talk about. I'm excited. What the name's going to be, can we possibly match the Jack Jumpers? That's almost impossible to get one as good as that. But it is an exciting day. It is a celebration, Clinchy.
I want you to tell me, Lee, before the program's out, who your first phone call would be to, Rammer as well, as you look to start to build the Tasmanian club in the AFL. A man who played such a pivotal role in laying the foundations for this announcement, which took place today, is the former Premier of Tasmania, Peter Gutwin, who's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. Peter, where do we find you this morning, and how excited are you to see this finally come to fruition?
Well, look, I must admit I'm very excited. I think this is a fantastic day for Tassie. And where you find me, actually, I'm out at the Scottsdale Football Club ground in the northeast of Tasmania, watching Scottsdale play Branksome at the moment. My boy's 16, and he's playing in the Branksome senior side in about an hour and a half. So it'll hopefully be a good day for him.
So tell us, when did you sort of get the inclination that this was all going to come to fruition after there'd been a lot of toing and froing? You think back to 2021, where you were really trying to question the AFL around the feasibility and the debate as to another year as to try and make the decision. Did you think this was going to eventually happen?
Look, I have to say, right through this, I've been very positive that we would get a team. I think one of the pivotal things that we did back in 2018-19 was when we put the AFL task force together, led by Brett Godfrey, with Grant O'Brien, James Henderson, who many of you would know. And those three gentlemen, along with a group of Tasmanians, put together a business case, which I thought was compelling. And we took that to the AFL in 2020, and then obviously there was a fair bit of toing and froing. And in fact, at one stage I had to threaten that we'd end the contracts with Hawthorn and North Melbourne if we didn't get a decent hearing, which Gil gave us in the end. And I have to say it was a pleasure working with him through that final piece. Now, obviously, politics have come into it. We've needed the funding for a stadium. But I must have been around early part of this year. I was confident then because I thought that the new Prime Minister was well aware of what we were asking for. He'd had plenty of opportunities to say no, and he hadn't done so. And so as we move closer to Federal Budget Day, which will be in the next week or so, I've become increasingly confident that we'd get the announcement we did today.
Peter, what's your and congratulations on all the work you did too to help steer this in the various stages that it had to go through. You must be so proud. But what's your opinion on the question I just asked Rama before? Does or should footy stay in Tassie between now and the start date of the new Tassie team? Should North Melbourne Hawthorn keep playing games there to keep AFL footy in Tassie in the meantime?
Look, it was always my view that they should. I think that's very important that we continue to keep content on the grounds here in Tassie through that period. But I think obviously there's an opportunity to look at what that model is moving forward. Now, obviously we have 4 games down here with North Melbourne each year, 4 games down here with Hawthorn. And once the announcement's made in terms of the timeline, which I'd expect would be somewhere within the next 5 to 7 years, that the team, the AFL team, will be on the park. I think we've got an opportunity to actually mix that up as we work our way through it. Still play 4 games a year, both north and south in the state, but I can't see any reason why we wouldn't, gradually wean Hawthorn and North Melbourne off Tasmania, and at the same time continue to bring some content in with some other clubs as we move forward.
Peter, your passion and commitment to this project has been simply amazing. I know you mentioned others that have helped along the journey, but the way you've gone about it has been amazing. They are going to need a face, a president. If that question came around to you, and I don't see anybody that is better qualified than you because of the passion that you would instantly have for this team for it to succeed. Would that be something that you would consider?
Look, you never say never. And I think what is important here is that, as the fledgling club starts to take shape, that you do put the right people in the right places. Now, whether I fit what's required or not, that'll be for others to judge. But I think what is important is that once the AFL make the announcement in coming days that we will have a team and we have a timeline, what's going to be very important is that we hit the ground running as quickly as we can. There'll be a lot of questions down here in terms of what's going to happen with local football. Where does the statewide league fit? What will be the Premier League moving forward? How do we move forward sensibly to getting a VFL team on the park within the next 2 to 3 years? Yeah, those questions will all need to be answered, as well as in the background. Obviously, there's a major infrastructure bill going on in respect of the stadium. So it will be important that once the announcement's made that the AFL and the Tasmanian government determine what the team will be to take that forward. Now, as I've said, I'd never say never, but I can quite honestly say that I've had no discussions to this point, and I think that, wisely, I think the AFL have kept their powder dry on the basis that they wanted to see the stadium delivered, and that's happened today, and so hopefully things will move quickly as we move forward from here.
The Prime Minister mentioned the stadium wouldn't need a roof necessarily. We're probably all in the category of saying yes, it probably does need a roof, just for how multi-purpose then that stadium can become. Where do you sit on should the stadium have a roof or not?
Look, I've always been of the view that a roof's required. Tasmania has some particular challenges right through the middle of winter. The contemporary football patron now is looking for an increased level of comfort that wasn't necessary in the past. I've often thought of it this way. I think if there was a mountain within 12.5 kilometres of the MCG, I think the AFL would be working out how they could improve the comfort for patrons there moving forward, because today's patrons different to what they were 20 years ago. Not too many people go and stand in freezing cold and blowing gales and watch footy in the outer anymore. People are looking for more of an option that provides for comfort, and people can get their football now on so many different platforms. And you can sit in your car this afternoon, and whilst I'm watching Branxholme and Scottsdale, I could be flicking through and watching whatever Fox game is on the telly later today. So I think you've got to have a view not just for the next couple of years in terms of the stadium, but you need to have a view for the next 20 to 50 years. And I think in terms of options for this stadium, it won't just be used for football. I think it provides an opportunity for Tasmania to have a vibrant and thriving arts and entertainment complex there. And in doing that, open Tasmania up to get some of the biggest bands in the world making their first port of call, Tasmania, when they launch their tours in this country, if we had a roof.
The 46th Premier of Tasmania, Peter Gutwin, is with you on ABC Sport. So the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, announced $240 million in government funding, and then obviously the state government chipping in with $375 million, and then the AFL and private investors will put up $100 million. How much would be needed, Peter, for the roof?
Well, again, I think that's a process that needs to be worked through. The initial indications were that around $750 million would do the job. But I think what we need to do now, and this is where a lot of the discussion's been, and unfortunately there have been those that don't want a stadium, those that do, which, to be frank, is broadly stadium politics 101. Anywhere in this country, anywhere in the world, there have always been arguments against this type of infrastructure. But I think in respect of the stadium, what we need to ensure we do is that we build a stadium that meets the contemporary requirements that we need, both not just for AFL and AFLW, but also for the other entertainment and events that will be held at the stadium. So I think there's a great opportunity here, and I think we can get the job if we do this sensibly from day one. Not only can we build a great asset in terms of a stadium, but we can build a great asset in terms of a football team. But I must admit, I was not pleased, but a little disappointed to see James Sicily make those comments the other day. But what those type of comments are doing is actually driving culture, the culture of the team that we will put on the park, and that team will defend this island in the same way that the Jack Jumpers defend Tasmania. The Tasmanian team coming forward, I tell you what, the other 18 teams as they stand now, they better watch out the next 5 to 6 years.
You're not fired up by that, Rover and Lee. Defend the island. There's a bit of get on board with us, or be happy to be left on the side. So, I mean, Peter, will people travel from the north to the south to watch the games? And in the proposal that was put forward, how will people get in and out of the venue? Well, I mean, that's one of the great appeals about the Adelaide Oval, is the architecture means it's a unique stadium, but it also allows you to get in and out of it, and the public transport relatively easily as well.
Well, this stadium will effectively be built right in the heart of the capital city. I think it'll provide great links back into the CBD. What's interesting about Hobart is, there's plenty of parking within the CBD, certainly over the weekends. You've got, in Tasmania, we don't have a developed tram or train system, but we obviously have normal modes of public transport, and then there's obviously ferries on the river. But the key thing about this stadium, in terms of its location, is that it's within walking distance of all of the very good hotels and motels that are in Hobart. The highway drives past the front of it when you come down from the south. And I don't think there'll be any issues at all with getting northern Tasmanians and northwestern Tasmanians to travel. They travel now to watch sport when it's played in Hobart, and they'll travel for this. And importantly, when they stay in the city, they'll be within walking distance of this new facility. So I think it all comes together. In fact, I think what it should do is be the best in the country, in fact, of CBD stadiums because of its location.
Peter, we're seeing a beautiful stadium almost finished out in Geelong at Cardinia Park. They're in the final stages there of and there'll be a 40,000 seat capacity. Their break even down there is reasonably minimal in terms of how many people they need to go to that game to break even. In a 23,000 seat stadium, and you mentioned that the business plan that was presented off the top that was compelling. Did the numbers come of how many supporters would need to be at each game to break even?
Look, they did. They ran an average, which was just south of 20,000 from memory, to attend each game. Now, I don't think with the Tasmanian team that we're going to have too much difficulty in getting significant crowd numbers in. It's interesting. I was looking at the Hawthorn match that was played here last weekend, and I think from memory there was around 11 or 12,000 people that attended that game in Launceston. Now, go back 10 years ago when the brand was new and Hawthorn were winning premierships every second year. There were crowds of 15, 16, 17,000 that were attending, and in fact, near 20,000 on one occasion. I think part of the difficulty in getting those crowds has been the rostering. And we've played very few key Melbourne clubs either in northern Tasmania or in Hobart in recent years. But I think the difference with this model moving forward is that Tasmanians will turn up to shout for their team. They've demonstrated it with the Jack Jumpers. If I made a mistake as Premier in terms of the Jack Jumpers, I didn't build the stadium big enough. That had 5,000 seat capacity, and I know when Larry Kessel and I were initially speaking about that, if we could have had 3,500 to 4,000 people there for every game, we would have been happy. They could fill that with 7,000 to 8,000 every week that team plays. And I think what we'll see is that similar passion put behind a Tasmanian AFL team by Tasmanians. And I think regardless of what the roster is, regardless of who turns up, when Tasmania runs out the gate, I think there'll be tens of thousands of people there shouting for.
Former Tasmanian Premier Peter Gutwin is your guest on ABC Sport. Probably a little bit early for this question given the announcement today was around the funding in the stadium, but plenty of questions coming through on the SMS, Peter, around the AFL licence. If that was granted, would that include a women's team as well? What's sort of your knowledge on that?
Look, that was always the proposal that we put forward, that we wanted both AFL men's and AFLW. I don't think a club can move forward without having both a men's and women's team. And so that is important. As we structure the club moving forward, and whoever gets that opportunity to do that, it's going to be important that we can take the entirety of the Tasmanian community as best we can forward with us. And as I've said, once the announcement's made by the AFL in coming days in terms of the licence and the time frame, it will be important that a structure is put in place and that steps are taken to ensure that the questions that people have, which are normal and natural whenever any decision is made like this, that answers can be provided and that the community can understand how this is all going to come together and what it will contain. So I must say I've never been more excited in my life. I think that Tasmania as a state of this federation, to have this opportunity now to stand up in a national league, truly, for one, makes the league a national league. But two, I think it demonstrates, the heartland footy state like Tasmania, which has had to fight so long for this, is actually going to get its just rewards, and it'll be good for all Tasmanians.
Righto, Peter, I'm going to be cheeky here. I'm going to get right ahead of myself. I'm going to take Ram's lead and say that you're elected as the initial president, chairman of the Tassie team. Who's your first phone call to coach the team? Who are we going to see coaching round one, first game of the Tassie AFL team?
Well, I think you are getting in front of yourself there. One thing I did learn in politics is never step into places that you don't understand what the answer is. But look, with this, it's interesting. In 5 years' time, there will be some very good coaches going around. I must admit, it was great having Clarko working with the task force through this period. Some of the insights that he provided and the passion that he brings was more than refreshing, I must say, in terms of the discussions that we had a couple of years ago. But the other point, John, I would make, and I've spoken for quite a while this morning without mentioning one bloke here that really has done a fantastic job, and that's the current Premier, Jeremy Rockcliffe. Yep. We've been mates for 20 years. We served together for 20 years, and he was appointed after I'd stepped down. And through this, there was a lot of factors that had already been announced and were on the table, and he just knuckled down and he's driven it through. In terms of the stadium, that has been a difficult political task. There's no two ways about that down here. And as I said, it's followed the politics of 101 of stadiums. You've got those that are for it, those that are against it, those that would like to spend the money in different ways. But he has been determined to get the job done. And I sent him a note this morning, just so very proud of the way that he's held the line, and he's actually delivered this for the state, because the state will be better off for it.
Absolutely. He couldn't wait to post it on his Twitter. You could tell he was excited and felt like it was Christmas Day for all people in Tasmania and footy fans as well. As we let you go, Peter, was there a moment in the negotiation where I guess you got to see the best of Gil in his negotiating style?
Yeah, look, Gil's a very experienced CEO. I think that goes without saying. And he obviously had a challenging job. I can imagine if I were the president of one of the current 18 clubs with a new licence coming in, there'd be a lot of questions that I would have. And my first thought has to always has to be, if you're the president of a club or you lead a state, it has to be, what's that impact going to be on me and the business that I lead. And so, he had to corral the 18 presidents, obviously convince the commission as well. And, as we worked our way through this, I found him to be very genuine to deal with. At times difficult, and at times, things did get a little out of shape, and we both said things publicly that, at the time were part of the public discourse that had to occur. But at the end of the day, we got to a point where I felt that we could trust each other. I felt that he had Tasmania's best interests at heart. And in working together, we delivered, a project that was almost done, and then the new Premier has picked it up and been able to carry it through. That's a fantastic outcome. And I thank Gil very much for the way that he worked with us. A lot of AFL CEOs in the past have had the question put to them about the Tassie team, and they've very quickly said no. Yeah. Gil was prepared to work and to see this through. And as I said, I look forward to his announcement in coming days when the licence announced.
Absolutely. History-making morning, an exciting new era. Peter Goodwin, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy a pie at the footy or a beer on what's been an incredible achievement and a lot of work, including your own behind the scenes. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks very much for your time, gentlemen. Cheers. Bye.
Peter Goodwin, the former Premier of Tasmania, joining us on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. Ollie Wines is about to join us from Port Adelaide on the SMS 0437 774 774. G'day, team. Two important facts to remember on top of Peter talking about is that 2/3 of the population don't support a new stadium, and secondly, all AFL supporters already have a team. That will be one of the challenges. That's from Alum. Question around the women's team, which hopefully we provide the answer to that.
Just on that, I heard Tim Payne speak recently. Tim Payne is a passionate Essendon supporter, and he was asked the question, would he change teams straight away? And he said, yeah, absolutely, I'll be supporting the Tasmanian team.
Yep. Why not form an alliance with the basketball team and call them the Jack Jumpers all around the country? Netball and football teams can be combined. Why not basketball and football? Thanks from Pugs in Port Melbourne. Tasmania has a population just over 500,000 people. Therefore, the money given perhaps would be better spent on an existing oval in Hobart. In tough economical times, common sense needs to prevail, etc., housing and health support. Well, as part of it, it's going to be the precinct. It won't just be a brand new stadium. So part of that included will be the housing that'll take place there, providing support for the hospital workers, and it's meant to be low income as well, some of the housing that will be provided. So that will be all what the government will be announcing in the next few days around the parameters for that, but that'll come through. The Traralgon Tiger says, g'day fellas, a certainty is Richmond will play Tassie in Hobart, the first game they play each other. A certainty is many Richmond fans will miss out on tickets, except those Richmond fans that have signed up as primary Tassie members. Well, yeah, I think if you can read the tea leaves, they've had no problem supporting the basketball team, so build it and they will grow, and I reckon there'll be plenty who will travel there, so fingers crossed that they're able to get the AFL licence for the women's team as well, and maybe we'll have a gather round there as well. So this is the lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. In a moment, Ollie Wines is about to join us.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy!
Going camping?
Take the footy!
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy!
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL.
Incredible grab!
And the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, live and commercial free.
He bounces it through!
So whatever you're up to,
take the footy!
Take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
Grandstand AFL.
Get it in the hands of Horn Francis. Let him boo on the final siren. Look at Burton. He turns around to Ken Hinkley and says, how long? Ken puts 5 fingers up. He says there's 5 seconds on the clock. Ken Hinkley's men knock St Kilda off their perch. It was a gritty 7-point win in one of the best AFL games you'd hope to see on a Friday night.
A massive win for Port Adelaide. They moved to 5 wins and 2 losses to start round 7 of the AFL 7-point winners over St Kilda last night. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling with you on the lead, and it's our great pleasure to have the acting Port Adelaide captain, Ollie Wines, who joins you on ABC Sport. Ollie, thanks so much for your time, and it felt like that was a really significant win, and it was a great contest of footy as well. How did you see it?
Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, it was obviously pleasing to get a win against quality opposition in St Kilda. They're probably behind Collingwood being the form side of the team. So we certainly had this game in our sights as sort of proving our credentials a little bit early in the season, and fortunately we were able to do that in a cracking game of footy.
Ollie, well done on the win. Terrific effort, as we've come to expect from all Ross Lyon coach teams, but certainly the Saints so far this season. They get right in your face, don't they, with their defensive pressure and just the way they come at you immediately. What was the talk around handling that and eventually being able to break it open enough to win the game?
Yeah, you're certainly right, Ling. I think that's probably where predominantly all of our focus was throughout the week on St Kilda's defence. We understood what they're about, and as you said, Ross usually coaches pretty defensively orientated teams, and so far this season they've been terrific in that area. So we understood it was probably going to be a frustrating game. Generally, as a footballer, you get a lot of your nourishment throughout a game from scoring and from kicking goals, and we sort of understood that we probably wouldn't kick as many goals to win the game as normal. So we had to get it in other areas of the game through our pressure, through turning the ball over, through executing, going inside 50 and kicking goals. So I think we're able to see that enough throughout the night, build on that momentum and obviously hold on in that last quarter.
How are you seeing the balance in the middle of the ground where we see at times it's Connor Rosie, Zach Butters, Jason Horne-Francis, so the younger guys given really big responsibility. But again, last night there were times where it was you and Travis who got asked to really shoulder a lot of that hard work through the middle of the ground. The balance between being inside and outside from your own game and trusting those young players, how's that evolution in your eyes?
Yeah, no, we've come a long way in that area this year, and look, our midfield's made up a lot of different guys who have different weapons, and even last night we sort of made a decision where me and Willem Drew played a bit more wing to get those guys who have really quick feet and are really electric in the contest around the ball. We sort of thought that would get us going around clearance, having those guys like Butters and Rosie and Horne-Francis who are really quick and explosive with their feet. And we're able to see some results from that. So that sort of varies week to week at the moment. We understand we want the best result for the team. So whatever the team sort of needs us to do in that moment, in that game, we're happy to oblige.
Ollie, 82 tackles at the Docklands is an enormous number. Was it sort of a case of, well, let's beat St Kilda at their own game a little bit and let's apply enormous pressure to them rather than wait for them to apply that pressure to you guys?
Yeah, in a way, but I think, to be honest, that's sort of how we play our best footy. And over the last 4 weeks with 4 wins, that's sort of what we pride ourselves on. And having that tackle pressure, that contest pressure around stoppage and around general play is really important for us. I think over our we've won 8 in a row at Marvel recently, and I think Kenny mentioned to us during the week our pressure rating there has been above and beyond anyone over that period of time. So we understand the situation of Marvel and being an indoor ground. Perhaps it's seen as not as a contested ground, but we sort of made a focus to make it that one.
There was concern externally, I think it's fair to say, after round 3 with the loss to the Crows. Was there concern internally amongst particularly you guys as leaders?
Probably not so much. Look, and hindsight's a powerful thing, but you look back and the Crows are a mighty team and they're doing some really good things. So we understood we got beaten by a better team on the night from that game. The Collingwood one was probably a little bit more down to the core of us, getting blown away by a team like that we feel as though we can compete with. So certainly there was some things that brought us back to the DNA of our club and what makes us a good footy team. And I think over the last 4 weeks we've been able to narrow down that, stick to that process, and we're starting to get those results.
Acting Port Adelaide captain Ollie Wines is with us on ABC Sport. So just on that, Ollie, how different does, I guess, this season feel as opposed to previous? We're all trying to get a gauge as to where Port Adelaide sit. Obviously, last year was disappointing, finishing in an 11th position, missing the finals, but you only have to go back 2 years ago. You beat Geelong in a qualifying final and you eventually lost to the Western Bulldogs in a prelim. So do you feel like this is an evolving side, or do you feel like this is a side that genuinely is competing for top 4, top 8?
I don't think we really want to put a ceiling on it at the moment. We sort of internally know what we're capable of. Last year, starting 0-5 is mighty tough to come back from that, and credit to us, I think. And inside, we're really proud of our efforts to fight back in the season, and despite not making finals, we sort of turned the momentum around from that 0-5 start. So we've started really well this year. I think we're very clear with what works for us and what brings our best footy out. So we just got to keep ticking off the games, keep turning up each week and putting in performances like we did last night.
And a player that's obviously been added to the list this season is Jason Horne-Francis. He had 11 clearances last night, and it's hard not to be caught in the eye with his size and his bulk and how explosive he was from the stoppages. What have you seen in terms of his game as to how he fits into the Port Adelaide style? Yeah, no, he fits very well into the sort of stereotypical old-fashioned Port Adelaide player, hard and tough, and he loves having that responsibility on his shoulders. He gets to the front of the contest, he drives out, and he's very explosive. So at 19 years of age, he's got so much upside in his game to come, but I think the things that he has in his favour at the moment and his weapons are things that can't be taught, and the rest will follow. But
the impact he's having is unreal for us, and he'll continue to grow as a player and as a person, and continue to improve.
Do you support him around the booing? I know it's been spoken a lot, and your coach has been very public in his disappointment as to how it's been handled. But in terms of supporting the individual, do you talk to him regularly about it?
Yeah, 100%. He's a pretty honest guy, and he'll talk to us, and I feel as though he's really comfortable in our group, and he'll talk up if he needs it. But at the moment, he's letting his actions do the work, and he's coming to game day and proving all these people wrong, and proving that, turning the disrespect off on the field.
He's certainly doing a great job of that, Ollie. Couldn't agree with you more there. One of the down points of last night, unfortunately, was the injury to Xavier Dersma, such an important player for you guys. It looked to us from afar like the dreaded PCL with that impact with Rail Marshall. Have you heard anything from Xavier this morning?
I haven't heard anything as of yet. I think that was the initial diagnosis in the change rooms after that PCL, and hopefully not too bad. Charlie Dixon actually did one a couple of weeks ago and only missed 1 week, and he was fit and firing last night. So fingers crossed that X, if it is, he'll miss games. Hopefully it's only a couple.
It's funny you mentioned Charlie Dixon. I thought last night, I don't know, he might have had 7 or 8 touches, maybe a couple more, but a couple of his efforts where you don't get a possession, anything like that, the little tap on to Junior Rioli, perhaps twice he did that, and then a big smother, and then to stand up tall in that last quarter. He was incredible, wasn't he, Ollie?
Certainly was. We all walk taller around Big Mick, that's for sure, and as you said, he doesn't need too many possessions to really impact the game. You see Junior Rioli last night starting to really read Charlie well. If he doesn't mark it, he brings it to the ground, generally at the front, a real soft drop. So the connection he's building with those small forwards now is super, and he gets belted around every game, but he keeps turning up for us. That's why we love him.
And Ollie, as we let you go, how would you say Ken Hinckley's coaching? He's down on the boundary, so he's able to give you that feedback a little bit more quicker than down the phone line, but there's no disguising his passion when, especially like last night, you have such a close result.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ken's really enjoyed the opportunity to go down on the bench. He's probably understood the emotion of us coming on and off the ground and what we're feeling down there. Generally, from the coach's box, it can be a pretty easy game watching from up there at an aerial view. So I think it's given him a different perspective on the game. And if he does go back to the box one day, he'll certainly probably see the game from a different angle, from a little bit more from our view. So it's been, really good to have him down there.
As it was to watch you guys last night. Enjoy the weekend off and best of luck against the Bombers at home at the Adelaide Oval. Thanks so much for your time on ABC Sport.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
Ollie Wines, the acting Port Adelaide captain, joining us on the lead after a 7-point victory over the Saints last night.
Clinchy, it's funny, Ollie just said about Jason Horne-Francis as the prototypical Port Adelaide type player. Watching him last night, he reminded me very much of a player from the other team in that town, Mark Rasciuto style, yes, bursting through the front of those stoppages with that power. And I often had the unfortunate task of trying to play on Roo. And when he got a full head of steam up and he was going through in line with the ball, you weren't stopping him, and Jason's got that sort of thing about him. He's getting caught a couple of times, Ramo, as he's just building that body, but most of the time, he is just exploding through.
I was even thinking a younger Paddy Dangerfield as well.
That was what I thought, mainly because his disposal inside 50. Yeah. I thought that's an area Paddy's really improved his game.
But just going for his marks, flying for marks and the like as well. Look, he's a little bit messy, but at the same time, his game last night was just outstanding. He the contest, I think it was, he had 27, 28 possessions and 11 clearances. He was outstanding.
So coming up after us today, we head to the Gabba. It's the Brisbane Lions taking on the Fremantle Dockers. There's no late changes there. Noah Answorth and Neil Erasmus are the subs for the various sides. So we'll be joining Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Jeff White and Jess Stewart very shortly after the ABC News. Lingy's final word is still coming as well. The Swans and the Giants in the crosstown battle. We're going to Docklands, Rama, to see the Western Bulldogs and the Hawks. It's got me thinking around Marcus Bontempelli's 200th game. Is he the greatest Bulldog we've ever seen?
In my opinion, yes. I think if you look at the list of accolades, it stacks up well against any other Bulldog, I think Scotty West is far out in front in terms of best and fairest.
So he's got 7 best and fairest, 5 All-Australians. Bont's got 4 All-Australians and 4 best and fairest. So not that far behind, plus a
Bont's
premiership.
got the premiership in there.
And a captain. If he had a second premiership, Lingy, would that just about swing him? I mean, Chris Grant's the other one who gets referenced, Doug Hawkins, EJ Whitten, Scott Wine is a Brownlow medalist.
So, of course, the answer to the question is give me the next 100 games that he's going to play, because your 200 to about 280 games, you're still in the peak of your powers. Yeah. He's still flying across the ground. You understand the game. You understand your game better. His absolute supreme footy is probably still in front of him. So I think when you ask me that same question come the end of his career, the answer is going to be yes. Absolutely. Even right now, he's got a fair case to make.
He's got a great argument right now.
Yeah.
He certainly does. So even just the way he started the season, where he's trying to be all and everything to the Western Bulldogs in terms of getting them back on track. Tonight, the West Coast Eagles take on the Blues. It's in the West. There's a little bit of pressure starting to mount on Carlton, Lingy. This wouldn't want to be a game that they'd be having any wrestles with the West Coast Eagles, who are still undermanned.
No, they've got to be up for this one. You've still got to. They're still an AFL team with talent on there. Yes, they are hit by injuries. They're not a very good team, the Eagles. You still got to go there with a mindset of, I'm playing against AFL footballers who can play the game. Got to beat them. Please, I just hope they play with some more speed on their game.
Correct.
They've got a forward line that can kick goals. We know the 2 big ones are obvious, but they've got other players who can kick goals. Get it in there quicker, more often, in more dangerous areas, and kick a winning score. They're too good to be playing so slow and protecting themselves. They've got enough good midfielders, good defenders, and a wonderful forward line. Go, go, go.
Saad Doherty and Brodie Kemp gets to make his appearance in 2023 for the Blues. Shannon Hearn does return for the West Coast Eagles. Looking forward to Sunday with the Bombers taking on the Cats. Rama, what was your thoughts on three-quarter time on Anzac Day when it felt like Essendon had almost done enough?
I thought they were playing well. There's no doubt about that. But probably that little bit of lack of experience. I think they really missed Zach Merritt in that last quarter to finish off a game. 20 inside 50s to 4. I don't care what defence you are. It's very hard to defend when you're tired.
Yeah, so, a couple of little fumbles too, wasn't it, Rama? Just at crucial moments.
Yeah. Dyson Heppel to be rested against the Cats. Cam Guthrie is also out for Geelong. Jed Beers comes back in, and Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody returns for the Bombers. Righto, time for Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling, a Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent? Probably Cameron Ling. You play on the Judds and Applets, but you can get your own footy, don't care about you. So Ling.
The toughest opponent in which Dane Swan ever played against. Cameron Ling with his last word.
Thank you, Swanee, for that very, very kind word. I think the build-up to this last word is better than what the last words are going to end up being. But, hey, I'll go with it anyway. I'm giving Rama a little bit of a now or never for the Fremantle Dockers. It's a huge challenge to go into the Gabba and take on the Brisbane Lions. I get all that. But if they're a serious footy team, which they want to be, and I believe they were coming into this season, they must take a scalp. Their 2 wins have been against the Suns and the West Coast Eagles. Not exactly world beaters. They've beaten badly by the Dogs, beaten badly by Adelaide. They've had some disappointing efforts. Their intent and their intensity around the ball is just not there. You know what, Freo? If I'm going to start believing in you again, like I did heading into round 1 where I was very, very excited, go and take a scalp. Go and take down the Brisbane Lions, who are supposedly unbeatable, Clinchy, at the Gabba. Beat them and then get your season going. Don't just go and beat all those teams that are going to finish 17th and 18th on the ladder. Beat a good team on their home deck. Show me that you're serious this year and you can get yourself going back up the ladder.
Cameron Ling with his final word on the Fremantle Dockers. I don't mind it, Rama. Last week when he delivered it to the Tigers, I thought they were going to live his words when they took on Melbourne. Yeah. And then, unfortunately, the bottom fell out in the second half and Melbourne came good in the last. But you're in good form, Lee. A lot of eyeballs will be on the Dockers to see what can they muster. They're 2-4. Their season is just about gone.
Yeah, they've got to find... I think they're going to find more contest, more post-clearance contest. And I know a lot of people won't understand what I mean, but that's one-on-one contest around the ground. They're just simply not winning enough of those at the moment.
So that is coming up next, the Brisbane Lions taking on Fremantle from the Gabba. Thank you, Lingy. How'd you go this morning at the under-9s?
Oh, we had a win, Clinchy. Yes, I've kept
back
the
on the winners
board.
list.
Hey, no scoreboard in under-9s. Come on, Lingy.
Oh, don't worry. The kids knew the score and they belted out the song at the end of the game as well.
So Lingy's job is safe for at least another week. Rammer, I'll see you at Docklands.
We will look forward to it. Marcus Bontempelli's 200th game. Fantastic.
Of course, if you missed any of our interviews today with the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, or the former Premier of Tasmania, Peter Gutwein, alongside Ollie Wines, they're up under the best of ABC Sport. Just look for the lead there. Off we go to the Gabba, Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Jeff White and Jess Stewart, where Peter Bell and Jack Payne will join them.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has officially announced $240 million in federal funding to be poured into a new stadium for Hobart's Macquarie Point. Loretta Lohberger reports.
Alongside Tasmania's Liberal Premier Jeremy Rockliff, Mr Albanese made the announcement this morning.
What this project will be is a very significant project that will lift up Tasmania.
The AFL has made a new stadium a condition of Tasmania entering the National League. Tasmanian Greens leader Cassie O'Connor says the federal government has betrayed the Tasmanian people.
They want homes and a functioning health system.
The Tasmanian government says it'll come up with a new plan for Macquarie and Regatta Points, which will include housing.
The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners is supporting National Cabinet's $2 billion plan to strengthen Medicare. It includes hiring more nurses and incentives for doctors to run practices for extended hours. The college's South Australian president, Dr. Shan Goodson, says increased funding for primary care is much needed.
Extra investment in primary care is great, and greater support for general practice in general is the key to relieving the strain on the whole health system. This doesn't necessarily mean more bulk billing. We haven't had any detail yet on whether the bulk billing incentive will be raised. We're hoping we might hear some news from that in the actual when the budget comes out.
Hundreds of people have gathered in Victoria Square in Adelaide to support the Yes vote for an Indigenous voice to Parliament. It's a feature of the annual May Day march by South Australian unions and the ACTU. ACTU President Michelle O'Neill says there's nothing complicated about establishing an Indigenous voice to Parliament.
And I'm also incredibly proud today to be part of the union movement putting its shoulder to the wheel to support the yes vote in the referendum. We know this is a moment which is about unity, about bringing together Australians for something that is long overdue.
An extended ceasefire in Sudan appears to have broken down, with heavy fighting reported there. Clashes between rival military factions have killed more than 500 people and wounded another 2,000 in the past fortnight. The World Health Organization's Regional Emergency Director, Dr. Richard Brennan, says the fighting has had a big impact on the country's health services.
It's been extremely difficult to resupply the hospitals and clinics. We've been able to confirm at least 28 attacks on healthcare. Military forces now are occupying a couple of hospitals. They're now occupying the Central Public Health Laboratory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has paid tribute to a mother and daughter killed in a Russian airstrike. They were among 25 people killed in the latest barrage of Russian missiles, which included the first attack on the capital Kyiv in 2 months. Mr. Zelensky says Ukraine is determined to free its people.
All that is needed to give safety to our towns, our villages, both in the back country and on the front line. The return of security to our people, who are sadly on occupied territories, albeit temporarily.
Italy has reversed a ban on the online chatbot ChatGPT. The BBC's Shauna McCallum with the details.
At the start of April, the Italian Data Protection Authority raised concerns about ChatGPT, saying there hadn't been proper checks on the age of users, who are supposed to be over 13 years old. Italy was the first Western country to ban the AI model, which, since its release last year, has seen millions of people use it across the world. OpenAI, which is backed by Microsoft, says its privacy policy is now accessible to people before they register for ChatGPT, and there is a new tool to verify the age of users.
An elderly pedestrian has died in a possible hit-and-run crash in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Police found the man lying in the street at Rushcutters Bay with a head injury. He was taken to St Vincent's Hospital in a critical condition but later died. King's Cross Police Acting Inspector Nathan Vedder is urging anyone who witnessed what happened to come forward.
We'd also particularly like to know what the gentleman's movements were leading up to him being found in the gutter. So if there was anyone in or around the area at that time who may have seen this 77-year-old gentleman, to contact police.
And Queensland Police have charged a man over a drug bust on the Gold Coast. A Pantech truck driven from Melbourne was intercepted at Eleanor yesterday. It was carrying up to 136 kilograms of cannabis in vacuum-sealed bags hidden behind palm trees in pots. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Victor Moa, Boomerang, Hills Hoist, one-day cricket. Aussies are an inventive lot.
It couldn't have been made anywhere else.
Tony Armstrong is rolling open the shed door to explore Aussie creations.
They tell us who we are and the times we live in.
And in there lies the charm.
From Speedos to Stubbies to the humble meat pie.
Enjoy the show.
Great Australian stuff. Tuesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Feel it on your skin. Can't believe what they're about to see. Feel the electricity. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game. Cause here it comes, here it comes. With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Goey, chest down, goal! Goes for home, he's got it! Phenomenal finish! Fires, goals, brilliant!
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end. Step up in the big moment. Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot, his drop punt, is pure! He's pure! Here they come. What a finish.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant. He goes.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
Hardup gets the boundary in the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Checks up. Bends it home. You cannot teach that. Brings it back superbly.
Has a shot in the pocket. He is smoking tonight.
That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game. 40 out. What a superstar.
Goes for home. They're red hot. Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. It's high. It's long. It's straight. Uncovered. Goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
Two finalists from last season will share the Saturday afternoon sunshine at the Gabba. Welcome, Brisbane. My name is Quentin Hull. Lovely to have you on board Grandstand AFL through ABC Sport. One of those teams that made the finals last year, well, they're getting hot. The Lions are 4-2. They've won their last 3. Huge off-season. Looks like the recruits are starting to settle in, and the Lions are hot favourites to make it 4 wins in a row here at home today, while the Fremantle Dockers, their season looking shaky. Just the 2 wins from the 6 starts, going down to the Western Bulldogs last week. It was Well, tight-ish until the Dogs ran away with it really in that last quarter, won by 49 points. Only wins over crosstown rivals West Coast and a come-from-behind victory against Gold Coast to show for the Dockers so far this season. Bounce Down is about half an hour away. We've also got coverage of the Sydney Derby, Swans v Giants, throughout the afternoon. If you want to hear that, the ABC Listen app and the AFL Extra button is where you can hear Brett Sprigg and the team bring the action of the Swans and the Giants. But it is a lovely Saturday afternoon for footy. Very rare that we get Saturday afternoon football in this part of the world, and typical Queensland conditions. It's by local standards cooling off a little, mid-20s. The deck looks in perfect conditions and both teams are out warming up. The news around the teams is that the subs have been named. Noah Answorth is the sub for Brisbane and Neil Erasmus for Fremantle. So that means Erasmus is an in along with Sam Switkowski and Nathan O'Driscoll. So Josh Corbett was the sub of last week. He joins Michael Frederick and Corey Wagner as the outs for the Dockers. While for the Brisbane Lions, Jared Lyons was the sub last week. So he now joins Durra Joyce as the two outs from the team. And Answorth is an in, along with Ryan Lester, the veteran defender, who's in his 13th season, only played the 3 games last year, but comes into the Brisbane back 6. As ever, you're a part of the broadcast. The way to get in touch with us is via the SMS, and the way to do so is via the number 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you are texting from on this Saturday. In the pre-game, we're about to go inside the Dockers camp with General Manager of Football, Peter Bell. We'll also hear from rising defender of the Lions, Jack Payne, really settling in there, and caught up with him a short time ago just to take us through the afternoon routine for players when they're so often getting ready to play in the evening. Your broadcast team, a man who started his career, well, was it a purple or green anchor when you were recruited number 1 back in those days, Jeff White, and spent the 3 years at the Dockers? Nice to have you along board against one of your old teams.
Hi, Q. It was a white anchor.
Well, the white anchor with the green and purple background?
Green and purple background, yeah. So, and we had checkered our uniform we had to wear to playing to go to actually, before the game, was a checkered green and purple top that I would like to forget as well. So long time ago. But yeah, it's great conditions, as you said, Q. The deck is looking amazing, and yeah, it's quite different. You don't see Lions playing the afternoon game, so I wonder if that's going to play effect. It's always sometimes the humidity has a bit of an effect, especially when it gets a bit in the twilight time. But looking forward to this one. I think Freo, they came out huffing and puffing last week, Aka, but as we know, it's you still got to get your hands on the ball, and they weren't able to do that last week. 2001 Brownlow medalist Jason Ackermanis with you as well. Welcome, Jason.
Good afternoon. Hello to you, Quentin, and to you, Maddie. Sorry, Jeff White. I was just thinking about that 95. It was our first season. They were possibly the Bears and Fremantle with the worst outfits you've ever seen. Not only just walking into the ground, but on the ground. They were horrible. But then, of course, we became the Lions. But an afternoon game here, there's no wind out there, Q. As I found out this morning at golf, there's no wind around. It's overcast, but not. It's that really light overcast, so there's plenty of shadows around. It should be whizzing around. And, of course, we know that Fremantle have had their troubles this year because they're moving the ball too slowly. They've got the talent, never going nowhere.
Well, you can probe our guest in a moment. Michael Price to call the action alongside me. Jess Stewart is going to keep things informed from the boundary, but she's put the cans on the General Manager of Football. One of your old teammates, Whitey, Peter Bell, joins us in the build-up to what is looming as one of those early season crunch games. We know it's the biggest trip in the competition to come from Perth to Brisbane. Peter, thanks for your time. Welcome to Brisbane. Perfect day for you guys to try and get your season back on track.
Yeah, thank you for that. Fantastic conditions. The deck looks really quick and in exquisite conditions, so we're looking forward to the challenge.
So the broad question is, what's the club focusing on to try and turn the first 6 weeks around?
there's no magic formula, that's for sure. So it's just hard work and sticking to the plan and trying to execute on game day. And that's been a bit of a struggle for us this season, unfortunately. Some recurrent themes in there. Last week it was a little bit different. We thought we did get stuck in our back half, and full credit to the Bulldogs for that. We've been inconsistent around the contest through the start of this season, and we know that against the Lions in particular, who are a very, very good contest team, we need to lift and execute in there.
So, yeah, that contested ball, I think you're 0-6 so far this season in that regard. So is that structure, personnel, application? What have you looked at?
Oh, it's a bit of a combination of things. Maybe not application. I think sometimes it's just players second-guessing themselves, maybe being a little bit reactive in there. We know that our players work really hard, so you only have to be off a little bit, lacking a little bit of instinct in there sometimes to look second to move. And we think it's more a case of that than application, but it certainly is an area that we need to be better at.
And just before the boys, there's been circulation from other parts of the media that Andy Brayshaw's been playing injured. What can you tell us about his physical fitness?
No, he's good to go. So, look, players at various moments, they carry small things into games, but when you're declared fit and you're ready to go, that's certainly the case, and I'm sure Andy will be running hard today.
Belly, Jason Agametis here, mate. I tell you, I was just thinking about the side you've got. It hasn't lost any talent from last year, so we expect... It's funny, the expectations. You get Luke Jackson coming in. I mean, how have you found him settling in? I know Whitey and I were thinking the same thing about just his impact, because his second efforts and everything he's done around the place, coming from a premiership side. But has it been a good inclusion in the sense of what he's given to the group, or has it just been more he's come in, he said, "No, I'm here, whatever you want me to do, I'll do"?
He's been a great inclusion. You tend to forget, and it was a big move, obviously, at his age and with what he had achieved at Melbourne and where they were at. A big move to come, so we understand the pressure that comes with a move like that. He's got enormous scope to improve in his game, that's for sure. But we love what he offers, his energy, his follow-up. And you have to keep reminding yourself that he's 21, or he might not even be 21 yet. So he's a young lad learning his craft as a 200-centimetre forward ruck. We think he's going to be a wonderful player for us for a decade, and I'm sure over the course of that time he'll become one of the very best players in the competition.
Belly, it's Whitey here, and I totally agree with you that on Luke Jackson. I mean, my boys were sorry to see him go from Melbourne, but the upscope you've got there. But just run us through, where do you think you guys are breaking down at the moment? I know last year you were so quick. Especially off the half-back line, you're using the ball really well. You're owning the corridor. You feel, is there parts of your game that you just need to sharpen up a little bit? As you said before, you're only 1 or 2% off, and then you can turn a game on its head. But where do you think you're trying to work on at the moment?
Yeah, I touched on it earlier, Whitey, definitely a little bit around the contest. We're not tying off our work, so, we're not giving it to the forwards' advantage as well as we would like. Heard Aka talking about also, pace on ball and moving it quickly. What's happening is we feel like we are moving the ball quickly when the opportunities arise and the opposition allows us, but we're just not tying it off. So it'll be a skill error, or we'll fall down, and then that makes us look a bit slow, and we're not getting reward for our efforts. So we want to play with dare. We want to move the ball really quickly. We want to unsettle the opposition. This afternoon it'll be Brisbane. We know that'll be a tough task, but we feel like we've got a plan. We've just got to go and execute it.
Fremantle GM of footy, Peter Bell, is with us now. We talk about this being the longest road trip in the comp, and I know you guys travel so often, but can you just detail what the travel schedule is for your group to get to and from home around this game?
Yeah, so we flew out at 3 o'clock on Thursday. It was obviously a 4.5-hour flight direct to Brisbane. Look, we do it a lot. It's the nature of the competition. We feel like we should be a really good travelling team, and last year we had our most successful travel year, I think, winning 7 games on the road, which was an all-time record for Fremantle. So we're really experienced at doing it. Of course, it's a challenge, but we get a lot of practice at it, and we feel like it brings the group together when times are tough. Time together is really valuable. The coaches, for example, spent a night together watching the Broncos and the Rabbitohs last night, so that was a good experience to see another sport up close. And
my spies told me you were there at the footy last night, Pete.
Yeah, it was an opportunity facilitated by Darren Holder, who's like a coach's coach, and he does some work with the Broncos as well. So we got up close and had a look at that game and their just how they prepare for the match and everything else. It was one I'd never been to the stadium either, so enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, what did you pick up?
Those guys hit hard. They hit real hard, which is great. And it was just interesting. I'd never been to a rugby league game before as well, so just seeing how the warm-ups conducted, the athleticism of the guys. Very different sports, of course, but it was a really worthwhile exercise.
Now, Belly, can I just ask Nat Fyfe, what's going on? When are we going to see him back? Is he far off?
We're hopeful, Acker, that Fyfe will play next week. For the audience, he's got plantar fascia, which is a really frustrating injury. Oh. Don't know if you guys have had any experience with it.
Beat tendons.
Yeah, yes, so yes. some days he's really good, and then another day it'll be really in quite a bit of pain, and it's a debilitating, inconsistent injury. So he's just working his way through that. He's got a big session planned tomorrow, and we're hoping that he'll do full main training on Wednesday and then be available to play. And we'll work out where that is and what that looks like, but we've still got a couple of boxes to tick. So we're really excited for Nathan to return.
And while we're hitting those sort of subject matters, Matt Taberner?
Yeah, news is not as good for Matt. He had a discectomy surgery last Friday, so bulging disc, so he had to have that corrected. So he'll be out for a longer period of time.
Yeah, a couple of pretty important names, aren't they, Whitey?
Yeah. When they're up and going.
And who's your second side, Belly? Is it still with
the Thunder? We have
Thunder,
a lineman club, Peel Thunder. Yeah. So they've got a game this afternoon as well, and it's sort of. It's the challenges of modern footy. In my role, for example, you sort of got remit over three clubs or three teams: the AFL, your alignment club, and also your AFLW. But that's the nature of the beast these days. So a lot of balls in the air, but we feel like we've got some good young talent coming through there as well. So we just got to get out today, and it's exciting to play against a quality opposition when your backs are to the wall. So we're looking forward to that.
So what does it look like if you have a good day, football-wise?
Or matching or surpassing the Lions in the contest. Certainly, hopefully, making them defend and catering for their weapons. They're a really good surge team, really good contest team. Their forwards are so dangerous. They get up the ground and get out goal side. So we've got a lot to look after, but that's what it'll look like if we can manage those areas, use the ball well ourselves and take our opportunities. No magic formula again. That'll hold us in good stead.
And I'll throw in a little tongue-in-cheek. Are we going to ask this of everyone in football for the next little bit? Are you keen to coach a team in Tasmania, Belly?
He doesn't like that.
I'll leave that for the coaches. I'm very happy at administrating at Fremantle. But look, it's exciting. I think hearing the news today and the allocation of funding towards Tasmania, it's a really important, my personal opinion, it's a really important market for the AFL, for people down there. And I'm sure, look, it's not everyone's on board with it, which is always the case. But I think once it gets a bit of momentum, similar to the Jack Jumpers, it'll be a huge success down there.
Really appreciate your time. Hope you have an enjoyable rest of your trip.
No worries. Thanks.
Peter Bell, General Manager of Football at the Fremantle Footy Club, superstar of the game, so widely regarded. Michael Price, great to have you alongside me as well, as get a chance to introduce you to the broadcast. What a great day for footy here, and to hear from one of the greats on the field who's become such an important man off the field. Jack Payne from the Lions is going to join us before the bounce as well.
Bingo. It is a magnificent day here, Q. It is, the temperature's great. We're looking forward to some good footy. Freo aren't as bad as what they've been playing. Surely they just cannot be.
They're not far off.
They're not far off, and we saw them against the Western Bulldogs last week, and in patches playing some good footy, but you're getting the extra disposals, the kicks, and the kick marks. We saw that doesn't quite work against a team that's going to move it quickly and dissect their defensive setup as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing what they're bringing to the table tonight.
I tell you what, I have seen a lot of kids. I was outside before, Whitey, and there are kids everywhere, which we love. That's probably the best about this actual time slot. But I was just thinking about, Peter Bell's in the background, but he was my old sparring partner. I used to always play on him. I'd be playing against him when he played North, played on him in the midfield when I played against Fremantle when he moved over there. And for the for the size of the man, you wouldn't believe how well he can run.
All right.
Yeah. And his legs are like this big.
As far as the tank goes.
Yeah, he's got a really big engine. He's not as, he's quick over 15 metres. Obviously, his legs aren't as long and can't get up and run like the bigger guys. But he could run. And he always amazed me for a guy that size. And his story, obviously being adopted out here. And it's an amazing story. Anyway, I always love going up against him. He's never a dirty player. That's what I loved about him. He's
hard but fair.
Hard but fair. And he would give you no verbal. A few little bombs here and there, but that was about it.
And just while we were chatting to Pete, we got the late word from Sydney. Swans playing Giants. That call's available for you on the ABC Listen app via the AFL Extra button. We'll give you the scores throughout the call here. But no late changes for the Sydney derby. Mark Sheether's the sub for the Swans and Harry Ralston for Greater Western Sydney.
Just going on what you said before then, Pricey, I watched the game Freo versus Gold Coast, and Gold Coast had them at half-time, and they gather round. They had them. All of a sudden, it flicked in that third quarter.
The question about that game is whether it was the good of the Dockers coming back or the bad of the Suns being exposed.
Yeah. There's a balance and certainly an argument to. But they all of a sudden flicked the switch and controlled the game. And that's the thing. The beauty about this game, you're only a quarter away, and you're right. They're not as bad as what people are saying. Obviously, we look at win-loss, and a lot of people are black and white, but behind closed doors, I assure you, they're still looking at the tapes during the week going, hey, we've done, we're nearly there. And that's why I was a bit disappointed. They didn't carry that momentum on against the Bulldogs at home. So you never know. They can flick the switch in one quarter here, and all of a sudden, it's game on.
But what consolation is that to a large group of supporters that realises they're going to have to play out of their skins today not to be 2-5. This is the toughest time for them to come to the longest road trip against a perennial preliminary finalist of recent times, or top 14 of recent times, and the Lions have won 3 in a row and are starting to hum.
And you look at the messages that are coming through from Peter Bell. That's exactly what he said then. He said the best time to play against quality sides is when your back's against the wall. And I totally agree with that. They came here Thursday. I didn't realise they've been here 2 days already. They're fired up, and they've got to do it the right way though. Last week, the way they went about that against the Bulldogs, you got to go at the ball.
They started wrong.
Yeah,
and
that's a lesson for them.
It took them about a quarter and a half to recorrect after they just went out pure adrenaline and not much thinking about it. I've got to ask though, with the retirement of David Mundy and you get the oldest player on the list now is Sonny Walters, right? He's now got a really important role because he's got a couple of new bods and a pretty young forward line with Sturt and Amos, some really good young players in there. But he's that player. I reckon he started the year pretty well as a mature player, as a leader in the forward line. Your thoughts on Sonny and his importance?
You're talking about Walters?
Michael Walters.
Michael Walters, yeah. He's sort of funny because I think this is one of the better starts to the year I've ever seen him have.
Yes.
Even with his age. He's getting up and about. He's making the tackles. I think it's amazing some players when they actually realise, hang on, I've been around and now I'm very experienced. I better show you some example here. And I think it's an amazing penny that drops with some blokes. He looks like he's accepted that and said, I've got to show it the way here. And for it, he's getting reward. He's getting shots on goal. He's kicking goals. And I think he gets over the ball. When he goes for goal, I've never seen him steel himself so much. So I've got to kick this goal. I've got to show my teammates. They rely on me at the moment. I've got to kick them. Yeah. And I think he's really stepped up. And that's the beauty of experience.
The voice of Jason Ackermanis, Jeff White alongside him. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action with Jess Stewart on the boundary. Brisbane and Fremantle not too far away. Noah Answorth is the sub for Brisbane. And it's Neil Erasmus, the 19-year-old, for the Dockers. Now, Jess Stewart, a chance to tune in with you on the boundary. Cap on out there, or you're capless on this afternoon? Well, I know that you're very sun smart, and we always advise that you take some protection out there, but how are the conditions out in the open?
Perhaps not cap safe today, unfortunately. Don't have the cap on today, but what I can tell you is
we'll get human resources onto you.
What I can tell you is that it is quite warm today, 25 degrees, very hot here at ground level. I did talk to the Fremantle camp, and they did say that it is very, very humid compared to conditions over there in Fremantle. In Perth, of course. But so, yeah, they're going to be feeling this one today. They said they're going to have to run it out. And then, it's hot. We'll keep an eye on the radar. It's quite cloudy here today, of course, but I'll have to keep you posted if we do get any rain here at ground level.
Thanks, Jess. So Jess Stewart keeping our eyes on things out on the boundary. Just a reminder, the way to get in touch on the SMS is 0437 774 774. And, of course, the ABC Listen app carrying all the footy. Throughout the day today, there's 5 games of footy on today, so plenty to get through after what was the elongated Anzac round. But Greater Western Sydney and Sydney coming up shortly. That's on the AFL Extra button. But depending on where you're listening to us throughout the afternoon, the Dogs play the Hawks at Docklands, and then 2 games this evening with the Demons taking on North Melbourne at the MCG and West Coast taking on Carlton at Perth Stadium a little bit later on.
It's funny though, Q, because if you have Anzac Day on the Tuesday, that is the worst result for the draw. But if you have it on Wednesday, which it probably is next year, you can go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the draw is not too sort of out of whack. But being on a Tuesday is the AFL's worst year, I reckon, for scheduling.
Well, and there's
spread out.
Now the commitment that there's a game on Anzac Eve as well, which I know, Jeff, you were in attendance. First time? What do you think?
First time, awesome. Yeah, really well. Really well done. I love how they turn off the lights. Hey, everyone, put your phones on, put the lights on. It's the way they set it up.
Yeah, the Freo banner has been raised. We're not too far away from the players entering the arena with bounce down between Brisbane and Fremantle. Only 15 minutes away on Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio,
Sport Digital,
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Sun is out in Brisbane and the deck is fast for a really important day for both Brisbane and Fremantle. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Quentin Hull is my name. The Lions looking for 4 wins in a row since their round 3 defeat at the hand of the Dogs at Docklands. They've beaten Collingwood here, North Melbourne at Mount Barker and Greater Western Sydney in Canberra last week, while the Dockers, finalists last season, but only 2 wins to show from their opening 6 games. And last week, sort of tacking onto the back of the Dogs, who dominated the majority of that game and then got blown away in the end, with the Bullies winning by 49 points. Noah Answorth is the sub for Brisbane today, so that means that Jared Lyons has been dropped along with Darragh Joyce. Lyons was the sub in last week's win over Greater Western Sydney. And Ryan Lester, the veteran who just played the 3 games last year, he has been included into the Brisbane backline. So Lester and Answorth in, Joyce and Lyons are out, while for the Dockers, Michael Frederick out with an adductor injury. He's out for 3 to 4 weeks. Corey Wagner has been omitted. He was in the emergencies, but he's not been named in the sub, so he's now an out. And Josh Corbett was the sub last week, so he now joins the lists of outs for the Dockers, with Sam Switkowski coming back from a calf injury. Nathan O'Driscoll's into the team, and the 19-year-old Neil Erasmus is the sub today. I'll be calling the action with Michael Price. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis are your experts, and Jess Stewart is on the boundary as the Dockers in their away strip white break through a very, very purple run through, which reads Forever Freo. Lions aren't too far away. And just before we get to our experts for their final thoughts and bounce down, a moment ago I was able to catch up with key defender for the Brisbane Lions, Jack Payne. We're intrigued not only about how the team's going, but just what the players get up to as they prepare for a game. There's not a lot of afternoon games these days for the players, so when I caught up with Jack Payne just an hour ago, I asked how this day of footy looks different to others when he's playing at night.
Yeah, it's very different. Obviously, we haven't played at the Gabba in an Arvo game for a long time now, so the preparation's a little bit different, given we're used to playing night games quite regularly, so it's a little bit different, but not much has changed.
So what's your morning routine? Are you a coffee guy? I mean, when you play in the evening, do you have a nap before a game? So what about today?
Yeah, evening games I tend to have a nap around early Arvo, but this morning I just got up and had a bit of a walk and grabbed a coffee and then pretty much come straight here. So it's a little bit different in terms of preparation, but it's good.
What's different for you when you're playing in the daytime compared to in the evening? Is there much difference at all?
No, not really. I suppose it might be a bit dewy at night, opposed to playing in the afternoon, but there's not too much difference. And hopefully there'll be a solid crowd here this afternoon to support us.
Your footy's really grown over the last couple of seasons. What's pleased you most about your development, apart from the fact that you're getting a more regular game these days?
Yeah, obviously that helps playing regularly, but I don't think too much has changed. Just having more confidence and belief in my ability to go out there and execute my role for the team. So I feel like I've been doing that, and obviously it's a long year, so I've just got to keep building and hopefully keep playing well.
Now, case-by-case proposition, or are you default try to mark or default try to spoil?
I'll go for my marks when I can. So yeah, it just depends. Like if I back myself in the contest 1v1, I'm going to go for my marks. So and that's what Harris does as well. So definitely the marks.
What's the key to the team playing some good footy the last couple of weeks? First month was a bit slow. Last few weeks have been good.
Yeah, the Port game was obviously really disappointing, coming off 2 really good trial practice games against Sydney and Geelong. But the last few weeks have bounced back pretty good, so hoping this afternoon we can continue that winning streak and, yeah, get the win over Freo.
Well, back six hasn't changed that much, even though Darcy Gardner's still out. But have you seen what work's had to go into the midfield to try and slot in those new players?
Yeah, obviously a lot of new guys this year for the team, which is great. So I feel like we're gelling all together pretty good now. It might have taken a bit of time to get used to how Dunks plays and how Dara, who's been in the back line, plays the last few weeks. So I think we're gelling pretty nicely now.
And speaking of Dara, well, he's left out today and Ryan Lester gets another go. Boy, he is a great clubman. He keeps turning up, doesn't he?
Yeah, fantastic to see Froggy back in the team. He's been here for so long now and he's a great player to play with and an even better person off the field. So, yeah, fantastic for Froggy to be back in the team.
What about Freo today and the dangers that they present? Still, Matt Taberner's not in the team. He's been a focal of their attack for a while, but they've got some tall and small options. So what's your analysis and scouting been focusing on as far as the dangers from the Dockers?
Yeah, they're a bit of smaller forward line. Obviously, they beat us over in Perth last year, so we're hoping to turn the tables around. And a big key element for us in this afternoon's game is contested ball. They're a really good team at contested ball, so we're hoping to match them and, if not, beat them in that area.
To finish with, the way that you work with Harris Andrews in the back line, you are the two key tools with Gardner still out. Is there a default that you work with as to who goes deeper, who flies, who spoils?
Yeah, I tend to play deeper and let Harris sort of wander up the ground a little bit higher. But yeah, we've got a really good connection. Been playing together for a while now, so we sort of know each other's attributes, so it's working together really nicely.
Bit of a non-negotiable today if you're going where you need to this season?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we're here to collect the 4 points, so it's going to be a good game and for a classy outfit.
Thanks for your time, Jack.
Awesome, thanks for having me.
Yeah, really announced himself during the finals last year, and great that the Brisbane Lions can provide us a player just an hour or so before the bounce to get a feel for the lead into the game. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White.
Yeah, he is the most improved player on the Brisbane Lions list in the last 12 months, no doubt. And his ability, I mean, with Adams out, McAdams. He's who's a star, but obviously the concussion issues with him. He's stepped up and filled that role unbelievably well. And I just think it's a credit to him, because sometimes you do need the misfortune of others to take advantage of it, but you still need to take advantage of it. And he has, and he is such a super mark. It's interesting that he said that they let Andrews goes up the ground, but man, he's quicker than him, as in Andrews. Harris Andrews, he could go up and do that role anytime if Harris is no good.
And that's a real strength to theirs, is that when they know the ball's going in, it's going to go in Payne's area. It's their confidence. You know it's like, Akka. If you can see it's going in the hit and you're pretty confident he's going to mark it, you then spread, allow for the exits on that. Gone. You're already out there. So that synergy, and it's like with Harris Andrews as well. If he's going to go near it, he's either going to spoil it or he's going to mark it. So you're able to prepare, you're able to be 2 steps ahead, and it creates a lot of exciting exits for the midfielders for Brisbane.
It does. But today, There's also, I mean, you've got Lachie Neale playing against his old side. I expect him to have a big game. I always felt when I played against my old sides, not that there was many of them, there's only one side when I moved, but I would just love playing against my old team.
But a decorated player at your old team as well, as is the case for Lachie Neale. Now 5 club best and fairest, of which 3 are with Brisbane and 2 at the Dockers. So he wasn't just a player, as you weren't just a player in Brisbane. Right. Were you just a player at Freo?
He was
Whitey?
starting out.
I was only starting out.
He was number one I picked though.
Said with all respect and with tongue in cheek. But I think the rest of the competition is wanting to get a bit more evidence as to, well, just what does this Brisbane midfield look like now that they've got the extra years into McCluggage, Rayner and Bailey. They're the established. And then Kid Wonder Ashcroft, plus Dunkley, plus, you know, the continued excellence of Lachie Neale, because, well, is it a case of Brisbane will be there and thereabouts again? Have they got what it takes to get to the next level? That's from one perspective. And well, the Dockers, they'll be looking at today as well. We're men down and we're on an away trip, but this is a season that is... You know, there's no guarantee that just because you made the top 8 last year, you've got to earn your spot back there. They're going to be chasing very, very hard if they go to 2-5.
They will be. But I will say, with the way the Brisbane midfield is, like you were just touching on it, but Will Ashcroft coming in and, of course, Dunkley, you heard Lachie Neale say that he's happy to take less possessions because now he's got Dunkley to back him up. He doesn't have to be that machine of ball winning. But then today you've got Will Ashcroft starting on the bench. So if you want to know how deep your midfield is, one of your stars coming, I don't know if he's injured or he's carrying something, but you know, a guy that goodwill in his first year starting on the bench just shows you that it's pretty deep, Jeff White.
Yeah, and he's going to come on and provide that run, and especially like the great thing I've seen so far with Will is his ability to be clean in and under, but his ability to spread as well. So, and that's what they sort of lacked, haven't they, Q? With the times we've watched Brisbane over the last couple of years when they've been in those, you know, top 4 positions, they've been really exposed by that transitional running from opposition players. So I think Dunkley, and especially Dunkley, very experienced player, but Will adds that little bit of extra defensive mindset and spread from stoppages.
Now, footy's different from when you made the opposite switch, Jeff, but I just wanted to touch on your experience, maybe not footy tactics-wise, but just in the mind of a guy. You were picked number 1 in the draft, you had 3 years at Freo, then you came to Melbourne with expectation. It's the reverse Luke Jackson. Yep. He's the guy that has already won a flag and now goes to Freo with that expectation. So outside of the football, what are the things that you experienced that we might perhaps draw on the early phases of Jackson's career at the Dockers?
Oh, well, I think he just got to keep his mindset in tune with the inside walls of the footy club and obviously your family and friends, but don't get too carried away. Like Peter Bell said, he's not even 21 yet, so the upside for him is huge. You know, I mean, they've got a player there that experienced the highs, going through a little bit of the lows this year, so you need that sort of balance, I reckon, in the footy ranks, but just keep focusing on, and I really he's got to have that synergy with Sean Darcy. He's a quality ruckman, and if they can get that synergy going, exactly like you have with Max Gawn, you can make a very, very potent centre bounce, stop play, and forward line combination, which can be very, very handy. You can get the midfields to be centred around those sort of areas. So, for my mindset, what really was a focus for me, and it was also help with the players. Just keep the mindset within the 4 walls of the club. Don't think about the external noises and stuff like that.
I remember as a young fan reading a big spread in the papers about you when you came to Melbourne. Was that the Great White Hope story? Was that your first year at Melbourne?
98 was my first year.
Yeah, but that story, was that written in the first?
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and again, just trying to draw comparisons. Yep. I mean, Jackson goes west, expected to take a team that made finals last year further up the ladder.
Yeah, well, I think the difference I had with 98 is that we only won 4 games in 97, Melbourne. So we win 5 games. It's a successful year. So there's a little bit of more expectations, certainly on Luke at this point in time, because they played finals last year. So how he's going to top up? He's going to top them up to be a top 4 side? Who knows? It's still early in the seasons, but obviously very critical. And And like Peter Bell said earlier before when we were on air, is that backs against the wall playing against quality side, we've got to see where we're really at.
What about the Dockers engine room, Aka? Let's get to your proficiency. This is a midfield where Andy Brayshaw, well, Peter Bell told us that he's okay to go, even though some are saying that he's not 100% fit. What's your read there?
Oh, they're quality. I just always think about their midfielders just lacking a hair of leg speed. I'd just like to see someone a little bit quicker in there. That's why I've been really keen to see the Lions get, say, Kitty Coleman. He's got a bit of leg speed. Obviously, Zorko's leg speed and ball use is unbelievable. And that's the kind of guy I think that they miss, not as in age or whatever. I'm just talking about ball use. Sarong gets a lot of the ball, Brayshaw gets a lot of the ball, and, you know, their midfielders and their midfield types seem to be a little bit the same. That's my only... Obviously, when Nat Fyfe comes in there, but he's also a loper, great marker. But these guys are sort of that smallish midfielders, not as big as Fyfe and these other guys. So I think that's where sides like Carlton, they would match up well against, because they're a bit that one pace. They don't have those really quick guys.
Interesting that two footy players going around for the Dockers today whose careers started in this part of the world both reach 150 games today. James Aish, who spent 32 games at the Lions in years 2014 to 15, 150 appearances in the AFL for him today, and Jager O'Meara, after 44 games on the Gold Coast and 99 at Hawthorn, he reaches 150 today as well. Jess Stewart, just before we get to the bounce, last check on conditions for those listeners that have just joined us.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it is quite humid here at ground level. There is quite a bit of cloud cover about, and I am keeping an eye on the radar because it does look like there could be a little bit of rain on the way, but I will keep you posted on that at ground level if that does happen to occur. There looks to be a little bit of rain out west, so whether or not that makes its way here to the Gabba, that remains to be seen, but it is quite humid, as I said, so perhaps that might be playing into the locals' favour here at the Gabba.
Thank you, Jess. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. Jeff and Aka, tips, please.
Lions by about 30, I reckon.
Lions by 20. I think Freo will give them a real big shove today.
Yeah, it's an important game, particularly for the Dockers, to try and get their season going. Opening exchanges, Michael Price to bring it to you in perfect conditions at the Gabba.
Freo won the toss by agency of Captain Alex Pearce. We've got Darcy versus McInerney in the middle. Darcy wins it down. Sarong can't handle it. Back to Darcy. Now Will Brodie out of the pack. The left foot is short and lovely. Onto the chest of Amos. He dropped it, though. Picked up by Daniel Rich for the Lions. Tackled into the ground, and the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Freo goal. That was a golden chance.
A miss. A
big miss to start with. And it's McInerney back onto the arc of 50. Schultz got the handball away. Brayshaw tackled off the ball. It's loose now. Neal can't quite get it. Brayshaw back in there battling with Neal. Now it's picked up by McCluggage. Handball to Rich. The standing start tumbles towards half forward. It's open space.
But Cox is leading the race for the Dockers and gathers the football. Hand pass defensively will come back to him as they work the 1-2-3 off the half-back flank. Clark was the other link in the chain, takes a bounce, beats a tackle, runs to the middle of the ground and backs himself. Hand pass to Young, hand pass to Brayshaw in the bullseye, hand pass to Brodie, hand pass to Young on half forward. What a chain! How's the finish? Oh, the kick's off to the right. And a miss from Young. That was a brilliant piece of movement from the half-back flank. It's the first score of the game as the Lions take the quick kick in and Rich Marks in the back pocket.
Well, it has been an electric start for Freo.
Well, you can see they're trying to take the chain of handballs through the middle.
The long left footer, typical from Daniel Rich towards the wing. Darcy spoils, rode by Aish, gave the handball back to Darcy for Freo on the line. Now it's picked up by Jordan Clark. It's going to be called back. It's gone over the boundary line just beyond centre wing towards left half forward for Freo on the outer side of the ground. We've got the lights underneath the awning of the grandstand on because it is overcast conditions here at the Gabba. Still around about 25 degrees, so very humid, warm. Good day for footy, no wind at all. The throw in. McInerney versus Darcy. Darcy front position, gets it down and then gets tackled off the ball. It lands at his feet. He's still battling with Jared Berry hanging on for dear life. The ball underneath. Spills out now. Lockie Neal gets away from Will Brodie down the outer wing. Looks for Hipwood. Engages in the wrestle. The ball bounces nicely for Alex Pearce. Gives it now to Brayshaw. They should be away through Young, confronted by Cameron.
Back to Brayshaw. Sorry, it was Jordan Clark tackled off the ball now. Picked up by Charlie Cameron, 35 out. He's on the board again, Charlie. 18 goals within 3 weeks, a scuffle at half forward. But the Lions open up their account. 1 straight goal to the Dockers. 1 behind, 2.5 gone first term.
You can see what Freo's trying to do. They're trying to get their handball connection through. It worked the first time, but Lions are right on it. And you can see they're trying to come back into the corridor, is what we spoke about with Belly before the start of the game. But Lions' defensive pressure was able to get that turnover then.
Well, if you were Sarong, you could hear the footsteps of Charlie Cameron coming at Charlie. He didn't miss this one. There was if you just watch, I know Zorko just missed one tackle early, but the Lions, when they make their tackles, particularly Charlie, I tell you, that is hard to stop. And then the tackling pressure again. Who was that? I think it was Bailey, Zach Bailey, and then ended up with the crumb there, Charlie Cameron, on the left foot slipper.
So the first goal to Brisbane. Back in the centre, McInerney spikes it forward for the Lions. Sarong backtracking, wins the ball for the Dockers, gets tackled by Rayner. And the ump will call for a ball up. And there's a fair bit of heat in that as they peel apart, and just a few jumpers are tugged. Ump comes in to toss it in the air on attacking 50 for Brisbane. Ruckman share it. Zorko at ground level, got a handle, couldn't burst through cleanly. Put on the boot of Aish for the Dockers, kicked it to the middle of the ground. Switkowski gathered in by McKenna. Neutral ball and a ball up. Just attacking side of the centre circles for Brisbane. Tapped down by McInerney to Zorko. Kicks inside 50 beyond the pack. Rolling to a vacant goal square. I don't think that Cox touched it before it went through. Cox has touched it. I think he had a play before the line and didn't. He could have dived to touch it. We're going to a review.
What was he trying
and
to
the
do?
On-field result is a goal.
That'll be a point. I think he's right on the line, but he thought it would bounce up to him.
He was trying to track it like that, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think he thought it would bounce. So that looks like it's touched. Oh, no, maybe not.
How about making sure and diving at it?
That's exactly right.
That's a goal. That's actually a goal. If you look here on the replay, you can see it's actually the whole ball is not being touched, and then it's over the line on the other shot. I don't think he touches it, does he?
Well, the magician may have just conjured something from his bag of tricks here. Dane Zorko, helped out by his assistant, who wouldn't touch the ball.
Oh, no, I think he's got just a fingertip on it. That looks like it's a point.
As we can see, the ball is touched prior to crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
So it is a minor score, and Cox got the job done in the end. Brisbane 1-1, Dockers 1 behind. Early stages at the Gabba. No start yet in Sydney. We'll keep you up to date with the Swans and the Giants when they get underway.
That was a very laconic approach there from Brendan Cox.
Yeah.
Luke Ross. It certainly was. Luke Ryan now has the ball in the goal square. Wants to play on. That's a nice long right foot kick, but it's actually right against the boundary line. It's a good mark taken. Or is it out of bounds on the full? It's actually set play. It's gone too far. Off hands, the umpires come in conferred, and there's going to be a throw in at right half forward for Brisbane. So right against the boundary line and off hands. McInerney versus Darcy. Darcy to the front position through the hands of Brodie. Neil tackled off the ball. Big Darcy goes back, gets it through the hands of Schultz. Now Young in a lot of traffic. Back to Sean Darcy, active early, the big man on the left slipper. He kicks it just beyond centre circles. Good defensive mark taken by Brandon Starcevich.
The old East Perth boy who's made Brisbane his home. As the line shared across half-back, a bit messily, cleaned up by Rich in the middle of the ground. Right to tackle and hand passes to Zorko. Probing kick from the wing to the pocket. 2-on-2 contest. Danaher the fly. No mark. Young does the roving for the Dockers. Under pressure. Toes it beyond defensive 50. Hoping for Brayshaw. Bounce evaded him. Picked up by Aish. Hands it backwards to Cox. Sweeping handball. Breaks the congestion. Out to Schultz at left half-back. But his hand pass is stolen by Neil. 60 from goal for Brisbane. Hands it to Zorko. 55 out. Spearing ball bursts off Gunston's chest into the hands of Bailey. Bailey snapped from the pocket, is smothered out of play.
Oh, 2 sodas today. Miss and Gunston. It's easy marks there, but the pressure's good from the Lions, but good steal by Lockie Neal. Anticipation. It's like it's a basketball.
That was a beautiful pass in there. You'd expect Jack Gunston to swallow that one. The throw in, shallow throw in. Taken out of the ruck contest by McInerney. Straight onto the right slipper and just right of the goalpost for one behind. It looks spectacular. 1-2-8 plays one behind. 7 points the margin. Lions lead early first term.
Well, the boundary umpire does look like Bruce Willis from here, but you reckon he looks a little bit more like Jason Statham, don't you?
I do.
It's one of your great fun parts of being at the footy is Young chips short from the inbound to Brayshaw. Brayshaw marks and hands it back to Young. Now from centre half back at D50. Kicks to a contest in the middle of the ground. And Lester, the returning froggy Lester, takes a mark for Brisbane and the Lions go back into attack. He gives to Zorko. Zorko's kick hits McInerney. No, it's Hipwood. It was a long-limbed man, and it is Eric Hipwood out in that far pocket, and he had no one around him.
This is what Peter Bell highlighted, the ability to turn their head and get defensive side when the ball is turned over. There's too many ball watchers there.
Yeah.
Turn around there, and there was too many ball watching.
Well, Zorko is really causing them some headaches. His ball use, and he's getting plenty of it.
5 touches already, Jace. He has been terrific early on. How's Eric's radar today? He's kicked 10 goals 5 this season, Hipwood. 45 degrees to the right. Hits it on his left boot from 45 and it hits the near post. Flush.
Good strike.
For a behind. Brisbane 1-3-9. Fremantle 1 behind. 8.5 played.
Ryan again. What will he do with this one? Will he go the set play? Will he find a man?
Well, he's looking straight up the middle of the ground, and it's a long right foot kick to just short of centre wing out of side. Good kick. Fisted forward, though. Front and square was Sarong. His handball's cut off by McCluggage. Enter Jager O'Meara. Got it to Schultz now. Back to Young. To Cox, Now over to Brodie. Brodie, the handball to Jager O'Meara. There goes a miss. Hits it on the 50. He's got a man forward in Walters. Should have taken that. Spoiled by Leicester. The Lions will get away. Payne through Harris Andrews and Kitty Coleman at left right half back.
Lions lead by 8 points. Kicked on the 45 to Zorko in the middle. He's dominating at Acker. Hand passes to Rich in the bullseye. Kick to Cameron. Flew. Great courage from Pearce backing back to make the spoil. Ball to ground level. Cameron has another go. Tackled off it and dispossessed. Dockers arrive at the fall. Johnson gets a hand pass clear. Got it to Aish, hands it back to his skipper. Pearce gives it back to Aish, to O'Meara. All this in tight confines and turned over. Stolen by Cameron of Brisbane. Hands it to Bailey. Chips to the pocket to Gunston, who takes the mark. So much pressure on the Dockers at half back and they couldn't clear. And now Jack Gunston is eyeing up his first set shot of the day.
What's on the ball queue? I mean, they've been dropping. There's 3 already. Sitters have been dropped. Walters that last one.
Gunston 2 steps infield, right foot snap, punt is executed perfectly. For Gunston's first of the afternoon and Brisbane's second. The Lions are 2-3-15, Fremantle 1 behind, 10 minutes played. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, your experts on Grandstand AFL.
I like what you said before the game where you need a midfielder to break the line, get through. Like, this is what Zorko's doing right now at the Freo. Handball chain through here. There was too many guys standing still trying to get the hand pass. There's no hand pass to actually break. There was no one trying to be aggressive and take the defender on. That's why they turned over. A good defence from Brisbane. They need someone to be a bit more tactical. You can see what Freo's trying to do on the half-back line. They're trying to use the handball chain, trying to own that corridor and
they
get
got that
through.
last one through, Whitey, and then they got it out, and then Walters drops the sitter. But I'm not that worried. The Fremantle are actually moving the ball all right. They're looking like they're up and about.
They've had 18 more possessions, Freo, 45-27. The Lions 8-3 inside 50s. They lead on the scoreboard 15-1. Danaher in the middle spectacularly misses the ball. Lands at the feet of the big ruckman and the midfielders get into work. One's buried into the turf there, and I've got to say... Sorry, Q.
Think about that disposal count. It's 33 handballs to 8 to Freo.
Yeah. A lot of those chains they were talking about. Ball thrown up in the middle. Darcy gets it down. Kicked off the deck by Bailey. Enter Zorko. Handball to McCluggage. Immediately tackled on the outer wing. That's a great tackle there by Switkowski, and it should be rewarded. Umpire says no. It's going to be balled up on the logo on the Stanley Street wing.
Danaher flies over the top of Darcy. Doesn't really create an exit. Schultz is at the bottom to lock it in and doesn't try and get it moving. Joe Danaher gets the free kick holding the ball. Hand passes to McKenna, who's running off half-back. Kicks inside 50 to a 2-on-2. Hip with the hand. Couldn't mark. Rayner arrives. Walters bumps him off the ball. It's on the deck 50 from the Lions' goal. Pearce over it for the Dockers. Couldn't pick up. Sarong does. His hand pass.
Free kick.
Is as he was slung high. Free kick for the Dockers at half-back. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Just a little little note on Justin Longmuir. He's coaching from the bench for the third week straight this week, and that's just a sign that they said, the Dockers told me, that's because they want to have communication to the young players that are in the team.
The ball kicked forward by Luke Ryan. That's a 50-metre drop punt, beautiful, just beyond centre wing. Ball comes off hands, well roved by Bailey Banfield, handball to Hughes. Under pressure, he gets one away to Sarong. Now he turns it over. Joe Danaher picks it up. Tumbling kick towards half forward. Pearce got in front of Gunston. He handled it well, the defender. Gunston kept battling. Dived for the ball. He got it out to Link McCarthy. The run of Connor McKenna. A little 9-iron in front of Charlie. That is a beautiful piece of footy. Charlie will have his second look at goal in the first quarter.
That was about 9 metres that kick from.
Right, so I said it was barely a 9-iron. It was barely a sand wedge. But Charlie's going to have a shot from 50, 45-degree angle to the left.
I reckon Freo, Pricey, will say, kick the ball earlier. You're getting stuck with his handball chains. That's all that's letting them down. Just here, they're looking all right.
Well, the Lions, Charlie Cameron, 18 goals in the last 4 weeks it has been. He comes in, he outside of the right shoe. It's going to land in the pocket, fisted through by the Freo defence, one behind. 2, 4, 16 plays, one behind. 15 points the margin. Lions lead. 13 gone first term.
So Rachel from Ballarat asks, as a person who doesn't follow the Lions, can you please explain why they play John Denver's Take Me Home every time that Charlie kicks a goal? By the way, my cat is a Lion fan. Thanks, Rachel. One of those marketing things that many regular listeners know that I'm not all that enamoured with. But thanks for your question as Brayshaw runs to the wing and the Dockers get out of defensive 50 and into attack. A miss kicks it inside 50. Doesn't find a target. Roving, though, was Sturt for Fremantle. Hand pass to Brayshaw on. Attacking 50 backwards through hands. O'Meara gets it moving and now the chip inside 50 finds Jackson. And Jackson takes the mark.
You can have the balance of hand passes in close, but then you've got to have one that goes out further. And that's what they did there. Go backwards so that at least that receiver is facing the goal.
Yeah, and can get a kick on it.
Yeah.
What they've been missing.
A young man from Subiaco, Matt Johnson, with that entry, which has given Luke Jackson a chance to kick the Dockers' first goal. Slight angle to the left. He'll have to kick from 45. The highly touted recruit runs to 45, strikes it on his right. Across the face. 4 are behind. Brisbane 2-4-16. Fremantle 2 behinds.
So the Lions play on quickly. Jack Payne, big man from Noosa, kicks it just beyond half-back. Comes off hands. Rayner rows it beautifully for the Lions. The run comes from Jared Berry. His right leg against the boundary line as he goes to right half forward. Through the hands of Luke Ryan for Freo. Ground level, danger. It's tapped out there to Sarong. Outside 50 now. Jordan Clark. The handball loops over back into Luke Jackson, who's moved into the middle now. Into the corridor, Banfield. They're running it through hands. It's through Brayshaw. Inside 50, Luke Ryan tackled down Smikowski. Sorry, he's dropped the ball. It's picked up there by Kadeem Coleman for Brisbane. To Hipwood, who's gone back to half-back. It's through Danaher's hands. He faked a handball, chipped it into the middle to Bailey. It's only 5 metres.
Play on's the call. Bailey does. Chips it to Dunkley, who hands it on to Coleman. Coleman hands it to McKenna, who's on halfway. Driving kick to half forward. Gunston one out in the hole. Nice spoil by Ryan. Ricochet to the pocket. Chasing after it is Wilmot. He's pushed off it though. H wins the footy. He's got support out the back. He hand passes to Walker in defence and chips it to half back, where Hughes takes the grab for the Dockers.
It's a little bit like O'Meara, doesn't he, Walker?
Well, he hasn't got the knee brace. Kick towards the wing to a pack. Andrews got there first for Brisbane. Doesn't mark but roves his own crumb. Hand pass to McKenna. Outside of the shoe, screw towards the top of the square, but Cox is at the drop for the Dockers to take the grab. It's Brisbane by 14 points early on at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL.
So Freo play on. Cox gives it to Ryan. Long kick just inside the boundary line. Goes to left half back. And the runner there was Clark. He chipped it in forward. Goes to centre wing. Dunkley's on the paddock for the Lions. He goes into the contest with Skowski. They taps it out. Oscar McInerney lays the big slipper into it. It slews off the outside of his right boot. And the bounce actually almost nutmeg Lockie Neal as Alex Pearce goes back to get it and takes it over the boundary line. Players look a little gassed. It's very humid as the ball will be thrown in between wing and right half forward for Brisbane.
A lot of defensive pressure, Pricey. That's what's doing it, these handballs. A lot of tackles have to be made.
The throw in on the outer side. Jackson makes his way to front position against McInerney. Double-handed it down. Brayshaw. The handball was cut off there. Lockie Neal at ground level. His handball cut off, but he rebounded and got it again. Standing start was Leicester. He tumbles it towards half forward. A 2-on-1. Well done, Walker and Ryan. They conspired to beat Lincoln McCarthy. Walker takes the mark at left half back.
With this long sleeves on, his low kick sets a task of Brodie. He does win the football. Hand pass through Johnson. Now onto O'Driscoll by hand, and O'Driscoll's kick to half forward's poor. Andrews gets there to read the drop and take the mark for the Lions.
That's what they're breaking down, Freo. Centre forward. They just need to lower their eyes more instead of just bombing it to centre forward.
Jeff White with you on Grandstand AFL as Brisbane share it around the half-back flank through a couple of chip marks. It's Coleman who's got it now, but still on D50 left half-back for Brisbane. The exciting youngster from the Morningside Panthers. Left boot from Coleman to a pack on the wing. Darcy in front got first hand and he's paid the mark, the big Dockers ruckman. Despite they protest, the locals here at the Gabba, but big Sean Darcy now with his left boot sets Freo back to attacking 50, a flying mark from Banfield. Nice ride on the back of a defender to take a grab 50 from goal. And he wants to move quickly, drives a low kick towards the goal mouth. I think it's a shot. Yeah, it's across the face though. And the third Dockers behind. Brisbane's lead 13 points at 2-4-16 to 3 points, 18 and a half played.
Once again, Brisbane play on quickly through Daniel Rich to the right back pocket. Leicester, the inclusion this week, out to the 50-metre arc was taken by Jared Berry. He chips it just outside to Will Ashcroft. Now they retreat back inside 50. Very deliberate chip mark from Brisbane. Daniel Rich has it and he kicks it back outside 50 to right half back Lockie Neal. Another 15-metre kick just promoting it forward. We're back to almost where we started, Acker.
Just slowing the tempo down, the Lions, and for that reason you're talking about, just a little bit gassed, a lot of defensive running here.
Jared Berry at right half back, plays on long down the line. McInerney the target, well spoiled by Darcy. Front and square was Link McCarthy, did well. Pivoted, got it onto the right boot. Rayner over his head and well rode by Jordan Clark. The former Cat takes it right on the arc of 50 at left half back for Freo. They're trailing by 13 points, the Dockers.
Yet to kick a goal. 2-4 to 3 behind the score line as Clark kicks long to the southern wing and a big pack of players. Hit with the telling knuckle. Young roves for the Dockers though. Hand pass to O'Driscoll. Hand pass to Brodie. From the wing his kick to half forward is chopped off. Walters was the leading target. Rich takes the mark for Brisbane. Plays on. Uses his left boot to drive Brisbane to half forward. Danaher protracts the drop. Ryan Flew didn't get a touch, but out the back it's too close to the boundary line for any further play. And over for a throw in.
The shake of the head, wasn't it, from you?
Yeah, just the breakdown at centre forward from Freo. They're just going to try and, like Brisbane just did then, just try and chip and own possession.
Or go over it.
Go
deeper.
Yeah.
14 inside 50s to 6 in favour of the Brisbane Lions. The throw in on the arc of 50. It's taken there by Brodie. Handball to Aish now. Just on the arc and it's given to Darcy, the big man. Puts the left slipper in. Payne did well. Did all the hard work and then O'Meara ended up with the ball. Good contest. He handballed it to Jackson. Back to O'Meara from 45. The Dockers with a chance at their first. O'Meara gets it. Nice bit of play from the former Hawk and Gold Coast Sun. 2-4-16 the Lions. The Dockers 1-3-9, 7 points the margin, 21 gone first term. Grandstand AFL, you call us Michael Price, Quentin Hull. Your experts, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis.
If he hadn't have dropped
How
that,
lucky was that?
If he hadn't have dropped that, there's another breakdown at centre forward, but they were able to fix it up. It went to ground and they were able to mop up and kick a good goal in the end. But they've still got to lower their eyes instead of kicking it high to centre forward.
Well, just looking at that replay, I don't think they had... Sean Darcy didn't have a lot of options. There's only really 1-on-4. In the end, he had to go to the contest. But lucky for Fremantle, great second effort there. Luke Jackson, boy, oh boy, doesn't he give you some energy? And great goal, O'Meara. I mean, so much talent. They'll be very happy with that finish.
Well, there's nothing better having a 200-centimetre centre forward when it hits the ground, then going.
Yeah, he's even better.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty handy half hour or 20 minutes or so to set up this game. Yet to reach the half hour mark. 21 and a half played. Centre bounce. Clearance for the Dockers. Johnson with a hand pass, but intercepted by Rich at half back for Brisbane. Hand passes wide to Wilmot. Great tackle. O'Driscoll. No reward from the umpire, though. Play on. Ball spills free. Starcevic picks up at half-back for Brisbane. Hands it to Zorko, who's having quite the start. Kick looking for Gunston. Didn't find him. Mopped up by Clark of the Dockers at right half-back. Hand passes back to Hughes. Hughes' kick across the half-back line. Finds its target, and Clark's kick to the middle of the ground. Oh, Brodie was the target, couldn't take the grab. Picked up by Starcevic of Brisbane. Kicks back into attack, and Clark's there again to take the mark for the Dockers. Just forward to full-back. He kicks wide to the wing. Front-on contact free kick against Berry. And Sarong was the man in the hole who'll get the free kick.
That was a bit netball-y, that free kick. But that said, the Dockers are starting to look a little bit ominous if they can just get their forward thrust working.
Dangerous lateral kick back into the defensive 50. It was Sarong looking for Alex Pearce. Just found him. Danaher was lurking. He's right in front of the goal square. Just chips it straight. It's a half volley there from Johnson. Now they're in trouble. Handball, Jordan Clark, tackled by Rayner into the ground. 45 metres out. And they've just buggered it up again. Freo mucking around with the ball.
Second poor kick.
And we're laughing because Zorko gave a little hair ruffle to Jordan Clark there, as if to say.
Lots of Zorko with gamesmanship, and then follows it up with a clearance. Handball back to Wilmont, a floater towards the goal square. It bounces awkwardly. McCarthy roves. McCarthy goals.
He doesn't miss those.
The Lions 3-4-22. The Dockers 1-3-9. 13 points the margin. 23 and a half gone first term on Grandstand AFL.
Who was that?
Cox had to be better. Yeah, that was Cox. Didn't go hard enough. Should have taken a body, taken the ball with him. But McCarthy, that's what you do. You get those little nice ones.
And, gentlemen, Dane Zorko, 9 disposals. It has nothing yet everything to do with Josh Dunkley coming to the club. Will Ashcroft being recruited. Cam Raider, Hugh all these guys. Zorko being released to play the pinch impact role.
Well, the beauty you have with Zorko is he's starting in the middle now, but you can use him at half forward, you can use him on the wing, half back. You put him anywhere really, and
they've never had the depth to be able to throw him around yet.
100%. That's exactly.
Scotty Clayton would always say you can never have enough good midfielders.
Yeah, and he's been one of the telling hands in Brisbane, establishing a 13-point lead in this first term. McInerney over the top of Darcy at centre bounce time, roved by Rayner. Hand pass to guess who? Touch 10 of the term for the Zork. His kick to half forward, though, is poor. Straight down the throat of O'Driscoll, who marks it for the Dockers. Chip pass to O'Meara. Hand pass to Hughes running off half back. He chips it to the wing where Walters takes the grab.
So Michael Walters, he hesitated. Umpire told him to play on, so he went backwards. Goes to centre wing on the Vulture Street side to Hughes. Hughes back to Walters, where we all began.
Just started in Sydney, by the way, between the Swans and the Giants. Call available on the ABC Listen app. Look for the ABC AFL Extra button.
Here at the Gabba, 13 points of margin. Lions lead. Walters to right half forward. Good kick. The lead from Amos was honoured. Good spoil from Jack Payne, though. The ball exited from the Brisbane Lions defence. Nicely rowed by Sarong. He's a talented young man. Got that ball back to Young. He dropped what he should have taken, put himself under pressure. Ended up getting it back. Handball back to Sarong. Then to O'Driscoll. His handball to Hughes was ill-directed. Connor McKenna got in there for Brisbane, took it over the boundary line at left half back, and we'll get a throw in.
There is too many hand passes. When you play against the side against Brisbane, they're not going to get 2-on-1. They're actually going to spread and be balanced. So it actually holds you up. At some point, like you're saying, Acker, you got to get the ball to boot.
Yeah, deeper kicks.
So the clouds becoming a bit more prominent here on a humid afternoon at the Gabba from the boundary throw-in. Brodie sharked the pack, but he handed straight back to McInerney of Brisbane. Thumps it to the wing. Walker first to meet it, though, for the Dockers. Nice in and away to get around Ashcroft. And kick Fremantle back into attack. Jackson flies. Got a hand. Roves his own crumb, having crashed the pack. Hand passes infield. No one there. Rich does the mopping up for Brisbane. Rushed exiting kick is marked by Dunkley, who got to the front of the two grappling big men. McInerney and Darcy were wrestling, and Dunkley read the drop to take the mark. He chips it to Zorko.
Here he is again.
Yeah. Takes the mark. Touch 11 for the term. Chips it to Wilmot. And Darcy Wilmot chips it around the boundary line to McCluggage, who marks in space and runs away from us on the members' wing. Takes a bat to half forward. Kicks inside 50. Leading out McCarthy. Couldn't take the mark under the spoil of Ryan. But Hipwood does the roving on his not-natural right. Hooks, but didn't curl it enough from 35. It's a point Brisbane 3-5-23, Fremantle 1-3-9, 14 points the lead to the locals.
That is some get and kick from the big
Great attack on the ball, wasn't it, from the big man?
Very nice.
And that's a kick out from fullback from Young. Found Walker. Walker outside defensive 50 now to centre half back to Sarong. He's got a man free up the corridor. It's Cox. He takes it. Walker kept running, received the handball, lowered the eyes and missed with the kick. Amos made the good lead and Jack Payne was the one who took it for Brisbane. His short pass, well, it was a free kick against Sarong to McLuggage, who got into his back, and McLuggage goes to his left. Daniel Rich slows things down. He's just forward of left half-back on the Vulture Street side of the ground. 14 points the margin, the Lions lead. Now Rich decides to target a left-foot pass to McLuggage right on the boundary line. At full stretch, McLuggage takes it and thinks, it's getting late in this first term, I'm having a breather. Running forward, Dunkley receives a 15-metre pass and then another one, barely the 15, to Rayner on the lead. Rayner sees a lead from Hipwood. It's a 1-on-3. It clears the pack. It was well roved by H. The handball was no look. Went to Schultz and then back to Hughes, who duly kicks it towards Sturt. Beautifully scored by Kadeem Coleman. Went over the boundary line at right half forward for the Lions and will be a throw-in.
Poor option from Rayner. He had two deep one-on-ones and he went to his great mate. I understand it Hipwood, but a poor option.
Yeah, three around him, Macca. Not long left in this first term. Boundary throw in left half back for the Dockers, right half forward for Brisbane. Rode by Brodie of Fremantle. Hand passes to Walker. Defensive hand pass to Hughes. He's in the left back pocket. A dangerous clearing kick is going to be caught by Wilmot right on the siren. Or just before, to be precise. I.e., he is entitled to his shot on goal. The mark has been paid. And Darcy Wilmot will line up after the quarter-time siren with Luke Ryan on the mark, 49 metres from goal. Now, we're still learning about this youngster, 19 years of age. He has kicked the 2 goals from the Northern Knights system and back him in. Let's see what he's got after quarter time here.
Very strong in the hips.
Wearing number 44.
Nigel Lappin.
Approaches and will hit it from 53. He hasn't got the journey or the accuracy. He's going to fall in the pocket about 5 metres short. Punched away by the Freo defence, so no further score in the first quarter at the Gabba. The first quarter where Brisbane had the better of it on the scoreboard and go to quarter time with a 14-point lead. Lions 3-5-23. Dockers 1-3-9. Goal kickers for Brisbane: Cameron, Gunston, McCarthy. Some of the regular contributors in the front six for Brisbane hitting the scoreboard early here. Jager O'Meara in his 150th AFL game, the only goal kicker for the Dockers. So that scoreline again: Brisbane 3-5-23, Fremantle 1-3-9. Game is just underway at the SCG. Swans taking on the Giants in the Sydney Derby. Greater Western Sydney's kicked the early goal there. Isaac Heaney's having a shot, though, as we speak, and he's missed it. So it remains Greater Western Sydney 1 straight 6 up against the Swans, 1 behind. ABC Listen app, AFL Extra button to hear the call of that game, and then throughout the afternoon, the Dogs and the Hawks at Docklands, the D's and the Kangas at the G, and the Eagles and the Blues over in Perth in the National Rugby League today. Sort of regional Saturday. There's 3 games to be played, 2 of them in regional venues. The afternoon game is about 45 minutes away in the Metropolis, greatest sporting centre of the universe that is Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. That's where Canberra's taking on the Dolphins today. And then Manly Warringah versus Gold Coast at Brookvale. And then in Bathurst, it's Penrith versus the Wests Tigers later on tonight. And there's a couple of Super Rugby Pacific games as well. One's just finished. The Auckland Blues have defeated the Fijian Ndrua by 30 points to 14, which means the game between Moana Pacifica and the Melbourne Rebels is not too far away. Also throughout the day, the Chiefs play the Crusaders. And in Brisbane later on tonight is the second Queensland versus Western Australian football game in the Queensland capital for the day, because the Reds will take on the Force. Quarter time here, Lions by 14 points. Hope you're enjoying Saturday footy on the national broadcaster with Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen. Rampaging Royce Laven and HG Nelson.
I note that some people don't use logbooks anymore.
What?
Yeah.
They don't know cos,
yeah,
sine,
cosine, cosine, cotan. They're all great.
Lodging on the blind side.
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
Royal Commission.
What happened to the logbook? I loved it. I used to open it up. Could we get Volandis to drag the logbook kicking and screaming back into our universities?
Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
The ball bounces nicely for Alex Pearce. Gives it now to Brayshaw. They should be away through Young, confronted by Cameron. Back to Jordan Clark, tackled off the ball now. Picked up by Charlie Cameron, 35 out. He's on the board again, Charlie.
Ash hands it back to his skipper. Pearce gives it back to Ace to O'Meara. All this in tight confines and turned over. Stolen by Cameron of Brisbane. Hands it to Bailey. Tips to the pocket to Gunston, who takes the mark. Gunston 2 steps infield, right foot snap. Punt is executed perfectly. For Gunston's first of the afternoon and Brisbane's second.
Darcy, the big man, puts the left slipper in. Payne did well. Did all the hard work, and then O'Meara ended up with the ball. Good contest. He handballed it to Jackson. Back to O'Meara from 45. The Dockers with a chance at their first. O'Meara gets it. Nice bit of play from the former Hawk and Gold Coast Sun. Zorko with gamesmanship and then follows it up with a clearance. Handball. Back to Wilmont. A floater towards the goal square. It bounces awkwardly. McCarthy roves. McCarthy goals.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the Gabba. Quentin Hull and the team in place for Saturday afternoon footy. Brisbane lead Fremantle by 14 points. Game underway at the SCG in the Derby. Greater Western Sydney with the early 2 goals there over the Swans, 1 behind. Your comments welcome on the text line 0437 774 774. M from Melbourne text, hi Q. We're fans of this Brizzy ABC team, thank you. Akka says it like it is. Comments are entertaining. My team not playing, but he's going for the Lions for Fagan, says M from Melbourne. Thank you. 0467920222. And you were doing lookalikes before, Akka, with our boundary umpire. He's gone from Bruce Willis to Jason Statham, and now Ruley from Adelaide says if we're doing lookalikes, Hipwood looks like Jim Carrey from the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
He does with the haircut. Absolutely does.
Not quite now, because he's in his late 50s now, Jim. One of the great Canadians. But
okay, there's the levity. What about the football? How did we get here after half an hour of footy?
Well, Whitey, I reckon we are onto something here. If you're Freo, wouldn't you be saying just let's fix up these forward entries because they're either too shallow or not deep enough? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, you see the handballs for the match.
78
to 30. So they're getting their hands on the ball. They're using it, but they're not breaking the lines. And then when they actually get out into space, they're not lowering their eyes. And Sonny Walters, he missed one, but he's had about 3 sat on his head. Now, he's not the tallest guy on the... So he's quick. So hit it out in the space. Let him. You dictate where the kick's going to go. Don't kick it on his head. Kick it out in his space so he can run onto it. Because no one's going to be able to chase him down. So if they can just fix that up a little bit, they'll be able to connect the dots a bit better.
Tall and short, I reckon. You get Jackson and maybe Walters or Jackson and Schultz. These guys who are crafty.
Individuals in the first term, Zorko finished with 11, Rich with 10, Sarong with 11 and Young with 10 for the Dockers. Inside 50s, Brisbane 19-9 in that first term.
Back into the middle, McInerney versus Darcy. It comes off the hands of McInerney. The clearance by young Will Ashcroft. It's an up and under towards centre-half forward. McCarthy promotes it into the forward 50. Walker too easily bumped out of the way by Charlie Cameron, but Freo will come away with the ball through Brayshaw. To the outer wing. Good spoiling effort came from Leicester. Well rode there with Wilmont, who gets it inside 50 for Brisbane again. The big fly, Charlie Cameron. Front and square, Joe Danaher roving. Tackled by 2. Barely got the ball away. Cameron got it. Battling for it there, Will Ashcroft. And then there's a pack of players. The umpire will come in and ball it up. About 20 metres from the Brisbane Lions goal in left forward pocket.
Oh, he got a good fly there, didn't he, Charlie?
Yeah,
It's exciting when he gets a run and jump.
Playing with a bit of freedom at the moment. Cameron, boundary throw in. Oh, sorry. Oh,
no!
Ashcroft from the boundary has put it on the outside of his boot. He was in row 1 and he's kicked a goal.
And in the air. In mid-air.
Jackie Chan.
I didn't give that justice at all. It was a ball up near the boundary in the pocket, tapped towards the boundary line, and Ashcroft had directed it from out of the air down to the outside of his right boot and has kicked a miraculous. That is the best goal at that end of the ground since Jason Ackerman has kicked the goal against Geelong all those years ago.
Do you think Charlie
I
Cameron...
reckon it's up there with yours, Acker.
It's up there.
Do you think Charlie Cameron ran over to him and said, hey, mate, you just beat me for goal of the year?
That is goal of the year.
Oh, wow.
We nearly missed it. It was heading towards the boundary, but Will Ashcroft in mid-air and in the air jumping, Brady kicked it through.
Outside of his right boot from the left forward pocket. Thank heavens that's a wobbly bounce and is recalled because we got a chance to just get oxygen back into our lungs. 4-5-29 to 1-3-9.
Not only has he got the Prince Charming from Shrek haircut, he has got the goal of the year wrapped up.
Now he's got the footy.
He's got the footy.
And
again from Dunkley, back to Ashcroft in the middle, to the run of Coleman with pace. He's tackled there by Swikowski, though. Lets loose the ball. Well done, Sarong, who went in and gathered it himself. Shot the handball back to Clark under pressure, though. Back to Swikowski. They're under pressure from the Lions. Tackling. Now it's with Ashcroft. They've turned it over, Freo. Now he's turned it over. O'Driscoll at left half back. He sees Luke Jackson. He kicks it over his head. No mean feat. At the back of that, Harris Andrews gathers laconically onto the right shoe. 40-metre pass. Finds Zach Bailey. He's 80 from goal. The crowd love it. Lateral pass goes to Will Ashcroft. 70 from goal. The runner's Neil. He gathers the handball. Then a no-look pass into the path of McCarthy. It bounced in front of him. Swikowski lets loose the ball. Picked up by Cameron. He palmed off his opponent. Shot a handball out. It's gathered by Gunston. He snapped. Oh, it's just hit the post. One behind. It's a little scrappy, but boy, there's some intensity in that forward 50. 30 plays 9, 21 points the margin. The Lions lead, 3 gone second term.
A lot going on down there. It's only a matter of time. Fremantle have got to be a bit better by foot, Jeff White.
Yeah.
Ryan with a very short kick into Walker, who marks in the right back pocket. Oh, he's kicked it into the man on the mark. It's Danaher. Can he pick it up? No, he tapped it to Cameron. Cameron weaves around one, chips to the corridor, misses its target. And a one-handed grab taken by Sarong. Very clever. Forward to full back. Kicks it to the wing. Switkowski takes the mark. Near the AFL logo at the edge of the centre square. Chips it wider and O'Driscoll takes the grab. 21 points the difference. Brisbane in front early second term. As O'Driscoll kicks it around the boundary line. Mark taken by Sturt. A youngster from the Dandenong Stingrays. Infield on the 45. It's a bit of a mongrel kick on the half volley at clean bowl. Sarong picked up by Neil of Brisbane. Watch out. Hand pass to Cameron, who's got some space to run. He doesn't gather. Walker's on his hammer. He's tripped. Ump says fair play. Walker wins the ball. Well done. Hand passes to Ryan running off half-back. Kick to the wing goes through the fingers of the leading Schultz. Out the back, Wilmot cleans up for Brisbane. Hand passes to Leicester. From the wing, a high kick back towards half-forward. Danaher plays spoiler. Ball to ground level. Numbers with the Dockers. Walker picks it up.
He shoots a handball out there to Banfield. Immediately tackled. He let loose the ball. Freo still have it, though. Ends up now with Walker. The run of Jordan Clark. The pass into the middle of the ground. The half volley attacking it from Starcevic was superb. Another one there at centre-half forward from Hipwood. It's become frenetic. The ball's stuck at the front of the centre square. The umpire will ball it up. Plenty of pressure going on. 22 inside 50s to 9 in favour of the Lions.
I don't think it's that slippery out there, but the ball is hard to grab for some reason.
A lot of pressure there. McInerney gets it down to Neil. The blind turn is beautiful in traffic. Got the kick towards the goal square. Off hands of Young. It was almost rode by Danaher. And now it's just going to be a contest. Link McCarthy tackled by Young and dumped into the ground. 35 out from the Lions goal directly in front. Lions by 21.
Mid-first term in Sydney. Giants 3 straight. Lead the Swans 1-2. McInerney with the tap down for Brisbane, but Young does the roving for Freo and puts a torpy downfield to get out of there. Middle of the ground, Jackson's got 2 to beat and can't. Andrews shepherds him away, so Starcevic picks up and kicks to the wing. Wilmot takes the mark on halfway. Chips it around the boundary line. Marked by McKenna, who's going to slow it down. So not a free-flowing entry coming up for Brisbane here, but a deep one nonetheless. McKenna with a long kick to the pocket. Cameron protects the drop but couldn't take the mark, having nudged Ryan away from the drop zone. But over the boundary line it goes. And a throw-in to take place where Will Ashcroft kicked one of the great goals you'll ever see a short time ago in that left-forward pocket to give Brisbane a 21-point lead.
His dad never did that, let me tell you.
Just about to say, that's not Gene Poole, that.
Here's the throw-in. The calm mind might, though. The clearance taken by Charlie Cameron. He's tackled off the ball. Dunkley couldn't quite pick it up now. It's with Sarong, 30 metres from goal. His handball towards the boundary line. Jared Berry over under, picked up there by McCarthy, tumbling it towards the boundary line and the behind post in the left forward pocket. And it will be a throw in.
The biggest difference with the kicks is that uncontested marks now at 33-24 in favour of Brisbane. So their ability to hold the ball and make distance towards their goals is the difference at the moment.
Throw in left forward pocket for Brisbane off hands of McInerney, taken by Zach Bailey, tumble it into the ground, and the umpire will come in and ball it up 20 metres out directly in front of the Lions' goal.
Tell you what, you know that the locals are going okay. When the Dockers are in town, it's an Arvo game. You nearly got 25,000 here. This would be one of the better rolled-ups for Brisbane v Freo at this venue. Stoppage, top of the goal square for the Brisbane's attacking. Neil with the handball, but straight to Cox of the Dockers. So he'll kick them to half-back. Andrews got to the front of the drop to spoil it down for Brisbane. Rode by Dunkley, given to the co-captain. Andrews chips to the pocket, and Bailey takes the mark in front of O'Meara, right on the boundary line. Won't go for goal. Kicks infield to Ashcroft, who marks it 40 metres out. 10 metres kinder in field at left half forward.
You think this would be far easier for Will Ashcroft to kick, but I'm not so sure. The Lions, I was going to say before they had this shot on goal, that they are going to get a goal here because the entries, the re-entries is coming out, it's going back in. Brisbane's got to take advantage of this.
Number 2 draft pick. Now with 4 goals in his first season. Ashcroft with a bit of stuttering approach on the right boot, but he slammed it through. Oh, forget the perfect approach. He just knew how to hit it. And he struck it confidently. 2 goals in the term for Ashcroft. And early warning signs for Fremantle in Brisbane. 8 minutes played second term. The Lions have kicked the last 3 and lead it by 27 points at 5-6, 36-139. Jeff White and Jason Ackerman.
And you were talking about him starting on the bench, the depth that they have in the midfield. He's been able to just come in now in the second quarter. Part and parcel there in the first quarter, and Zorko is taking most of the bulk of the effort, but now starting the second quarter, look what Ashcroft's done and kicked too.
And the other thing too is he had a really quiet game last week with Ashcroft. Didn't play overly well, was out of the play a lot. This week starts on the bench, a little bit of a hey son, this is big time. You've got to perform every week. And look, he's come on and he's playing terrific in the second quarter.
So it's the Lions by 27 points, a game high here in the second quarter.
Good bounce.
It was a good bounce. McInerney slapped it 20 metres forward into the hands of Ashcroft. He's bumped off the ball, though. Picked up by Young for the Dockers. That's a spearing ball. And Aish picks it up, delivers it to the 50-metre arc, and it's Witkowski who takes the mark. It was a beautiful pass.
But he lowered his eyes there.
Yeah.
Pricey.
Amazing.
What happens when they actually connect with the midfielders and the forward line? So Witkowski's going to have a shot from 50, but he's only a slight angle to the left.
Well, he had Sturt coming straight at him as well. I'm pretty sure the pass was meant for Sturt. That said, it's still a better pass.
Sam Witkowski comes in this week. From 50. He struck it well.
That's a goal.
That is a very good goal. The Dockers get their second. 5-6-36 the Lions. The Dockers 2-3-15, back to a 21-point margin.
On the SMS message from Dave in South Freo, it says, kicking the ball on our small forward's head has happened for years. When our big guys get hands on it, they drop it. Why don't we grubber it into the forward line and let the small forwards go to work? Thanks, David, for your message. 0437 774 774 to get in touch.
It is the quality of your midfield, though. But look at the pass to Aish, and then the Aish's pass was good. So 2 good kicks as opposed to last quarter where they couldn't get one going inside forward 50.
Yeah. And you see why the clubs invest the time in those players in the half-back line. Look at Rich and Coleman on the back line. They're beautiful users of the footy, so they're able to break the lines, but they're good decision-makers, and that's what you need in every club, and that's what Freo needs to focus on right now.
And they needed that goal to break a run of 3 for Brisbane. Centre bounce. Sarong with the clearance for the Dockers at ground level. Hand pass to Brodie. Kick inside 50 to a pack. No mark. Ricochets to ground level and Zorko's first to meter for Brisbane. He does the roving. Hand passes to Coleman. Kick to the wing. And it's been marked by Clark. Clark of the Dockers. Outmarking McCluggage. Gives it to Johnson. Johnson's kick to half forward. Marked by Sarong just beyond his distance. About 70 metres out at right half forward. And a slow entry coming up. Sarong kicks it to the pocket. And Starcevic gets to the front of the pack to mark it for Brisbane. So it's the Lions ball. He kicks it across the face of goal. Berry allows it to bounce, gathers, and then kicks it out on the full. Poor kick. Docker's about to go back into attack. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Bill Ashcroft's only played 7 games. When he came from the field just then, there was a big crowd roar for him. So just a sign how much the Brisbane Lions faithful already love their young star.
Yeah, family name's got 320-plus games in the bank of credits, I think.
Just for the record, he does look like his mum.
Yeah, he does. 100%.
Ball's kicked inside 50. Oh, Jack Payne standing tall in that pack. Big man from Noosa takes it in front of the goal square and in front of a frustrated Bailey Banfield. He wants to play on. He arcs right. It's a long kick towards Hipwood. Hipwood spoiled by Cox. Front and square Hughes, and then Brayshaw came in. Went backwards by hand to Cox, who ambles backwards and gives it to Will Brodie, who goes even further backwards and then kicks it an awful 5 metre up and under back towards Brayshaw, who kicks it 30 metres backwards to go back to Cox at left half back. As uninspiring footy as I have seen, well, for quite a while. Brendan Cox.
Well, since last week.
At left half back. He lowers the eyes. The lead was from Walters. That was good, and it was honoured. And Walters has the ball. Handball to the run of Young, who has a bounce.
On the wing. Looks forward and kicks deep with a left boot to a one-on-one in the pocket. Rich in the hole against Sturt, but Sturt reads the drop and takes a chest mark in the pocket. Nice deep entry.
A little bit better from Freo there. I know you're saying they're going backwards there, Pricey, but at least they're trying to keep possession. They have a little bit of patience.
Yeah, and that's the whole point, the holding possession. That's not the deepest entry, mind you, but that Sturt just looked like he had to sit. Danny Rich, it's always been the one thing he's struggled with. If he doesn't get a run and jump at it, just going back a little bit with the flight.
40 metres out, 10 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. Important kick for Sam Sturt. Looking to make it 2 in a row for the Dockers. Left foot strikes, a really good effort. Just across the face, though, and 8 behind. 20 the diff at 5-6 to 2 goals 4. Meanwhile, in Sydney, still first term there. Giants 3-1-19, leading the Swans 1-2-8.
Be a cracking game, that one.
Here at the Gabba, 20 points the margin. The Lions lead. Payne from the left back pocket tries to go long. There was a lead towards Wilmont, and it was fisted over the boundary line. The Freo defence got there.
That's the either take the mark, and that's the deliberate out of bounds I was talking about. If the AFL want to keep the ball in, why do you allow players just to fist it over the boundary?
Well, so Driscoll had got there and just fisted it over. He did well, but
had to sit.
Aiden Young as well, been really good in defence over there with him. There's a whistle on play here. The umpire said that the jumper has been grabbed. A big Oscar McInerney, and that's a fair fistful of material on that 6'10" frame of his as he, from left half back, goes long, beyond the wing. Big pack, Hipwood dealt with at the back of that, was well rowed by Zork. Kicks it forward under enormous amount of pressure. It's going to be a free kick. It'll go back to the Magician for a high shot. He wouldn't have drawn that at all, would he? He hasn't gone up from his knees yet.
No, he got driven into the ground.
Let's get
tackle.
Hang on, Jess is there.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like it was one of those kind of dangerous tackles just at first glance.
Just having a look at it, guys, and Zorko's on his haunches. The umpires come in. Both trainers are there, and he's a little bit on the wobbly boot as he gets up.
Oh, dear. Now
the umpire's going to promote this forward as well, so it's going to be 50 metres, and Zorko will be brought up to about 20 from goal on a slight angle to the left.
So Matt Johnson is the offender, and he'd be lucky to escape sanction for that at first, and second looks.
So this is when the physio will look at it or the doctor will look at it on the bench to see if they need to.
The question is, I don't know why Zork's allowed to kick this.
He's going to line up, though. From 20 metres out, Zorko hooks it around the body and misses wildly to the left. Now, I agree with you, Koo. After a head knock, he either takes it or goes off the field.
So he shouldn't be going for head injury assessment now if he's taken that kick.
Yeah.
He should have gone off the ground.
Because on replay, that was quite a big knock to the head on the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it was more of a forearm, accidentally, sort of in the side of the chops.
So that's a point. 5-7 plays 2 goals 4, 21 points the difference, and the Dockers can't exit from the boundary, from the restart again. Went to half-back entry from Zorko, who must be okay. He's kicked it to Hipwood.
He looked real quick then.
He's down on his knee, though. Jess?
Yeah, he's still kind of bent over on his haunches. The doctor is up and standing on the boundary line, kind of walking back towards Zorko. He's now down on his haunches, if that makes sense. So he's clearly bothered by it. It was quite a heavy hit right in front of me, if that makes sense. I'll just let you call this Eric Hipwood shot.
Yeah, he's kicking it slightly to the left, 45 metres out. Hipwood slams it high and deep and straight. Great finish from Eric Hipwood. That is his first goal of the afternoon, and back to that equal game high lead of 27 points for Brisbane at 6-7-43 to 2-4-16, Jess.
Ironically, Eric Hipwood, what does he do? He runs straight to Dane Zorko and taps him on the back of the head. But the doctor is out there now with Dane Zorko and talking to him as we speak. What I was trying to mention to you before is something is bothering Charlie Cameron at the moment as well. He spent a fair bit of time with that first quarter actually on the bench, and just before, he's gone back on at the moment as well, but he ran straight down to the change rooms that are just behind the bench as well when he came off as well before. So there's something that's bothering Charlie at the moment as well. I'm not sure quite what that is, but Dane Zorko is still with the doctors at the moment. It looks like they're doing an on-field assessment with him.
Very interesting. I agree with you there, Q.
Maybe I spent too much time watching the league and the way they've cracked down on it, but
it's happening worldwide in sport.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that. And you've got to be protective of the cranium.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't let him play the ball in that scenario.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Back into the middle here at the Gabba, though. Danaher versus Jackson. It works in the favour of Jackson, and then Sarong tumbles it towards left half forward. Well battled there by Harris Andrews to get his hand to it, but it lands in the arms of Sturt. He gets corralled, goes outside, attacking 50, gets the handball back to Schultz. He tumbles it inside 50, and well read by Daniel Rich for the Brisbane Lions, who escapes his opponent, takes a chest mark, and he's in the right back pocket. He's looking left. He's looking back up the line there, and he's going to end up using his long left foot to go just short of centre wing. Dunkley the target. Good mark, Will Brodie. The former son on top of the back of Josh Dunkley. He kicks it to the pocket. Well read there by both defenders in Kadeen Coleman and Daniel Rich. They conspire to fist it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Jess Stewart's down there.
Doctor came straight to the bench and looked straight at all the important people and did a big thumbs up. So obviously he's comfortable that Dane Zorko is okay to keep going on.
Thanks, Jess Stewart. The eagle eye from the boundary. 27 points the lead to Brisbane. 19 played second term. Shallow throw in. Jackson taps it back over the line of play. Now that's your man,
Jason Statham. Come on, man.
He's not tough guy in an action movie with that boundary.
Come in a bit if you can't throw it more than 5 metres. Fair dinkum.
Hit the James.
It's
do something.
Unbelievable. It's been a problem here.
Or kick it in.
That's a better one. Deeper throw in the pocket for the Dockers. Jackson flips it out the back, roved by Schultz, who has a snap. And it won't have the penetration to get to the goal line. 2-on-2 in the pocket, drops short. O'Meara a chance. Got tackled under the pressure of Leicester. And the ball is over the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
It's a really important time of the game right now. Freo get one, a little bit of momentum swinging their way, but, geez,
yeah.
The 20-minute mark of the second quarter goes down the other end and Lions kick a goal.
Throw in right forward pocket for Freo. Oh, beautifully rove there. And it was flying. Was it Jordan Clark who came through?
I think it was.
Stirred it was. But he got dealt with. He got belted. As soon as he got his foot to ball, it went wide of the goalpost anyway for a behind. But he was flying through. 43 plays, 17, a 26-point margin as Kadeen Coleman brings it back in for Brisbane.
Gets it to halfway. There's a line down in back play, flat on his back. Wilmot on the wing, kicks it to half forward. Dunkley gathers on the bounce, kicks to the corridor when McKenna will mark.
I'll keep an eye on that, Keith.
No, that's...
He's winded.
No, he had a knee in the back.
Trainer's calling for immediate assessment.
McCarthy?
No, McCarthy, yeah. It was Brodie was going for the mark, put his knee right in his back.
So links in strife about 80 metres away from where Connor McKenna's going to have a shot at goal. McCarthy's now up and trying to limp to the bench.
Oh, he's in pain.
So McKenna went home and fulfilled his dream of winning the All-Ireland for County Tyrone, now back in the AFL. Just to the right of centre. Will kick from 45 metres out with the orange boots. Strikes it beautifully. Grew up with a round ball, play with an oblong one. Why not? What a beautiful finish from a man who did not grow up with a Sharon in his backyard. 32 points is the lead to Brisbane at 7-7, 49 to 2-5-17. Jess, you've been busy this term.
I have. Sam Sturt obviously came to the bench as well for the Dockers in a bit of discomfort. He's pointing to the left side around that kind of kidney area at the moment as well, talking to the doctor. So he managed to make his way, and that's as Link McCarthy came as well after that heavy collision.
And the songs, the one thing I will give the marketing department a rap for the songs, Ronan Keating for the Irishman. Well done. Life's a roller coaster.
Almost looks like him without blonde.
I'm still blown away by Eric Hipwood getting the Angels, by the way. Here we go.
Game's getting dangerous with the Dockers here.
32 points the margin. It's a game high and looking ugly. 22 gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL. Back into the middle of the Gabba. Swikowski's the one who gets he doesn't get the clearance. He gets belted by Lockie Neal. Put into the Gabba turf, so the umpire has to come in and have a secondary throw up. Darcy wins it. Gets it down to Will Brodie. Off a step. He tumbles it towards centre half forward and beautifully read by the veteran. The man who breaks glass in case of emergency. It's Ryan Lester. Gets it now to Zorko. Under a lot of pressure. Goes to left half back. McKenna just chips it forward just deftly to Paul Bailey. He feigned to go with the handball and then went back towards half, back towards Zorko. Oh. He went laterally, dangerously, just evades the outstretched arm of Luke Jackson and finds Harris Andrews, who comes towards the broadcast wing. Darcy Wilmot, approached by Sarong. Call that a 7-iron towards Kadeen Coleman, just beyond the wing, and Will Ashcroft leading. Kick mark, not a problem for Brisbane. Ashcroft to Hipwood. From 70, he curls it towards the top of the square. The big fly came off hands, rove by Bailey through traffic outside of the right foot, and it's wide, and very wide. It's out of bounds on the full.
That's our only contested marking. I'm talking about Kira, the ability to hold possession, just make ground, and just they're defending. They're just saying Brisbane's just saying to.
Yeah, happy to play the.
Yep, you got to defend us.
Degustation menu down the members' wing, bite it off in small pieces.
Yep.
As Young inbounds from the right back pocket to a big pack. Oh, it's ricocheted back to Neal of Brisbane. From 50, he tumbles back from whence it came. We'll do it all again. It's like we can erase that 15 seconds of footy. Young, it's now Cox kicking it in. Neal's kicked it out in the full. Cox, though, chips it short. Hughes takes the grab. Dockers have only kicked a goal in either term so far, trailing by 32 points as the exit from defensive 50
free kick
leads to a free kick for Alex Pearce, who was held on to by Eric Hipwood. So the Dockers skipper will try and negotiate a way forward from left half back. He slams it on his right boot to a contest on the wing, a non-contest on the wing. Daniel Rich to the drop. What's he doing marking uncontested? He's on halfway, kicks it back into attack. Danaher uses his body to protect the drop. It's out the back of the pack. Trouble. Good tackle from Cameron on Hughes. Roving is Bailey. Bailey runs to the open goal and kicks another goal for Brisbane. 38 points the lead now for the Lions. At 8 goals 7, 55 to 2-5-17 as Zach Bailey adds his name to the Brisbane goal kickers list.
The biggest notice that I've recognised today is that when Brisbane's got the ball on the half-back line, those guys that are running the 45s, if they're running into that space and they've got someone, they're coming back out, then they're allowing someone else to. That play there where Pearce had the ball on the half-back line, no one in between the arcs was moving for Freo. It was stand still. He's got no other options. Kick it long. Rich marks it, bang, whooshka.
Yeah.
It's really, they're playing a really stagnant style of play at the moment, Freo, and they're sort of shooting themselves in the foot. They're not working for each other. No one's working in between the arcs.
Yeah, the conditions, they're not used to this, so this is where Brisbane's got to take advantage, late in quarters.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, your company on Grandstand AFL. Meanwhile, it's quarter time at the SCG, GWS 4-1-25, Sydney 3-2-20.
Brisbane by a game high 38 points at the moment. The clearance from Freo, though, back into the middle. Taken by Johnson. Got the handball out to O'Meara. It flicked on to Sarong, who sees a man in Brayshaw at left half forward. He takes the mark in front of Jack Payne for Brisbane, and Brayshaw looks forward.
This is the test here.
Well, there's so many Brisbane players in defence. They've set up well. Long kick towards the pocket. Jackson at the back of the pack. Well rowed by Switkowski. Couldn't quite get away with the ball. He was under pressure from Starcevic, and it went over the boundary line about 30 metres out. Left forward pocket for Freo. They've only scored the 2 goals.
Here he is.
Well, who's
Jason Statham?
Jason Statham, the boundary umpire. He's one of our favourites. Throws it in. Darcy in the front position. McInerney got it down. Ashcroft led the charge to the ball. He's tackled there by Michael Walters. Ball stuck underneath him, and the umpire will ball it up more or less adjacent to the left behind post.
Switkowski, where do you reckon that's from? Do you reckon it's Russian or is it Polish?
I'd say to be Eastern Europe. Polish usually. That's punched through for a behind you. If he was probably of that part of the world, it'd be Switkowski, but he's a Switkowski. That's punched through from the stoppage for a rush behind. Another score to the Dockers, 2-6-18 to 8-7-55. Brisbane's lead 37 as Rich can stroll, and I mean it, stroll to the pocket, uncontested, and kick it down the throat of Dunkley at left half back. His chip around the boundary line looking for McCluggage. McCluggage can't mark. Offhands and out of play. Where was the pressure on Dan Rich?
No pressure. That's the problem. They look a little bit gassed late in the second quarter here. The weather is affecting them, the humidity.
And McCluggage takes that. They're on again, but there's no one pressing up.
Yeah.
Throw in on the outer wing. Jackson against McInerney. Jackson gets it down, but sharked by Neil. Handball back to Ashcroft. Under pressure, he tumbles it towards the wing. Well played by Aish into the hands of Sarong, who kicks it into the path of Darcy. Spoiled by Harris Andrews for Brisbane. Darcy did well to back up and rove it himself. Got the handball to O'Meara. Tell you what, O'Meara handballed it to Switkowski or Switkowski, depending on which part of
free kick.
Yeah, he's a Switkowski.
That'll do. He's at right half forward. He's right on the boundary line. He'll get a free kick because he was dealt with illegally by Daniel Rich. The crowd didn't like it. He's 70 metres from goal. His right leg's on the boundary. Not a lot of movement. He's got Young moving laterally for him. And he just holds onto the ball until he sees something he likes. He doesn't like much at the moment. He pops it up. Kadeem Coleman he moved in front of the pack. I think the kick was aiming for Sean Darcy, but Kadeem Coleman burst in front. And then he was called to play on because he moved off the mark. He was tackled by Brayshaw. He got pinged for holding the ball. I don't even think he was aware he needed to play on.
I don't even think he did play. I know
he turned left.
He turned, but was he off the line?
The umpire's called play on. He was off the line, so Brayshaw's laid the tackle. We'll get a free kick, 20 out, slight angle to the right.
Well, he did set the mark for Coleman, so then he's come off that line. So
Brayshaw leans back and kicks another one for Freo. Livens up the crowd a bit. 8-7-55, plays 3-6-24. Back to a 31-point margin. They needed that. 29 minutes gone, second term.
Well, that's a gift. Very poor there. Kitty mustn't have heard it. He did have lots of options. You could see here on the replay.
He took a step. Yeah. Fair enough too.
He definitely took a few steps. And he should have gone a bit earlier, but there was players in the restricted area. No, it's just a...
How are you at that greatest of disciplines, Jason, of play the whistle?
Well, don't worry about the whistle. Forget it. That's what I always thought.
Leading question?
Yeah, that's why.
Not buying?
Hardly got any free kicks.
Jason,
that's why I won at Brownlow.
Right.
You've got to be mates with the umpires.
Earlier in your career?
It was my whole career.
Ball thrown up in the middle, 31, the diff. Continuing overcast and humid conditions on this Saturday. McCluggage does the raving for Brisbane at the foot of the big man. Kicks them inside, 50 off hands. Half a chance for Ryan for the Dockers. He lost it, stolen by McCarthy. Under pressure, gets a handball free. Doesn't create much. Players pile in on attacking 50 for Brisbane. And the ump's going to come in and sort it out. With the ball up. It was Brisbane by 14 points at quarter time, 31 the diff now. They've kicked 5 goals to 2 in this term, the locals. Neil with the clearance, hand pass to Bailey, 50 out, hands it back to Neil. Left half forward, going backwards, he chips it to Coleman, 70 from goal. Setting up this forward entry, short pass to Rich, watch out. Bam Bam is in range with the man on the mark, 52 from goal. And listen to the crowd acknowledge it. Rising star winner 14 years ago, came from the west with his booming left boot. He won't go for goal. He went for the top of the goal square and Link McCarthy gave away a free kick by
an
unrealistic attempt to mark. Where was Bam Bam's big boom?
I think he was trying to guide that to McCarthy. He saw him coming, but...
Team player.
Link thought he was taking a shoulder ride, but anyway. Kick towards your shorter centre wing. Harris Andrews off his hands. Nicely contested there by Brayshaw, who takes it over the boundary line. In front of the Lions bench, who are saying that there's only about 30 seconds to go.
Both teams have got the 30. One's got them in yellow, one's got it in white.
Well, 30 for 30. Good series of docos if you ever want to have a look at them. Throw in.
Extremely good.
Darcy moves in front of McInerney. McInerney slaps it back towards the boundary line. Towed off the deck there by Johnson. Well picked up by Jackson, but he's tackled over the boundary line by Daniel Rich, and we'll get another throw in just forward of centre wing.
The Lions do not want to get a goal kicked on them.
Yeah.
They definitely do not. They want to get it, shut it down, or have a score themselves.
21 seconds left. And just seeing some vision from the SCG. Tommy Papley's limping with what looks like an ankle injury there. More details as we get to the break. Boundary thrown on the outer side. Aish over the top of the football. Nudges it to Johnson. Hand pass defensively. Those Schultz is there to give it to Hughes. By hand back to Johnson, just forward of right half back. Hands to O'Meara. Hands it back to Ryan. Where's the creativity? Here it is. A kick, but right on half time. And a dominant quarter from the locals to extend their lead from 14 at quarter time to now 31 points at half time. Brisbane in that term kicking 5 goals 2 to Fremantle's 2 goals 3. It's the Lions 8-7-55 to Fremantle's 3-6-24. Will Ashcroft kick 2 goals in that quarter? One which I'm sort of, you know, when you have those moments, you think, gee, I wish I could have called that better. And I'm thinking,
I never have those.
There's no way I could have done justice with calling that goal anyway.
I apologise because all I could, I just had the
kicked it out of the air with a reverse side of his boot.
I was yelling. I wasn't even calling. I didn't even realise my mic was on, so I apologise. But there was such a freakish goal
on
the back of Charlie Cameron's freak goal from last week.
So I'm channeling colleague Brett Sprigg, who's working at the moment. He was admonishing himself for not calling the Charlie Cameron goal that well in Canberra last week. Well, I reckon I've one-upped him because he did a better job on the Cameron goal than I did on the Ashcroft goal. Anyway, 2 for Will Ashcroft. Singles to McCarthy, Gunston, Cameron, McKenna, Hipwood and Bailey. The singles for the Dockers to O'Meara, Switkowski and Brayshaw. Early stages second term in Sydney. 4 points the diff there. Greater Western Sydney 5-1-31 to the Swans 4-3-23. Before our regular half-time commitments, a chance for Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White to tell you how we have got to this state of affairs, which, repeating, is a 31-point lead for the locals at half-time.
Oh, they're just saying on Twitter there that Daniel Wells vibes. It was.
Yeah, it was the Jackie Chan goal. But on the angle, Jace.
No, that's...
rainy day, in the pocket. You were playing Geelong?
Yeah, it was the other pocket. But that Jackie Chan was outstanding. No one expected it because it's just a goal you don't expect him to kick. I tell you, you'll be more excited next time he's running towards the boundary on that side and he's got the ball. You'll be like, Ashcroft... He just shows you the growth and the skill of the man.
But the funny thing about that is if he grabs the ball and goes over the line, there could be the potential that that's deliberate. Mm-hmm. So he's had to try and keep it in play, right? And then anyway, we go back to the game. Back to the game. We spoke about this through the second quarter. Just the uncontested footy, the ability for Brisbane to hold the ball, be able to work, get those little chip up kicks, make yardage down the ground, and then be able to kick it deep inside forward 50. Then they know they're confident. A lot of teams these days, if they've got a really good structured forward line, particularly with Cameron, McCartney, Will Ashcroft's been down there, Zorko, they've got the big timber in the air to bring it to ground. They're really confident to keep it inside their forward 50. And you were saying the Lions got it inside their forward 50 here. Freo can't get it out, and that's exactly what they're doing. Then it goes back, they win possession again, and they chip around. Freo just get the ball, and they've got no options. There's no work between the arcs. No one's willing to take those sacrifices, that unrewarded running, take men out of the space, create other space. They're just not working for each other at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw the first quarter how much they were over-possessing with the hands, and we talked about just getting better entries. At times they did, Fremantle. At times they did, and then they got a free goal, probably Kitty Coleman's error, not obviously getting caught holding the ball, except outside of that. If they could just get this handball to kick ratio and the forward entries, they can get back in the game. But you're playing Brisbane in Brisbane, it's humid, they know these conditions, they're a very good pressure team, and they've got the best forward line in the comp and arguably the best midfield, and the depth of the midfield. You just can't go and think that you're just going to win it by playing something else, some other brand of footy that you're not used to. So we'll see what happens in the second half.
And have we seen Freo in the back have any intercept marks? No, there's no intercept mark. Yes. they're not ability, like Pearce, I don't think he's taken one. The ability to come off their man and help each other and take those marks and just stop that momentum is not happening.
Good on you, Jeff. Thanks, Akka. 31 points, the lead for Brisbane at half-time. Repeating the scoreline, 8-7-55 to 3-6-24. The game in Sydney is about half an hour behind this one, so their early stages second term there. And it's Greater Western Sydney 7-1-43 leading the Swans 4-3-27. Call of that available on the ABC Listen app. Look for the red and blue AFL Extra button. To come later on today, the Dogs versus the Hawks, the D's versus the Kangas, and the Eagles versus the Blues. Your comments are welcome via the text line. The way to get in touch on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. The first of the three games in the National Rugby League today. Canberra and the Dolphins in Wagga. That's about to get underway. But the Rebels are in action against Moana Pacifica in Super Rugby Pacific. Earlier today, the Auckland Blues beat Fiji 30-14. And 20 minutes in, the Rebels 12 leading Moana Pacifica 0. Half-time at the Gabba, 31 points the diff in favour of the Lions. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday with us on Grandstand AFL. We'll be back after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has officially announced $240 million in federal funding to be poured into a new stadium for Hobart's Macquarie Point. Loretta Lohberger reports.
Alongside Tasmania's Liberal Premier Jeremy Rockliff, Mr Albanese made the announcement this morning.
What this project will be is a very significant project that will lift up Tasmania.
The AFL has made a new stadium a condition of Tasmania entering the National League. Tasmanian Greens leader Cassie O'Connor says the federal government has betrayed the Tasmanian people.
They want homes and a functioning health system.
The Tasmanian government says it'll come up with a new plan for Macquarie and Regatta Points, which will include housing.
The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners is supporting National Cabinet's $2 billion plan to strengthen Medicare. It includes hiring more nurses and incentives for doctors to run practices for extended hours. The college's South Australian president, Dr. Shan Goodson, says increased funding for primary care is much needed.
Extra investment in primary care is great, and greater support for general practice in general is the key to relieving the strain on the whole health system. This doesn't necessarily mean more bulk billing. We haven't had any detail yet on whether the bulk billing incentive will be raised. We're hoping we might hear some news from that when the budget comes out.
Hundreds of people have gathered at Victoria Square in Adelaide to support the Yes vote for an Indigenous voice to Parliament. It's a feature of the annual May Day march by South Australian unions and the ACTU. ACTU President Michelle O'Neill says there's nothing complicated about establishing an Indigenous voice to Parliament.
And I'm also incredibly proud today to be part of the union movement putting its shoulder to the wheel to support the yes vote in the referendum. We know this is a moment which is about unity, about bringing together Australians for something that is long overdue.
An extended ceasefire in Sudan appears to have broken down, with heavy fighting reported there. Clashes between rival military factions have killed more than 500 people and wounded another 2,000 in the past fortnight. The World Health Organization's Regional Emergency Director, Dr. Richard Brennan, says the fighting has had a big impact on the country's health services.
It's been extremely difficult to resupply the hospitals and clinics. We've been able to confirm at least 28 attacks on healthcare. Military forces now are occupying a couple of hospitals. They're now occupying the Central Public Health Laboratory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has paid tribute to a mother and daughter killed in a Russian airstrike. They were among 25 people killed in the latest barrage of Russian missiles, which included the first attack on the capital Kyiv in 2 months. Mr. Zelensky says Ukraine is determined to free its people.
All that is needed to give safety to our towns, our villages, both in the back country and on the front line. The return of security to our people, who are sadly on occupied territories, albeit temporarily.
Italy has reversed a ban on the online chatbot ChatGPT. The BBC's Shona McCallum with the details.
At the start of April, the Italian Data Protection Authority raised concerns about ChatGPT, saying there hadn't been proper checks on the age of users who are supposed to be over 13 years old. Italy was the first Western country to ban the AI model, which, since its release last year, has seen millions of people use it across the world. OpenAI, which is backed by Microsoft, says its privacy policy is now accessible to people before they register for ChatGPT, and there is a new tool to verify the age of users.
An elderly pedestrian has died in a possible hit-and-run crash in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Police found the man lying in the street at Rushcutters Bay with a head injury. He was taken to St Vincent's Hospital in a critical condition but later died. King's Cross Police Acting Inspector Nathan Vedder is urging anyone who witnessed what happened to come forward.
We'd also particularly like to know what the gentleman's movements were leading up to him being found in the gutter. So if there was anyone in or around the area at that time who may have seen this 77-year-old gentleman, to contact police.
And Queensland Police have charged a man over a drug bust on the Gold Coast. A Pantech truck driven from Melbourne was intercepted at Elanor yesterday. It was carrying up to 136 kilograms of cannabis in vacuum-sealed bags hidden behind palm trees in pots. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
ABC Listen. It's hard not to love Bluey. Whatever your age, it's the biggest little show on earth. Yeah! But have you ever wondered what goes into making an episode? Well, there's a new podcast called Behind Bluey that takes you right behind the scenes. Each week you'll hear from the show's creator, Joe Brum, and his creative team, explaining exactly how all the magic is made. The new podcast, Behind Bluey, only on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Boundary throw-in. Oh,
no!
Ashcroft from the boundary has put it on the outside of his boot. He was in row one and he's kicked a goal.
And in the air.
Oh.
In the air.
Jackie Chan.
Daniel reached to the drop. What's he doing marking uncontested? He's on halfway, kicks it back into attack. Danaher uses his body to protect the drop. It's out the back of the pack. Trouble. Good tackle from Cameron on Hughes. Probing is Bailey. Bailey runs to the open goal and kicks another goal for Brisbane.
But he pops it up. Kadeem Coleman he moved in front of the pack. I think the kick was aiming for Sean Darcy, but Kadeem Coleman burst in front. And then he was called to play on because he moved off the mark. He was tackled by Brayshaw. He got pinged for holding the ball. I don't even think he was aware he needed to play on. Brayshaw leans back and kicks another one for Freo.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
And as ever, keen to hear from you on this Saturday of football. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Quentin Hull and the team at the Gabba. Oz kickers out in the middle of this esteemed and hallowed turf as the two teams are taking a break. It's the Lions by 31 points. Brisbane 8-7-55 to Fremantle's 3-6-24. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch on the text line. SCG halfway through the second term, 10 points the diff there in favour of Greater Western Sydney. The Giants 8-1-49 lead the Swans 6-3-39. Here, the Lions by 14 points at quarter time by 31 now. They kicked 3-5 in the first term and 5 goals, 2 in the second. The Dockers 1 goal in the first term, just the 2 in the second quarter. Chance to have a look at some of the individual numbers. Dane Zorko with 16 disposals for Brisbane. Lachie Neale has 15. Daniel Rich 14. Will Ashcroft 12, including 2 goals. One of them, an unbelievable goal from the left forward pocket. Josh Dunkley with 11. Leading the way for the Dockers individually, Caleb Sarong with 20. Young 16, Johnson 13, Brodie 13 and 12 each for Clark and Brayshaw. Overall, Fremantle's had the ball as far as disposals 25 more times, 201 to 176. Now, how's that kick to handball ratio looking? Fremantle 106 handballs to Brisbane's 57. Interesting. Contested possession. Brizzy winning that by 10 at 75-65. Handball received. Fremantle 86 handball receives to 36. Clearances +2 to Brisbane. Inside 50s +15 to Brisbane at 34-19. So Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, a little bit of a storyline there of the stats outside of what the scoreboard is telling us on how the game's being played.
Definitely. And the other thing too, Will Ashcroft had 2 possessions after quarter time, and then now he's got 12. So big second quarter. As we mentioned, Whitey, they were trying to go through the corridor, linking up with hands. That was definitely on display early. They've changed it up a bit, but now they're struggling late in the quarter to even get that going. Even a kick mark handball, they can't even get that going because they've run out a bit of gas. That said, it's going to be an interesting second half to what are they going to do, Fremantle, because there's always been about this, the handball ratios to kicks and then the inside forward 50s.
Yeah, but with the handball, in close, in tight, you actually using up a lot of energy, just, ring a rosy sort of as it goes. But as I called through there, the biggest difference I can see, and because of the humidity, because of the running around, but there's 55 uncontested marks to 35, so there's a 20 plus difference in favour of Brisbane, and that's the ability to get the ball, be able to chip, own the possession, move it along, and then the ability to then pull the trigger and kick it inside forward 50. It's a big difference, style difference from when you're watching the game here. That Fremantle in between the arcs, and this is what we're trying to give it to the listeners, is there's no movement. They're just, Luke Jackson's going to be he's going to be your bail-out kick. He's the one that's got to put his hands up. But you've got to have the midfielders moving. You've got to have some sort of movement. You've got to create, and you've got to get Brisbane to defend. That's what Brisbane's doing to Freo. Hey, you defend us. We're going to chip. You keep defending us. We're going to wear you down, and then we're going to be able to get inside forward 50. So Freo's really got to change that mindset. Yeah, you can do all your hands and all that sort of stuff, but you're not going to get and hit your target with feet. It's going to come back in your face straight away. So you've got to have that balance, don't they?
So we see the Brisbaneers, they've just come out. So has Fremantle. The umpires have come on. The Oz kickers are going off. But I think the one guy I want to see kick some goals, because I love when he kicks goals at the Gabba. He's had a couple of quiet weeks outside of home, is Cam Rayner. Cam is looking lively. He's getting his hands on the ball. Outside of that, you expect Lachie Neale to be playing well against his old team. Danny Rich is getting a stack of the ball. Dunkley's doing his bit. We've got Oscar is dominating the hit-outs when he can, 18. I think Darcy's got 15. And even, I think they're a better side when Joey Danaher goes up into the midfield. But that said, he's not getting a lot of the ball. Remember last game here, he had like 22 or 24 touches. And that's the other part of his game that I do like when he does that, Joey. He's got 3 touches for today, hasn't kicked a goal. So if Cam Rayner and Joey Danaher could start getting on the score sheet on goals, that's going to be a better sign, better spread of goal kickers.
9 the diff at the SCG at the moment. Giants leading that 49-40. Call on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL Extra button. Now, there's a text here from Pat who says, "Hi, I live in Brisbane, but no humidity at my place. Is the Gabba special, or is it just for visitors, Pat?" Well, according to my app, it's 60% humidity at the moment. And Akka, what's it like playing at the Gabba in 24 degrees and 60% humidity?
It's unbelievably, unbearably exhausting. I can't tell you what it's like when you're out there. When you're sitting in the stands here.
And you're a local who trains here. What about teams coming from the west? Mind you, it is nice and the weather's pretty good.
Dry.
In Perth, they're not coming from Melbourne.
But I remember I was just in Jordan and how dry it was and what it did to my lips and my skin was unbelievable. When I came back home, within days, my lips are back to normal. The humidity is a big factor, but when you train in it and you've got to play in it, forget it. I mean, if it was a bright sunny day, I would be seriously worried for Fremantle's run in the second half. It's just too hot.
Yeah, so thanks, Pam. Obviously, you're not feeling it because it's a bit of the local advantage here. And, well, it's a mountain enough to climb for Fremantle as it is, with 31 points the difference. How do they somewhat conjure a way back in here, Jeff?
That's what I was trying to say, Q, is they've got to be able to not only get possessions, they can see they're getting possessions. They've just got to be able to use it a bit better, more effectively, and they've just got to be able to work for each other. And they've got to have some more unrewarded running. You've got to have some players willing to take a risk, take a defender, take him out of the space, create space for someone else. They've got to be able to have that. don't see that between the arcs. I don't see those players working for each other, trying to be that, unrewarded running.
And also the ability to have the good kicks hitting the targets. That's where Fremantle have lacked today. They missed 2 sitters in the back half, just getting them on the full. So that's a concern. But if you're Fremantle, you're not out of the game. You haven't been blown off the park as you might have expected with the amount of sort of shots on goal Brisbane has. But that said, they will have to get a better connection midfield forward, and bounce off half-back. And it's really actually their kicking that is concerning me, not the handball.
Yeah, and a team that played finals last year, as we set up, Jace and Jeff, that comes to the game at 2 wins, 4 losses, and now is chasing a 31-point deficit at half-time. And the much vaunted off-season of the Lions, picking up a number of key players, tipped to win the flag by many. Well, they're going into the second half of this game, 31 points to the good and a chance of now banking a 4th straight win and going to 5-2. So a really important half of footy coming up in humid conditions here at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL. Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis and Jess Stewart, your company. Keep your messages coming in on 0437 774 774. Let's play the second half in Brisbane.
Umpire Eleni T holds the ball aloft in the middle of the Gabba. The crowd fizzing after an electric first half, and that's a great bounce. Darcy's the ruckman with the first hands. Taken away by Lachie Neale for Brisbane, though. He kicks it immediately towards 50. Link McCarthy spoiled by Ryan. It goes outside 50 now. Freo with the numbers. Jordan Clark, the former Cat, handballs it back to Young. Back inside defensive 50 with Walker. Now Ryan back to Young to the run of Walker. They handled that beautifully. Down the outer side. Over the wing. Kadeem Coleman and Swakowski. It's going to be a free kick. It's going to go back to a Brisbane Lion.
Unrealistic.
Yeah.
Well, it looks to me like it was a
free kick to Leicester.
Leicester who's going to pick up the ball.
Yeah, Banfield, the offender. Leicester chips short to Rich. I really think 14 years ago he won the Rising Star. He's been around that long, Dan Rich. Good kick around the wing, marked by Rayner.
Nearly a decade and a half, kid.
Excellent mathematics, Jason. Rayner kicks it to the pocket and a pack, and it's Cox in front, taking the grab for Fremantle.
This is what they need more of, these intercept marks. They need to get the players moving off that.
Well, it is his 15th season, to be precise.
Yeah.
So
it's a long time.
You're onto something there.
Yeah, I know.
Hayden Young's got it in the goal square that he's defending at full-back for the Dockers. Kicks to the left half-back. Darcy the target. Couldn't mark. Ace does the roving for Fremantle. Ham passes to Schultz, who is run down and tackled by Rayner. Advantage taken by the Lions. McCluggage 70 out at right half-forward. Kicks it out on the full. Kicked it over the head of Cameron in the pocket. Free kick to the Dockers in the left-back pocket.
Poor kick. Didn't need to go there. It was one out. Go deep. You had Joey deep.
Yeah, just kick it at the top of the goal square.
Yeah. Under immense pressure.
So Freo have the ball with Hayden Young in the left-back pocket. Measures a kick in the Darcy direction and that's a really good strong mark. Assisted there in front of McInerney, but good mark nevertheless. Handball to the run of Brayshaw. Kicks it to left half forward. Harris Andrews tracks back. He leads Jackson to the ball. He gathers. Tackled by Jackson. Just indiscriminate handball away towards the wing. Schultz picks it up for Freo. Back to Brayshaw through the hands of O'Meara under pressure. Then really through the hands of Schultz. He didn't pick it up. Picked up by Rayner. Well done to Leicester. Handball back to Neale. Looping handball over the top to Wilmot, who actually gesticulates and says, Charlie, come forward. He did. And Hayden Young took the mark in defence.
Not a great entry.
Got to come back.
And Young didn't go on the mark, did he? Kick it out of defensive 50. And the arm's springing him back.
That's a bad kick to Charlie. Charlie just late on the lead and then you just put it too high. That's the one thing about Lachie Neale. He's a super player. Just those kicks just let him down something.
Well, that was Zork with the entry.
Oh, sorry, Zork.
Yeah.
Zork is the best kick. What are you doing, Zork?
It wasn't a great kick inside 50. So the man bunned Young. He's got the low bun look. He kicks it towards the outer wing. Darcy again in front, but McInerney fists it away from him. Then the 2-8 tangle. Brayshaw wins the crumb. Ashcroft tackles him immediately. No prior. Ball up. No score in the third term so far. Brisbane by 31 points. Tossed in the air in front of where the old social club used to be. McCluggage roves, got it to his shin. Hacked it to Neal, hands it to Dunkley. Dunkley hands it to McCluggage. Now the kick off a step inside 50 over the head of Gunston, marked by Ryan of the Dockers.
There it is again, Whitey. They're making those marks at the moment.
Yeah, but they just the defence of Brisbane's able to get on the defensive side really quick.
That's a low bullet-like pass from Ryan, just short of centre wing to Darcy. It was a beautiful mark. Handball Sarong. The lead straight up the middle to Amos. He took it on his chest. He flared it out to left half forward. Schultz has got the ball. Lowers the eyes. Hits O'Meara. 45 metres out, just slight angle to the left. Best bit of ball movement I've seen from Freo almost today.
Well, they nearly did that last time, but they just missed a miss, and then they went out to the wing, which they shouldn't have. He was leading up last time, and if they had done that, they'd have the same situation they've got now.
So Jager O'Meara playing his 150th game. Had 99 for Hawthorn, 44 previous to that with the Gold Coast Suns, and now in his 7th game for Freo.
He's got big arms. They're the size of your torso.
Have a look at that size. He's been in the gym for quite some time, as Jager O'Meara, since he was 12.
He's been doing some curls.
He comes in. He's going to have a shot from right on the arc of 50. It's a nice-looking drop punt from Jager O'Meara. Gets his 2nd goal. Lions will argue the point. Goal umpire says no. 8-7-55. The Dockers 4-6-30. They've dragged it back to a 25-point margin. Nearly 5 gone third-term grandstand AFL.
And when you actually honour those leads, even if it's just over the 10-metre mark or 15-metre mark, it actually creates the run from behind, but it also allows that forward. He will lead again. If he's not going to be used, it's like you. Yeah. If you're going to lead, he's going to kick it to you. You're just going to keep doing it.
Absolutely.
If he's going to kick over your head, you're going to,
Well, the Mist did it last time. They missed him by a mile, but that time they honoured him. He was out last time by about 20 metres. So that's better ball movement. But how quicker the handball receives. Darcy twice getting marks, twice quick handball.
Yeah. He's lived the reverse milestone life, Jager O'Meara. Not a mention of it on the banner of his 150th today. Yet his name was on the banner when he made his debut for the Suns.
Really?
Yep. All those years ago. Centre clearance, Brisbane. Dunkley hands it to Neal. Kick to attacking 50. Good mark, Pearce. Leading out in front of Danaher to take the grab in defence for the Dockers. And they need to hold firm here and find some more scoreboard pressure. 25 the diff. Bad kick from Pearce. Set O'Driscoll a task. Couldn't mark. And then
deliberate.
He tackled Gunston, and Gunston put it over the boundary line deliberately. So O'Driscoll is going to win the free kick for the Dockers. On defensive, 50 left, half back, and up and under, hoping. Kick to the wing. Brodie underneath the drop. Takes a juggling mark for Freo. Plays on with his right boot, chips it down the line on the head of Schultz. No chance.
Oh, no.
Andrews coming from behind, takes the mark for Brisbane. Ham passes to Ashcroft on the wing. Kicks it out of bounds on the full, or did it just pitch? Just pitch before going out of play. And we'll see a throw in between wing and right half forward for Brisbane, wing and left half back for the Dockers.
The kick was onto Schultz.
It was.
Harris read it really well.
So good. That's why he's a star.
Throw in, Darcy for Freo, McInerney for Brisbane. Darcy again having a good game, got the hands down, but it's sharked by Jared Berry. Inside 50, the flyer was Danaher. Front and square, Dunkley handball now, McCarthy. Standing start, Ashcroft from 45. Inside 50 to the forward pocket and finds Zach Bailey. He plays on, curls it around with his left shoe, makes the goal umpire do some work, but it's another one for Brisbane. His second, Zach Bailey. 9-7-61. The Dockers 4-6-30. Back to a 31-point margin. 7 minutes gone. Third term on Grandstand AFL.
They're just getting the hands on the borderlines, and they're being really good in close. I think Link McCarthy, after nearly breaking his back by getting it kneed last quarter, has come back. He's moving quite well. But just the ability to find the spare man, although Ashcroft again, the quick kick, he nearly kicked the goal, but good power that looked like a pass. But anyway, it was a good kick, and Bailey, another good goal. The umpire nearly got hit on the way through with that one, a drive-by.
Yeah, it was a low one, wasn't it? If you're sending us a text, please send us your name. Enjoying the call from Manila guys. Privileged to watch every home game of the three-peat years and Acker's freakish goals.
Manila, man, that's a mile away. It'd be humid there.
Yeah. Thanks to Paul from Geelong. who texts as well. Centre bounce, Freo with the clearance out the back this time, with Brayshaw handing it to half back for Ryan. Tumbles a kick to half forward for the Dockers. Bamfield gathers on the bounce. He's got Andrews for company. Andrews does enough to tackle him and harass him off the ball. Ball spills free. Wilmot picks up for Brisbane. Hand pass to Dunkley. Hand pass to Ashcroft. Hand pass to the dashing teenager. Wilmot, he got a hand to it and then lost it and then caught it and then will get caught. And
no.
Umpire Olaney says no, holding the ball. It's a ball up. Ball up right in front of us on the wing. We've just hit half-time at the SCG. Giants lead the Swans by 10 points.
Umpire throws it up straight into the arms of James Aish, playing his 150th as well, the former Lion and Pie. He kicks it towards half-forward. Fisted away by Ryan Lester on the boundary line. It's picked up by Bailey Banfield. The handball to the run of Will Brodie. Lowers the eyes, and a great spoil by Jack Payne. That ball was going straight down the throat of Sam Sturt on the boundary line, but the big man from Noosa fisted it over the boundary line in front of the scoreboard for a throw-in.
He could be in Baywatch Payne, I reckon.
He's got those looks. He's only 6'5", good looking, and he's been in the gym for 10 years.
Well, and he grew up in Noosa.
Yeah, and he's ugly.
From the stoppage, a clearance for Brisbane. Starcevic with a kick. To the wing, good Mark Pearce of the Dockers.
He's been good this quarter.
Yeah, doing his bit to keep them in at Acker. He's just forward to the wing. Pearce kicks back into attack for Fremantle. Fly from the side of the pack from Amos, couldn't take the grab. Roved by Dunkley of Brisbane. 1-2 handball exchange with Wilmot. Now Dunkley left half back, kicks it to the wing. Pearce was away from Danaher, wins his own crumb again. Tackled but got a hand pass through the hands of Brayshaw. He gives it to Aish. Mongrel kick inside 50. Dropped by Starcevic, who got to the drop uncontested. Mopped up by Johnson of the Dockers. Hands it out the back. That kick from Banfield went to the pocket. Amos got it away to Johnson. He finds some space. Hand passes infield. Attritional is an understatement, but it's a goal as Brayshaw slots it through from the goal mouth. And the Dockers are just hanging on in this one. As Brayshaw kicks his second. And it's 25 the diff at 9-7, 61 to 5. 6:36.
Without Pearce has been solid as a rock this quarter. He's intercepted, his third or fourth mark?
Yeah.
He's been the reason they've been able to get those repeat entries.
Yeah, and this is what we spoke about in the first quarter. It wasn't happening. First half. This is what wasn't happening from their back. So, but the ability to keep it inside their forward 50 is a big difference compared to the first half. When it's in their foot, it actually having those repeat entries, they're not letting it get switched to the other side, and then Brisbane's whoosh go away they're going.
It's good for the contest. They're just clinging onto the back of the peloton, to use cycling terminology here, the Dockers.
I don't think it's good for the blood pressure of Coach Chris Fagan. Just saw him on the major scoreboard, leaning back in his chair, and the veins popping out in the neck a little. I don't think he's got too much to worry about, but Freo are starting to worry the Lions. The clearance now for the Lions from Will Ashcroft. Danaher tumbles towards it, gathers, handball now to Lockie Neal, inside 50. It bounces into the arms of Eric Hipwood. He's immediately tackled by Cox into the ground, 40 metres out from goal. The umpire will do the right thing and ball it up quickly. Every player on the paddock outside of 6 are forward of the centre circles for Brisbane here. The umpire throws it up quickly. It's into the arms of McCluggage. He's wrestled there by both Brennan Cox one side and Hayden Young the other. And immediately throws it up. No mucking about. McInerney taps it into the pocket. Johnson tracks back. He's tackled by Jared Berry, dispossessed. And was it a slam tackle, or did the ball go over?
It was close.
It was close.
Yeah.
You know what? You wouldn't have looked at it about 6 months ago, but right now, the ball's going to be thrown in 40 metres out there.
It's like the hip drops in the NRL.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's onto it at the moment. And for good reason too, trying to protect the players in the game. Boundary throw in. Brodie roves the crumb, but his hand pass stolen by Neal. He gave it to McCluggage, who got dumped. Old-fashioned style, slammed on his back by O'Meara. Both get up okay, another ball up. Few stoppages inside forward 50 here as McInerney tips boundary side for Bailey. Kick to the top of the square, and Danaher juggles once, twice, thrice. And on the number which is on his back as far as juggling is concerned, 3 times. The third, he controls it. And Joe takes the mark. And you thought about the nerves of Chris Fagan. What about the nerves of the Lions fans? I think they preferred Joe from 50 out.
They would.
And then 10 metres out.
He's not going to miss this, but
you reckon?
No, he's not. But as I mentioned, him and Rayner, if they can get shots on goal on the score sheet, it's a good sign.
Danaher straight in front, 15 metres out. almost kicks it over the roof into the East Brisbane School, which is going to be knocked down when they knock this place down.
That's the end of the school.
That's the end of Danaher's kicked the goal. 31 points the lead again at 10-7-67 to 5-6-36, repeating half-time at the SCG. And it's Greater Western Sydney 9-3-57 to Sydney 7 goals 5-47. And just a quick detail or two there. 2 goals for Will Hayward, 2 goals for Lance Franklin, 2 goals for Xavier Halloran, 2 goals for Toby Green in that game, which is a pretty tight one at the SCG.
You think that listener that texted in a little earlier and was confused about why Charlie Cameron has John Denver played will be completely flummoxed when realised that Joe Danaher's play-out song is Let It Go from Frozen. It's magnificent.
You can't be serious. He wouldn't have watched that movie.
He would have. It's his favourite film, favourite song.
Surely.
Thrown up. Luke Jackson gets it down, but it's sharked by Zorko, who's back into the middle for Brisbane. Handball backwards to Connor McKenna. The speedster Irishman kicks it inside 50. Off hands, Cameron Roves. Handball to Rayner through traffic back to Danaher. Goes left. Handball over the top is cut off there. Jordan Clark taken around the ankles, could have been given a free kick. The handball goes back to Brendan Cox for Freo. He's tackled by Bailey. He lets loose the ball. Now Walker against the boundary line. He does do the Walker, the moonwalker back over the line.
You're allowed to do that from a metre out, apparently.
Under pressure, 1 behind. Rushed officially. 68 plays 50. Oh, no.
68 plays 36.
I'm looking at the wrong score.
Yeah, what about
you changed screens on me?
I changed the screens to get the halftime details from the SCG, and you're seeing all the wrong names, Pricey. Sorry about that. Dockers have cleared it to right half back. Walters, bad kick infield on the 45, hoping for Walker. Stolen by Ashcroft. Hand pass to Danaher. Off the instep. The 2-step and instep. Absolute duff. For a point.
But Charlie Cameron was in the goal square by himself.
What I'm about to say, though, the margin's 33. This is the danger time for the Dockers. The lines are about to hit go here.
And they've lifted their intensity too.
And Charlie's changed his song to What About Me? Standing on the goal square.
So Zorko, he was free too in the pocket.
Hayden Young plays on for Freo. Kicks it just short of centre wing out of side. Nicely rowed by O'Meara, then bumped off it by Leicester. The ball spills out to Kitty Coleman for Brisbane. Under pressure, he tumbles it towards half forward. Rayner spoiled by Young. Jeez, he's played well, Young. Ball spills out to Hughes now for Freo. Brushes off one tackler, then lowers the eyes. Finds a teammate in Amos. Goes forward of centre wing out of side. 2 laconic bounces. He approaches 50. It's a wobbler. It missed all targets. It bounces there. Michael Walters. Handball now to the runner. Big Luke Jackson, who runs in and kicks it from the goal square. That's better footy, Freo. And that's the way you're going to actually, I suppose, get over the lines if you can. 10-9-69, 6-6-42. It is 27 points the margin they're hanging in.
I don't know.
16 gone third turn.
Sorry, Posse. I don't know who was going inside 450. They had plenty of space, but they took the grass.
Yeah.
They didn't.
That was Amos. Yeah, he was running.
Kept on going because he was looking for a few to run down and be available, but at least he took that ground. At least he kept on going. Saw the space. Was really patient with his delivery, and they were able to. Good running from Luke Jackson.
The game opens up and he's got more options, but that's the way to do it. It's not the easiest way to score against the Lions. They're usually pretty solid there, but great goal. Jacko will be happy with that. They had the hair flying. He would have loved running into an open goal.
And keeping it interesting. 27 points is the margin for Brisbane. 17 minutes third term centre bounce. Darcy got jumped into by Danaher, giving away the free kick, Big Joe. So Darcy with the clearance for the Dockers. Left foot kicks it deep inside attack. Andrews knuckles it away from Jackson. Roving is Berry for Brisbane. Hand passes to Payne. Exiting kick, bounces to the wing in front of McCarthy. Couldn't gather, then he gives away a free kick by grabbing onto Aish without the ball. Free kick to the ex-Lion. Aish kicks the Dockers into the pocket through the fingers of Jackson. Chance for O'Meara to rove. Couldn't. Dunkley tries to kick it out of the air to no great effect. It rumbles its way back to Jackson, who has a snap on goal. Doesn't screw it around enough. It stops and stays in the field of play in the opposite pocket. Half a chance for O'Driscoll. He's got no room to work with. And tackled over the boundary line by Wilmot. Throw in right forward pocket for the Dockers. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Just after that goal for the Dockers, Jai Amos went straight down to the rooms with the doctor. So I'll have to keep you posted on what that one is.
They do a hamstring.
Hamstring, yeah.
Yeah, jeez.
Throw in right forward pocket for the Dockers, playing a lot better in the latter stages of this third term. comes off the hands of the ruckman. Will Brodie tackled high. It's Swikowski, in fact, who ducked under the arm of Dunkley. And he's going to have a shot about 35 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Have they kicked back-to-back goals, Freo? So I got the stats boys working on this one?
They haven't.
No?
Oh, yes, they have. Brayshaw, last goal of the second quarter. O'Meara, first goal of the third quarter.
Okay, but not...
No, that's technically...
Well, it is.
Technically.
It technically is,
But
Jason.
within the quarter, this is the first one.
Within the quarter.
Within this quarter, they've scored 3 goals this quarter. So 3 goals straight this quarter to the Lions, 2-2.
Wow.
So Swikowski, he's got one. To the hoots of the Gabba crowd. A delightful drop punt. Freo back in town. 10-9-69 Brisbane, 7-6-48, 21 points the margin, 19 gone, third term, game alive.
And they're just chipping away, aren't they? You get one more and then,
Finding a way to score. Now, that's obviously from a boundary line throw-in, and then a bit of a clumsy tackle there from... Who was that? That was Dunkley. So... But you still got to kick them, and they are kicking them. I think their forward thrusts are better. Their inside 50s are better. They're making better choices. They're a little bit scrappy, sort of coming up to the half-forward line, but so far it's far more improved. They've gotten better each quarter as the game goes.
Yeah, and at least when the ball is gone inside their forward 50 this quarter, it hasn't come out as quick as it did the first half from Brisbane. So the ability to keep it inside the forward half is certainly a big tick.
Well, that's now 4 goals to 2 in the term for the Dockers. 21 the diff. Centre bounce. Clearance for Brisbane. Ricochet back to Danaher. Picks up and kicks deep inside 50. Ball pitches beyond the pack. Rolling to the boundary line. Gunston gathers for Brisbane. Hand pass over his shoulder. And McCluggage will get a free kick for high contact from Pearce.
Play on.
They didn't get a free kick.
You're joking.
Oh, and they've...
Must have ducked, didn't it?
McCluggage picked himself up, had a shot on goal and missed it. It's a point. No free kick, it's a point.
What about
22 the diff?
Well, we'll have a look at the replay when it comes about, but the crowd didn't like it.
10-10-70 to 7-6-48.
Absolutely coat-hanged.
Oh, yeah, he didn't even duck either.
So Brennan Cox has it as Freo bring the ball back in. From the left-back pocket, he goes short of centre wing out of side. Big leap from Danaher, front and square. Neal receives it from McCluggage. He chips it into the pocket. Charlie Cameron got in front of Walker. And Charlie's only 15 metres out. He's on the boundary line in the right forward pocket now. He's got his back to the crowd. He is facing the middle of the ground, either going to hook it around with his left shoe or the outside of the right.
And he goes left these days with these ones.
Now
left footer.
Let's see what he does. Charlie Cameron. They'll love it if he can pull it off. No, he actually didn't get any air in it. It's marked on the line by Luke Ryan from 15 metres out. Freo will respond, play on and get out of trouble.
Excellent work from Ryan, because Cameron does kick those very low. And he read that, Luke Ryan. Excellent work. Kicks it to Brayshaw at left half back, who marks and kicks long to the wing. Jackson flies, couldn't mark. Roving is Dunkley for Brisbane. He's put off his handball by the pressure, though. Rich received it, got tackled by Swikowski, and Rich punched it over the boundary line deliberately. That's fair enough.
We got next within 18 months, last touch out.
That was, I'm with the umpire there. I thought there wasn't
There's
sufficient
a player
intent.
standing there. Bailey was standing there.
Anyway, free kick to Brodie. Great debate. Everyone's got an opinion at the footy. Brodie kicks it to half forward for the Dockers. This time the 2 5s tangle. And a free kick goes to Dunkley, who was pushed in the back by Schultz.
Crowd's happy with that one.
What's been happening out there?
There's a bit of feeling.
Humidity's getting to everyone.
And there's a few things that go in Freo's way a little bit.
Oh, hold on. Dunkley's lost his shirt.
That's not unlike him.
Well, no, it was Lester who lost his shirt. Dunkley's there. Dunkley got the free kick, and he kicked it back to Rich. All right, Pricey, we'll reset. 22 points the diff to Brisbane.
A long left footer from Daniel Rich towards the outer wing. Off hands. Into the arms of Kadeem Coleman. He handballs it into the path of Lockneil. Couldn't quite pick it up because Will Brodie got in the way. Brodie tapped it back to the arms of Hayden Young, who got tackled. He releases the ball towards Cox, who's belted over the boundary line by Cam Rayner, who gentlemanly steps over him, doesn't help him up, and waits for the throw-in across right half forward. I'll get to Jess very shortly, but I reckon the Lions might be launching an attack here. Oscar McInerney versus Darcy. McInerney got it down. It was taken by Brodie, then stolen back by McInerney. Sweeping left-hand handball inside 50. Overrun by Hipwood. Now it lands to McCluggage. Little chip pass. It's gone 5 metres. Umpire said it's okay. Link McCarthy takes it 35 out directly in front.
That is poor real estate in the end. I'm glad these umpires don't say land, because that is such a short kick.
It should have been called to play on, but never mind. Link McCarthy, who's already got one, will line up, and he is a very, very accurate shot for goal. No commentator's curse here.
Put the moz on him, but no, he is a good shot for goal. But pressure. The Lions' pressure's immense.
135 goals, 74 in his career, so he's got the percentages behind him, and that's why. That's an absolute piece of poetry from Lincoln McCarthy as far as a drop punt goes. That's his second. 11-10-76. Plays 7-6-48. And we're back up to that 28-point margin.
The ability to just stop the momentum, isn't it, from Brisbane? Calm it down and be able to get possession. That chip footy that they've been so effective at today.
Well, they'll also be able to get repeat entries, but it's only a matter of time. But then if you watch the replay, just fantastic work there from, that was Cameron. Quick handball onto McCluggage, and he got the little kick back inside to McCarthy, who does the right thing, kicks the goal. But I want to see Rayner kick a goal, boys. We've had Joey kick one. Rayner's got to get busy.
These songs are killing the sound of football.
I know. What happened?
I really hate it.
Darude.
I know. It's terrible.
Sandstorm or something.
Like, just let the hum of the crowd tell the story. Come on. It's not 2020 cricket. It's Australian football, the ebb and flow.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Handball that.
Centre bounce, free kick goes to Fremantle. Who wants to hear Don McLean after a goal?
And that should be.
Who wants to hear Don McLean anytime? Brayshaw gives a hand pass to Young. Kicks it inside 50. A low one off hands. Rode by O'Driscoll of the Dockers. Tackled by Dunkley. Hand pass comes free. Play on, says the ump. Hand pass out the back. Johnson to Young. Gives it to Brayshaw. Off a step. Kicks to full forward. At the back, a fly from Banfield. Couldn't take the grab. Rode by Brisbane. Berry gets them out of danger with a kick towards right half back. Hipwood there with Pearce. Neither can mark off. Hands out of play. And a throw-in to take place. 25 played third term. Lions 11-10-76 to the Dockers 7-6-48.
So what about Don McLean's beautiful sweet opus towards Vincent van Gogh?
What are they listening to, these blokes? That's not even their era. That's 30 years after
he's talking about before
the ball.
You play a song on Anzac Day when Collingwood and Essendon are doing their stuff, it'd totally ruin it.
Yeah, that's a good call. From the ruck contest, Bailey toes it forward. This is a great contest between Hipwood and Alex Pearce. And then coming in was actually Hughes for Freo. I reckon he might have done exactly as you called it there. The umpire said no, it's going to be a ball up on the outer side.
And this is not the MCG or Anzac Day, but you get what I'm saying. What makes the good sound of football? Let the punters be the soundtrack.
Get the chanting going.
Oh, they can chant. There's no doubt about that. Jared Berry now. Handball there to Bailey from a start. He kicks it inside 50. Gunston at the back. There's a whistle on play. I reckon Hipwood's been dealt with by Pearce. He has. He's 50 out. His right leg's on the boundary, and he just puts a little sandwich into the lead of Lincoln McCarthy. Really nice. 35 metres out. Very tight angle to the right. In fact, he's going to go for the curl around with the left foot as well.
It looked in board. We've only got 3 minutes 48 to go. So this is what Fremantle don't want. A couple of quick goals from the Lions.
Well, Dockers are winning the term, albeit by a couple of points.
He played on and he gave the handball away. No, he didn't. He feigned to and kicked it himself. He's got 3, Link McCarthy. 12-10-82. Plays 7-6-48. We're now back to a 34-point margin. The Lions just keep Freo at bay with 27 gone in the third term.
They certainly do. But what we want to see is Freo keep playing the game that is going to work for them.
Yeah.
And that's the key for them, because they've had some games, they've been in some games, played some good quarters, but we need a 4-quarter effort from them.
Yeah, and spot on. And it's sometimes when you're going at the opposition, you kick a few goals, and then all of a sudden they bang in 3. You just got to keep going, because the momentum could swing. I mean, Brisbane could pull back. Brisbane could go, hey, we're right, we got this, blah, blah, blah.
You on the rack.
You don't know. So you got to just keep going. You got to keep trying to get that scoreboard pressure.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, centre bounce, clearance to the Dockers. O'Meara underneath the tap, handed off to Sarong, he's turned it over. Here's hand pass pinch by McInerney, hold on. Gave it off to Ashcroft. Ashcroft got high contact. He takes the free kick, very short and lateral to McKenna, who marks, kicks it wide to Gunston, who takes the grab. On halfway, kicks infield to McKenna.
Go try and start down here, kick mark.
McKenna over the head of Berry and bounces beyond him and out of play. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
The sub has been made for Fremantle. Neil Erasmus is on the field at the moment. It looks like the sub has been made for Sam Sturt.
Sturt, you would have thought it was a miss the way he came off.
Yeah, so Amos is back out there, so good work, Jess. Boundary throw in, right half forward for Brisbane. 3 minutes left in this third term. The Lions by 34. Neil wins the clearance, hand pass out the back to Berry, near the boundary, 60 out, driving ball deep, down to her. Protects the drop, nudged Pearce under the flight and takes a chest mark in the right forward pocket.
And as the game's got along, the tall fellas, they don't get any shorter, do they?
Yeah, but Pearce had a great quarter.
Oh, goal.
It just
goal.
Sorry.
Danaher plays on and kicks his second goal. And just a moment ago, we were talking about the Dockers eking their way back in. Well, now it's a game-high 40-point lead for Brisbane at 88-48.
It certainly is. And, I mean, Joey, I'm still waiting for Cam Rayner to kick a goal, but I think the class in the midfield, Will Ashcroft, he is so good. I mean, they use him, but he just doesn't fumble, be able to get the ball out. Obviously, they tried the handball over the top. McInerney with a nice steal, but just Ashcroft, these guys, the silky depth of the midfield of the Lions, it's a bit too much at the moment.
Well, you have Lachie Neale, who we know is an outstanding player, great below his knees, and then you add someone like a Will Ashcroft who's got that similar ball-getting skills.
He's the maraschino cherry, whereas you've got Lockie's the icing at the moment. He's got 26 disposals and 8 clearances, 8 inside 50s. So we're back into the middle. McInerney into the path there of young Johnson for Freo. Gets barreled off the ball. It spills to Young. Get his handball away to O'Meara. Straight up the corridor. Swakowski. Handball back inboard to the run of Sarong. This is better. Inside 50. It misses Schultz. And it goes towards the boundary line. Well, Jack Payne just mopped it up laconically. That's a beautiful kick, and what a really good mark on the lead. The experience of Gunston takes it right on the boundary line in front of Hughes. And then the experience turns it over to James Aish.
6'6" and 110 kilos or thereabouts, Jack Payne.
And an ugly man.
See the way that he moved there? Wow. He is an athlete. Aish kicks the Dockers from the wing into attack, and there he is. Baywatch Payne. He dropped the mark on that occasion, Acker.
Fumble.
Man underneath, battling away Switkowski for the Dockers. He's got 4 lines around him. He is a lone man at the breakdown, as they say in rugby union terms. And the ump says, nah, ball it up on attacking 50. Dockers need something here. They're 40 points in arrears, getting close to three-quarter time.
McInerney smacked it down into the path of McLuggage. Barely got a shoe to it. Now Brennan Cox for Freo on the outer wing. Puts himself in, got a handball to O'Meara, who's held up immediately by Josh Dunkley. So we're on the outer edge of the centre square. Stanley Street side of the ground. On the wing, McInerney over the top of Darcy. Got it down to Connor McKenna. Off a step to the wing. Gunston in front position. Fisted forward by Brennan Cox. Again, rove by Locke Neal. Kicks it into the path of Hipwood, who did beautifully to pick it up on the half volley. Then get tackled by Ryan. They're battling away close to the boundary line. Freo through Young. Escapes. Handball to Johnson. He kicks it towards half forward. Amos couldn't get there. Fisted away by that man, Jack Payne. But there is a free kick, and it'll be to Lockie. It'll be going to Schultz.
Yeah, shepherded out of the marking contest, Mike.
There you go. Big by Brandon Starcevic. He was the one. That's why Amos couldn't get to the contest. So Schultz from 50. Pops it up to a dangerous area. O'Driscoll, and at the back, Jackson. Got the one hand to it, couldn't quite rove it, then got it back to Walters. Off a step, top of the goal square, Schultz, Darcy, the big man smothered. Now punched forward by the Lions, back inside to Darcy, to James Aish, to the top of the square, and it was attritional. But they got there. O'Driscoll took the mark. 25 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. Now let me paint the picture. Every player on the paddock is forward of the centre square. So that's why this was very difficult for Freo to negotiate.
It was a quick kick in under pressure. The pressure from the Lions again, very good. But good shepherd there from Michael Walters. as the siren goes, he's going to have to kick it, go run on the straight line, but geez, do they need this.
So the young man, Nathan O'Driscoll, taken at number 27 in the 2020 draft from Perth. Kicks a beauty! And that is his first goal, I reckon, in AFL footy, or very close to it. It is.
They're not that excited. Usually they run from everywhere. Maybe they don't know.
No. How's my glasses going?
Well, they are.
First goal this year, anyway.
First goal this year.
So there you go.
Picked quite a few last year.
He got a few last year, 10 goals.
That's why they're not excited.
That's why you never leave your glasses at home, Q. At three-quarter time, it is 34 points the margin. The Dockers bring it back with that goal. 88 plays 54 as both teams leave. At quarter time, it was 14 points in favour of Brisbane. At half-time, it was 31. And now, that 34 points.
34 points the difference. Brisbane's goal kickers, McCarthy has 3, 1 in the first and 2 in that third term. A couple to Danaher, a couple to Ashcroft, a couple to Bailey. Gunston a goal, Cameron a goal, McKenna a goal, Hipwood a goal. And for the Dockers, Samira's got 2, Brayshaw's got 2, Switkowski's got 2. Jackson and O'Driscoll have also kicked goals. 13-10-88 leads 8-6-54. 34 points the lead to Brisbane, and just repeating that progression. 14 points was the lead at quarter time, 31 at half time. So the Lions yet again win that term and turn for home with a 34-point advantage. Meanwhile, the second half is underway in Sydney, and the Swans have hit the front in what's a seesawing and entertaining derby by the look. Sydney 10-6-66, lead Greater Western Sydney 9-3-57. Call available on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL Extra button. Three-quarter time at the Gabba. Lions 34 to the good of the Dockers. You're hearing it all on ABC Sport and Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's not a normal cafe.
We specialise in the milk of the platypus.
Auntie Donna have millions of views. Now the superstars of socials have an ABC TV show and a cafe.
Here's your sandwich, you dingus.
And more celebrity cameos than latte flavours.
Doesn't that sound silly? Pretty silly to me, Ray.
Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dunkley handball now, McCarthy. Standing start, Ashcroft from 45. Inside 50 to the forward pocket and finds Zach Bailey. He plays on, curls it around with his left shoe, makes the goal umpire do some work, but it's another one for Brisbane. His second, Zach Bailey, Namus. Goes forward of centre wing out of side. 2 laconic bounces. He approaches 50. It's a wobbler. It missed all targets. It bounces there. Michael Walters. Handball now to the runner. Big Luke Jackson, who runs in and kicks it from the goal square. That's better footy, Freo.
Neil wins the clearance. Hand pass out the back to Berry. Near the boundary. 60 out. Driving ball deep. Danaher protects the drop, nudge Pearce under the flight and takes a chest mark in the right forward pocket. Danaher plays on and kicks his second goal.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
34 the difference at three-quarter time in favour of Brisbane. 13-10-88 plays 8-6-54. 10 points the diff in Sydney, early third term there, where it's the Swans 10-7-67 to the Giants 9-3-57 for the majority of you. Next stop is Dockland, and fresh from his role of hosting 7:30 and interviewing politicians, Matt Clinch is going to call the footy next.
Hello, Q. Yes, just call me 7:30 p.m. Clinchy. That's certainly the case. We're debating whether Marcus Bontempelli is the greatest ever Western Bulldog. He celebrates game 200 this afternoon as the Dogs look to move ahead of the ledger at 3-3 heading into the weekend, having lost their first 2 games of the season, bouncing back with a massive win over the Fremantle Dockers last week in Perth. Hawthorn led their last 2 weeks in the final quarter, but were overrun by Adelaide last week by 3 points in Tasmania, while the gather round against the GWS Giants finished in a familiar fashion. There's some upside for Hawks fans. They're first round pick 18 last year. Josh Weddle makes his debut, as does Max Ramsden, the second-year ruckman. Mitch Lewis is playing his first game of the season after a knee injury in the pre-season. No VFL, straight to the AFL, and Will Day returns following suspension. So Toby McLean, the sub, Jack Scrimshaw for the Hawks alongside Adam Ramanauskas, Nathan Burke, Ben Cameron and Lauren Borden. We look forward to bringing it to you, Q, after this game, and I'm available for any other PMs.
Yeah, well, look, I tell you what, I know that Sarah Ferguson's settling in the chair there after Lee Sales, but you've kept her honest today, Clinchy. Good on you. Bulldogs and Hawks to come at Docklands, and then later on today, D's and Kangas, Eagles and Blues. In the National Rugby League, first of 3 games for the day is at half-time in Wagga. Canberra 22 lead the Dolphins 12 to come. Manly versus Gold Coast, and then Penrith versus the West Tigers. Super Rugby Pacific today. Blues beat Fiji 30-14, and the Rebels lead Moana Pacifica early stages second half 31 points to 5. 34 the diff here. Lockneil's had 27 possessions. Hayden Young's had 26 for the Dockers. Players have broken, are in position quickly. Acker, Whitey, anything to say before we get into this final term?
Well, it was better from Fremantle in patches, but they've got to put a whole quarter together. Yeah. The Lions midfield, I think, is just a bit classy at the moment, and their pressure's too good.
And thanks for your texts. Getting a bit of support on my call to can the music at the footy. Rod from Montmorency, Pete from Brunswick, Dave, Bucky, thank you. 0437 774 774.
Back into the middle. Sean Darcy versus McInerney. I reckon Darcy's had the better of him today. He got it down to Sarong for Freo. Freo inside 50 now. Fisted away there from Amos, and it lands into the arms of Zorko, who's tackled into the ground and will get a ball up 40 metres out, more or less directly in front.
Yeah, Brisbane 49 inside 50s to 31, by the way. Just a few more of those numbers at the break.
That's an awkward throw-up from the umpire. Darcy slipped out of his hands, I think. Got it down. Wilmot. Handball over to Link McCarthy. McCarthy now gets it to Lockneil. Handball over the top. Back to McCarthy. Tackled beautifully by Jackson. That's got to be holding the ball. Surely it's got to be holding the ball.
He picked him up like you.
That's a magnificent non-decision. Should have been a Freo free kick, 60 from goal.
Well, the decision was it's not holding the ball, it's a ball up. There's never a non-decision. You always make a decision, don't you?
There was a decision.
I've decided.
And there's been a decision that there is another ball up to follow.
Fremantle's pressure is actually quite good early on in this quarter.
Yep. McInerney and Darcy tangle underneath Brody with a hand pass to Sarong, hands it out the back to Brayshaw. No look kick inside 50, marked by Rich. Daniel Rich, season 15.
Decade and a half, Q.
Yep.
That's why they've got to have Freo, got to have someone facing. You can't be screwing him.
Yeah, he didn't look, did he,
no.
Jeff? Rich short to Neil. Neil short to Wilmot. Right half back, spears it to McInerney. Nice ball from Pearce to knock it away from him. Rode by Brayshaw of the Dockers. Hands it to Darcy. Hands it on to Clark. Dummies the hand pass and goes for a run. Has a bounce. Kicks it terribly inside 50 along the ground. It sets a task of Amos. He picked it up, but then his hand pass is stolen by the Lions. Kicked clear by Andrews to the feet of McInerney. Couldn't bend down that far. Ricocheted off his shins. Ends up with Darcy. He kicks it inside 50. It's a tumbler. Walters meets it in the pocket. He's tackled by Andrews. And Walters is grabbing it from the veranda pocket around the boundary line and through for a goal.
Are you serious?
What a goal from Sonny Walters.
Out of nowhere.
And he got tackled and
well,
went
here's
to the ground.
thing. There are two elements to this. One, an amazing finish, which makes the margin 28 points. Two, Harris Andrews was giving him the old ringer swing tackle and let him go.
Let him go.
And let him go. I wonder whether a couple of seasons ago he would have. Anyway, credit to Michael Walters for an amazing finish. And the Dockers, 28 points in arrears.
If he doesn't let him go, he's not playing next week. That is Andrews. Simple as that.
Yeah, Jess on the boundary.
Not good news for the Brisbane Lions. Dane Zelko has come straight from the field and he shook his head, pointed straight towards, looks like a hamstring, and took the strapping straight off his wrist.
Yeah, well, he's had soft tissue problems, hasn't he? That is a big blow. He was dynamic in the first quarter.
Back into the middle here. Brisbane get the clearance. Zach Bailey now wheels around onto his right foot. Kicks it inside 50. Pearce led the charge. It came off his hands. Luke Ryan rose, gave the handball back to Jordan Clark. He had to dance around Hipwood to get it back to Brendan Cox by hand. Brendan Cox's kick is not good. Didn't hit Young. Turnover. Lions have it inside 50. Hang on. Whistle on play. It was at ground level. Dunkley was at ground level, and he's been pinged for throwing the ball.
That was too quick.
Not handballing it, so it was a little give off. It was the old flick pass, let's say. Freo through Sarong. The handball to the run of Young. Confronted. Brody confronted, holding the ball. Simple as that ball should be. McKenna's tackled and he dropped the ball. Doesn't matter. Same thing for Brayshaw. Shall I call it or not? I shall. It was holding the ball. Leicester free kick.
That is a free kick.
Leicester defensive side of the centre circle, short to Bailey. 28 the diff. Brisbane in front. Freo have never totally disappeared from this, but they're running out of time. Chip goes wide to Andrews, who marks. He kicks it to half forward. Mark taken by Dunkley, too far out. He chips it to Rich, who's not too far out. Near the boundary, 55 from goal. Came from the Westers, Bam Bam. They built him up for this end previously. He's not going to go for goal again. He hits the chest of Hipwood. Leading to the pocket, and there was no one in that channel, Jeff or Acker, to stop Eric Hipwood strolling forward and grabbing the Sharon near the gold line on his chest.
That's the common theme today, is the ability to run. Now, Rich ran past about 2 or 3 Dockers then.
Well, I think
get that chip kick.
But the other thing was, look how terrible the inside 50 kicks were for Fremantle. That one there, that just show. I know there's different pressures, but that's the difference with class, where you can make those kicks and you're having shots on goal.
Well, I don't know whether the Dockers have threatened to really charge back into it, but this might be enough. The elastic band might break here. 28 the diff. Hipwood, 40 out. Hard angle in the left forward pocket. That's 34 the diff. He slotted it. Second goal for Hipwood. Hard to see a way back for the purple here. It's 14-10-94 for Brisbane to the Dockers 9-6-60. 5 minutes played, final turn.
And they had that opportunity there where it was a throw at centre half back. They were able to get the ball back for you. Then just be able to go through the middle and just,
just the handballs.
Basic
that was
error.
Really, really poor decision making there. You got Lions players around you, and then you're trying to handball forward, put the next guy under pressure, then the next guy. The Lions there, you see, they just got the ball, kick mark, goal.
And as I said before, Eric Hipwood, I dispute his choice of the Angels. Am I ever going to see his face again? It actually reeks of FM station sponsorship. I'm looking at you next door.
It stinks.
Simple as that.
Even though you know these things, that's where we pinched you from.
Well, that's why I'm targeting, I suppose. I know where it's coming from. The ball in the middle. McInerney got down. Just battling for it is Noah Answorth, who's recently on the paddock replacing Zorko as the sub, and he got tackled into the ground for a secondary ball up.
Swans by 11 in a tight Sydney derby. Mid-third term there. Call available on the Listen app.
McInerney out of the ruck. Gave it to Zorko. Off a step towards Hipwood. Good body work there from Cox. Fisted it back inside the centre square. Will Brodie to the run back of Cox. They did well. Straight up the middle. Brayshaw kicks it inside 50, leading the charge. Oh, he missed it. Did Starcevic. Lands in the hands of Walters. Handball to Jackson, who sprays at the big man. He was only 35 out, and that was an opportunity missed. 94 plays 61.
Left foot.
33-point margin, no left foot Acker.
Yeah, they're showing Zorko on the bench. He's got looks like his left hammy.
Yeah, Jess, come in.
Yeah, I believe it's the hammy is being iced at the moment. I can't tell if it's the right or the left hammy.
Definitely the left.
Yeah, we've got I know you're sort of obscured on your angle there, Jess, but what a shame.
Oh, man, he was dominating early.
He was terrific in the first quarter in particular, wasn't he? Andrews with the ball in the left back pocket for Brisbane. His kick's a turnover. O'Driscoll takes the mark forward of the wing for the Dockers, kicks in field, and Brodie takes the grab. He's got a runner in support, hands it to Clark, kick deep to full forward, off the pack. Roving is Brayshaw, got it to his left boot, doesn't get the required screw on it, and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Brisbane in the right back pocket to be taken by Harris Andrews.
He's worked hard all day, Brayshaw.
Yeah.
Deserves just a little bit more polish on the kicks would be nice.
Him and Sarong and also Young.
Oh, yeah.
Been really good.
And a shout out to, where's our man? Listening to the mighty 594 AM transmitter.
Oh, nice. As Freo get a chance towards the arc of 50. Attacking at Walters. Handball Swikowski. Under pressure, he let it go. Amos goes in, so do a couple of Lions. And the Lion who went in there was Starcevic, got a free kick for high contact. So he's 40 metres from his own defensive goal, and Brandon Starcevic will go backwards towards the pocket to Jack Payne.
Yeah, that's Mick Jasker, who's waiting for our call of the Hawks. He's going for the Hawks against the Bulldogs. I remember that 594 transmitter, Romarkin Wagga. It's a ripper. Beams out all through that region. Long kick to the wing. McCarthy spoiled away by Clark, picked up by the Dockers. Jackson Ham passes over the top looking for support. McCarthy makes the tackle. Ball spills free. Not much prior for Hughes. That's why they let it go. And now it's locked up near the boundary line on the outer side. And we'll see it tossed in the air. 33 the diff. Make it 9 minutes played. And now Daniel Rich is hobbling to the bench. That decade and a half might be getting to him, Acker.
Yeah, that's a hammy.
We'll get Jess on that. Boundary, ball up. Clean possession to McInerney. Ham pass to Johnson for the Dockers, who's wrapped up. So in the last 10 minutes, Jess, two most senior men on the list have gone down.
He's pointing to his calf area or ankle area. It's definitely not in the upper region of his leg. It's definitely in the lower region of his leg, below the knee.
Trust me, I can speak with authority. It's an old man injury. Beautiful one-armed grab from Harris Andrews.
That was showing off, wasn't it? That was just stuck in the midst there. But yeah, no good. That'll be a calf. That'll be 3 weeks.
Long kick from Harris Andrews, just beyond centre wing. Off hands, front and square was McCarthy, who roved nicely. Then got it quickly to his boot. Too quickly, in fact. Touched off the boot, so it's not out of bounds on the full. Will be a throw in at left half forward for the Brisbane Lions. They're leading by 33. And we played nearly 10 minutes of this final term on Grandstand AFL.
So Noah Answorth has come into the game for Dane Zorko. Just repeating that news. And
throw in. Darcy versus McInerney. McInerney got rid of Darcy and took it out of the ruck. Tumbled it inside 50. Past Hipwood. Past Cox. No. Charlie. Yes. Oh. Did he get his boot to ball? He zipped past everybody like a vapour trail. Gathered and put it on his shoe yet again. Now you see him. Now you don't. Charlie Cameron's got two. 15, 10, 100. 9, 7, 61. 39 points the margin. Here's John Denver.
Let's go to Jess with something important other than the music.
It looks like they're icing off what looks to be just below the right knee or calf region, so they've already put ice on that for Daniel Rich.
That was an amazing goal. He was running almost behind the line, between the behind and goal line, and Cameron did so well to keep the ball in, weave his way around the post. I feared for his legs for a moment there that he was going to get smashed by the post.
But he got tackled, and the ball actually went in mid-air, and then he slung his foot at it.
Yeah.
At the same time. So,
incredible execution.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
He's freaky skills. Freaky skills.
2 for the day for Charles Cameron. And 39 points is the margin at 100. Plays 61. Centre bounce. Darcy over the top of McInerney, but Neil does the roving for Brisbane. How much that must hurt Dockers fans every time we say that. He's tackled though. Got rid of it. Ball on the deck in the middle of the ground. Picked up by Answorth. The sub's out there, got a touch. His hand pass doesn't find a teammate, but the line's still on it. Dunkley gets it, hands it to Ashcroft. Rush kick inside 50. Pearce gets to the drop.
Great mark.
He's tried pretty hard, the skipper.
Yes.
And takes a mark just inside defensive 50.
Good second half.
Kicks it wide to left half back. Johnson takes the mark.
Johnson, is that the most surnamed game in the history of the AFL? So many Johnsons.
For someone who's so curious about stats, Jace,
I know.
I should give you a task each week to do some research. Johnson kicks to the middle of the ground. O'Meara got an arm chop. Free kick to O'Meara, just defensive side of the centre circles. Kicks wide, mark taken by Hughes, hands it to Walker, spearing ball, hits the chest of Schultz, 60 out, short pass to Brayshaw, marks it 50 from goal, and he's going to go back, Andy Brayshaw.
This is the kick.
He kicks it to the pocket. Payne punches it away from Amos. Darcy tries to make his presence felt, gets a handle on it, tackled by McInerney, got a hand pass free though, snap on goal from Erasmus is out of bounds off the post. And a boundary throw in.
What a name, Erasmus.
Swans by 11 at the SCG, by the way, late third term there. Lions by 39 here. No kick to kick, by the way, afterwards. We've got the access to the plane. Or is that
on a Saturday afternoon? You're kidding me.
Well, no access now, maybe.
No, I think it's now.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Well, the game's on. That's fair. Swikowski copped a high one. Picked up there by McInerney. His sweeping handball cut off by Freo. Brayshaw.
Oh.
Schultz, it went straight up and down the mine shaft, nearly landed on his head. He goes back and goes again. Enter McCluggage. He's tackled by Brayshaw and will be held up. 45 out from the Freo goal. They're having a red-hot crack, but the Lions' pressure is enormous. Great little tap from Darcy down to O'Meara. Under pressure to Schultz. Schultz now standing start. Bailey Banfield from 40. He skies it a bit. Puts it into the pocket. Well read, Brandon Starcevich against Michael Walters. Two quality players. Starcevich wins out with strength and takes the mark.
Yep. Bit of family connection through Uncle Craig to lure him from the west to the Lions, and he has become an incredibly important player.
Strong man.
For Brisbane, Brandon Starcevich.
So reliable too.
Yeah.
Chips it across the face of goal to Jared Berry, who marks. Berry long to left half back. Over the target of Dunklage. Couldn't take the grab, but out the back, McCarthy picks up for Brisbane. Barrels a hope at a half forward. No one in maroon there for him. Young tracks back for the Dockers. Gathers it on D50 right half back. Kicks it back towards the corridor. And the mark taken. Oh, no, Johnson didn't take the mark. He dropped it, but he's got time to regather. Chips it, about 20 metres away from Hughes. Has to go after it and chase it. Does gather it just before the boundary. Kicks down the line looking for O'Meara. I think he poked Lockneil in the eye. And Neil came in. Half made a spoil. O'Meara couldn't mark. Now Gunston tackles Hughes. And the ump says ball up.
Do you know when they review the tapes on a Monday, that last 30 seconds, I'd implore Freo, don't watch it. Just don't watch that 30 seconds.
But the boundary umpire didn't even throw that up straight and fell over after doing so. Rove by McCluggage.
It's very humid out there.
Kicks inside 50 off the hands of the pack. Ashcroft Roves. Hand pass defensively to McCarthy. Kick to the pocket. No one near it. It's out of play and a boundary throw in. And the point on Starcevich as well, he was lured west at a time when the Lions were struggling to get players to come here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they had the
25,528 the crowd here. That's really good for a Lions Freo game. Yeah.
For a Saturday afternoon game, absolutely.
Freo don't traditionally draw huge here.
Jackson tapped it down, but only into the path of Neil. Had a quick snap. No. Missed to the right.
I think McCarthy's just got...
He got barrelled there.
Barrelled again.
He's a bit sore. He's had a couple of big knocks today. One in the lower back, and he might be the same area. He's
winded big time.
They've stopped the game here. They're not going to kick it in. They're just making sure.
He's on his knees basically just beside the goal square, so he's in the way essentially.
He's in a lot of pain at the moment.
He's up now, but
40 points the margin, and that.
The Lions really can't afford another one to go down with.
No.
As Charlie Cameron takes a breather.
Well, they're pretty fit, Akka. It's only Darcy Gardner who's on the injured list. But a couple of experienced likes there. Rich and Zorko, key players. Long inbound. McInerney marks in the middle of the ground. 9.5 minutes left in this one. Brisbane lead by 40 points. High kick from the Big O. Back to full forward for Brisbane. From the back, Young probably got best piece in the marking contest. The ground level, Rayner. He went down as if high contact from Pearce. Ump says play on. No, now he says ball up.
Oh, he could have given a high one there. Certainly Pearce got him right across the top of the scone.
No free kick. Tossed in the air left forward pocket for Brisbane. McInerney thumps it boundary side. Rayner fists it back towards the corridor. It ricochets back to him off the hands of Hipwood. Rayner has a snap. There you go, Jace.
There he is.
Cam Rayner's got a goal. Jason Ackermanis has been waiting 3.5 quarters for it.
Come on.
And it makes it a game-high 46-point lead for Brisbane at 16-11, 107 to 9-7, 61.
He was on the bench just before, and I like when he kicks goals. He makes the forward line. It's already dangerous, but Cam Rayner's is one of these players. He's super talent. He's #1 draft pick. He can do it all. We see him go in and out of games. He hasn't got the engine to go into the midfield. So when he kicks goals, I feel like he's just about there.
I think the other way they can use him too is to actually put him in the midfield for a few bursts, which they've done a little bit this year. Just that big body that he's got, set him at the blocking position, But he's he certainly has that ability. I think they've put him in the mid.
He's just up forward there.
Yeah. So, but he has the ability to mark it in the forward line.
The hum of this place used to tell so much about its vibe. We can't hear it anymore.
It's
being drowned out by commercialism.
How many 23-year-olds do you know would choose Sweet Caroline? That has got the stench of sponsorship
Arguably
all over.
the worst taste of music in any
The
club.
stench of sponsorship. Let it go. As Joe said, as Will Brodie kicks it inside 50. And a good mark there by Big Jack Payne.
Baywatch.
He kicks it now to the lead of Joe Danaher. Drops it on a dime, and Joe takes a chest mark in front of O'Driscoll.
Could have a shot from there, Joe.
A little pass. And she's barely the 15 again to Ashcroft.
Go again, Joe.
He is. He's leading down to the boundary line, and he's going to get it back.
Again.
Waxing here with.
Now have a shot.
He's barely short of centre wing, and he's gone basically back to Ashcroft. So they've shared 4 stats.
It's good though. You keep the defenders honest.
Frustrating them as they set up their zone.
It is.
1 metre of a turn to see if they can get it forward to halfway, Pricey.
Yeah,
McKenna kicks it backwards to Andrews, centre half back. He marks, kicks it forwards to Wilmot, still edge of the centre square, defensive side of halfway. Kicked it to the outer wing. Mark taken by Leicester. 3 games last year. Froggy Leicester recalled today. He's kicked it infield. Coleman couldn't mark, but he kicks it back to half back for Andrews.
They're open out on the side if they can get out to...
Come on this side.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go. 40 points the lead for Brisbane. Andrews chips it short to Answorth. Answorth marks and chips it short to McCluggage. I reckon no stat should count.
They're a bit junk.
Beyond a chain of 4 chip marks. McCluggage, long kick to left half. And Dunkley goes aerial. On the Stanley Street wing to take a beautiful mark. Chips in field. And the entry into 50 goes to Bailey. Hand pass to Rayner. Rayner shoots across the face. It's punched through for a point.
Wow,
who was
what a
the step
grab.
ladder out there?
That was Aish.
Whoa, Dunkley got up there. I've seen some highlights today. 41 the diff off the rushed. 47 the diff off the rushed behind.
Happy 150th. I'm going to take one on your head.
Yeah, that's the way it rolls.
That's life, isn't it? Jordan Clark, long kick into the middle of the ground. It's going to be a free kick to the Dockers. And it's going to go to big Sean Darcy against Danaher. He plays on immediately, got the handball away to Johnson. He's confronted, so got a handball on the outer side out to Aish. Chips it forward now. Sarong gathered it, wheeled around onto the left, kicks into the path of Amos. Got away from Jack Payne, cut across the front of the pack and took a nice mark. 35 out, slight angle to the right.
At least they continue to play their brand of footy. They haven't. There's so many times today they haven't been able to connect, but that's when they're dangerous. When they get the play on, they get the runners from behind, handball receives.
Yeah, good luck next week, Planer. That's exactly what they're going to do. It's working.
The first rounder from 2021 draft from East Perth. 19 years old, big future ahead of him. And that's a nice kick there from Jai Amos. Gets Freo their 10th goal. 16-12, 108 the Lions. The Dockers 10-7, 67, 41 points the margin with 21 gone final 20.
Just hit three-quarter time of the SCG. 2 the diff, 2 goals the diff in favour of the Swans. And what seems from afar to be a pretty entertaining Sydney derby. Swans 13-9-87 to the Giants 12-3-75.
They could go down to the wire. But again, Whitey, that handball receives, 181 handballs to 114. That just shows you that's a big differential. That's the way they want to play. Hopefully they play like this for the rest of the year because it's far more entertaining. And I think once they get the connection right, and particularly their midfield to forward entries get a bit cleaner, they're going to score a lot.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. Centre bounce Darcy over McInerney. At ground level, though, Ashcroft finds a way to win it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Wandsworth, hand pass to Rayner, hand pass to McCluggage. Rumble to half forward. McCluggage does a 360 to gather some time and slot it down Joe's throat in the goal mouth. Plays on and kicks it from point blank range. Danaher with his third and an immediate answer to the Dockers goal. Back out to 47. 17-12, 114 to 10-7-67. 22 minutes gone, final turn.
A little shout out to Will Ashcroft here. We're going to see this a lot. It's his first year, but little toe poke out of the centre. The loose ball get little toe poke just to clear it out of the, and then one hand, and that's just sublime. was watching the replay just then. Just sensational ability, one, to keep his feet, two, to have the awareness to see his man very close, very clean off below his knees. Just outstanding footy from a young kid in his first year.
Yeah, 3 goals for Danaher.
Yes, he's been threatening.
A couple of Hipwood as well. Charlie Cameron chipping in. McInerney, beautiful tap down to Neil. Clearance number 13. Handball to Ashcroft. Dropped it at the feet of Gunston, though. Couldn't quite handle it. Handled by Ryan. Now he's hooked it towards the boundary line on the wing. There's a player there. Swakowski will take it over. And thank God they decided they were going to throw it in.
I think he headbutted that ball out.
So he's right in front of the ABC commentary box here. And Lockie Neal now 33 disposals, 13 clearances, 7 tackles and 8 inside 50s. That's a monumental performance, and Darcy's done well in front of McInerney. Tapped it down to Erasmus. Handball there to Brayshaw, and off a step he's put it out of bounds on the full with the left foot. Free kick to Jack Payne, who immediately goes laterally to his defensive partner in Harris Andrews, who's making all kinds of hand signals. Please lead this way and I'll go this way, and then saunters off. Saunters is probably the most apt description, as he kicks it towards the wing, and Darcy fists it over the boundary line for a throw in.
I think you've overstated it there, Pricey. Saunter implies a relaxed nature. I don't even think Harris got to relaxed then.
How relaxed is he when he's laying down?
Wasn't even a trot.
And when the team's 47 to the good, why not late in this game? Ashcroft with the clearance from the boundary, thrown on the wing, hands it defensively to Berry, hands it to McCluggage, lines from the clearance again, and McCluggage around the boundary line, kicks it to Answorth. And the sub's on because Rich and Zorko were both injured and off the ground for Brisbane. That's the only sore point for the Lions today. Answorth kicks long into attack, fisted away by Cox of the Dockers. Picked up by Driscoll at ground level. Hand pass defensively to Clark. Clark chips it all the way to full back. For a moment I thought, hold on, aren't they going the other way?
Yeah.
It looked like he was running into the open goal at the other end. He kicked it to Hughes at full back. Hughes kicks it wide to right half-back. Target is Schultz, and he'll get a free kick for an arm chop at right half-back. He kicks infield to O'Meara, and O'Meara takes the mark. Chips it 15 metres upfield, marked by Erasmus. He's subbed in as Sturt is out of the game for the Dockers. Hand over here on half-back, Pricey.
And let's see what he does here. Tries to measure the kick and actually does well. Michael Walters did well, but it got cut off by Darcy Wilmot. The kick was okay, but Wilmot just got in the way, and it's a long one. He's going to try and kick it back down the line. Danaher was going to go for the big fly. Pearce stopped that, and as it went to the hands of McCluggage, he wrapped him up and threw him over the boundary line. So it's going to be a throw in front of the Lions bench on the outer side.
Repeating 2 goals the diff, three-quarter time. Swans in front in the Sydney Derby. Many of you off to the Dogs and the Hawks next, but if you want to hear the end of that game, ABC Listen at AFL Extra button. And from the throw-in, it's gone back over the boundary line for another throw-in. So, yeah, 2 of the senior statesmen off with soft tissue injuries today for Brisbane. After playing pretty important roles, it must be said, Dan Rich and Dane Zorko. The Lions will have 4 wins in a row. And the Dockers in a hole at 2 and 5. No clearance from the boundary throw-in. So Brisbane has got Carlton at Docklands next Friday night. The Dockers are back at home against the Hawks, but are going to be chasing the season now. The Dockers for sure at 2 and 5. From the stoppage, it's rushed towards attacking 50 for Brisbane, but out of play and a free kick to be taken by Brennan Cox.
Yeah, with the Freo, just makes it just puts so much more pressure on their home games to win, but then they're trying to get a couple of wins away as well, so
they're valuable, aren't they? Well, Brayshaw from right on the arc of 50 kicks long towards the outer wing. Jackson with a juggling mark. Good leap, and the big man takes it in front of the benches. Not a lot of movement for him forward late in the game, and Freo down by a goodly margin. He kicks it towards half forward. Good leap from Banfield, fisted away there by Payne, roved by Walters. Walters shot the handball out. Lester and Darcy collided. Lester won out against the big man. Got the handball away. Lockie Neal from a step Kicks to the outer wing. Spalling forward, Hipwood. Well rove there, Brayshaw. Shot the handball out to Brennan Cox and then to the run of Young. Run's got Brodie. Brodie gets it over the top to James Aish. He gathers, tackled, let loose the ball. Brisbane have it. Rayner and the handball onto Dunkley. Now McCluggage.
Centre of the ground, out on the logo on the wing. Takes a moment to assess, kicks to half forward. Walker spoils away from the leading Cameron, but it was illegal. An arm chop. Cameron too far out, hard on the boundary. 60 from goal at left half forward. He's kicked 2 goals today, Charlie Cameron. And he chips it around the boundary line for the leading Hipwood. Nice ball from Ryan. Rode by Young. Under pressure. Hand pass turned over. Ainsworth. Hands too hot for Cameron. Picked up by Walker of the Dockers. Still on defensive 50. They've turned it over though. Ainsworth picks it up. Hands to McCluggage. Weaves through traffic. Hands to Ashcroft. Kid Wonder for a third. No, not this time. Tried to hook it back. He's better kicking him out of the air with his left foot against the boundary line. And if you haven't seen that highlight, Will Ashcroft with one of the goals of the season so far. That's a point. 48 the diff, getting late on at the Gabba.
Well, the Lions will have 2 in the grand finals for the goal of the year with Charlie Cameron and Will Ashcroft over the last couple of weeks. Alex Pearce now has the ball for Freo. Kicks it towards the commentary wing. Swikowski now gathers, has a bounce, takes off. Looping handball to Walters, but there's nobody to give it back to as the Lions sweep back. He goes across half-back. Lions with numbers. Starcevic, handball Leicester, handball McCluggage, he actually stopped, paused, and it wasn't the pause that refreshes. He actually got pinged for holding the ball. Swikowski won the free kick, and it was an awful turnover. He kicked it down the throat of Big Jack Payne, who plays for Brisbane.
And we spoke to him before the game. When the continued problems of Marcus Adams were exposed, and Darcy Gardner hasn't been around the team, Jack Payne has filled a very important hole in a very good way in the last season or so. Like just milking the clock now, chipping it around to the back line. Zach Bailey's taken the grab. He's just forward of defensive 50, left half back. No intent whatsoever to move it on quickly. Chips it back to the co-captain. It's Andrews. Kicks it to Ashcroft. He marks it at centre half back. And it was a pretty more wobbly start in a way for Brisbane, having lost 2 of their first 3 games, beaten by Port Adelaide, beaten by the Bulldogs. 1 and 2, but they're going to win their next 4 and be 5 and 2. Kick to the wing. Darcy, though, wins the turnover, kicks it back into attack for the Dockers. But again, Andrews is there to intercept. And more than 25,000 fans at the Gabba will roar because the Lions are starting to gain momentum in this push for a drought-breaking flag in 2023. 4 wins in a row for Brisbane. The Dockers' season's in a hole at 2 and 5. Lions by 48 points.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear maroon, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear maroon, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty
Well, you'd hardly call it a shellacking, but Brisbane won every quarter and ended up 48 to the good at 17-13, 115 to 10-7, 67. It was 14 points the diff at quarter time, 31 at half time, 34 at three-quarter time, and that final term, Brisbane kicking 4 goals 3 to Fremantle's 2 goals 1. 48 the difference in the end. 17-13, 100 and 15 to Fremantle's 10-7, 67. For Brisbane, the asterisk on their performance is soft tissue injuries to Dane Zorko and to Dan Rich. But as far as the goal kickers are concerned, Danaher with 3, McCarthy with 3, Ashcroft kicked 2, Cameron kicked 2, Hipwood kicked 2, Bailey kicked 2. Lots of contributors there for Brisbane. Also a goal to Rayner, a goal to Gunston, a goal to McKenna. While for Fremantle, Jager O'Meara kicked a couple, Andy Brayshaw kicked 2, Sam Switkowski also kicked 2. Singles to Luke Jackson, Michael Walters, Jai Amos and Nathan O'Driscoll. So just repeating, that's now 4 wins in a row for Brisbane. They're 5 wins, 2 losses. The Blues at Docklands next week, while the Dockers are 2-5, and they've got Hawthorn at home in round 8. We've only got a very quick wrap up here. So Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, I hope you've got your votes ready. I'll give you some stats in a moment, but with the Bulldogs and the Hawks not too far away, the majority of you going to that call. Latest from the SCG, Swans are now 3 goals in front of the Giants. Early stages final term there. Sydney 15-9-99 to Greater Western Sydney, was it 15-3-81. So the Swans by 3 goals there. And just quickly around the grounds elsewhere, an hour in the NRL, Raiders 24 lead the Dolphins 16. Getting late in the game, the Rebels are going to have a win over Moana Pacifica in the Super Rugby. 2 minutes to go there, Rebels leading at 38-26. Gentlemen, the floor is yours, albeit briefly. Succinct comments, please.
Well, you could have thrown a blanket over a lot of Brisbane players. Yep. They were gallant. Their midfield, as in the Freo midfield, Brayshaw, Sarong, Young, Brodie. I mean, there were a lot of good players. In the second half, I thought their captain was fantastic. He stood up. Yeah, he stood up, took a lot of good marks. But the 3-2-1, really...
Well, here's the quick numbers. Neil, 35 touches. Ashcroft, 28. Dunkley, 28. Young, 33. Brayshaw, 30. Sarong, 27. And that differential, the handball, Freo still had, 61 more handballs.
Yeah, a lot more possessions. But I thought after
20 more inside 50s to Brisbane.
For the game, I thought, this guy, I mean, he's so young, and disappointing week last week, come out after quarter time. I don't think there was a better player on the ground than Will Ashcroft, and those couple of goals, and that one in particular in the pocket was unbelievable. Lachie Neale just chugged along and just did. I gave him 2 votes because he was.
So you've gone for Ashcroft ahead of Neale?
Ahead of Neale. Neale, he was good, but just a couple of kicks inside 50 let him down. He could have really had a polished performance, and we gave 1 vote. I thought Payne was just fantastic down back. We spoke to him pre-game, but he was solid as a rock, Mr. Baywatch, and he deserves a vote. And they're underrated down back for taking marks, but he was the best defender out there today for the Lions.
A pretty tough assignment to come to Brisbane and match it with a team that's been top 4 consistently the last 3 or 4 years, Whitey. But what about the Dockers? Where to from here?
They tried. And you could see they were trying to get their running game from the half-back line. We saw it, the first play was off the half-back line, quick hands through the middle, and dropped the mark inside 450, which they should have gobbled up. But they were trying. They're just not polished at the moment. They haven't got the poise. I think Brisbane had control of the game the whole entire 4 quarters. That when Freo was able to get a goal, they would get the ball, they'd chip, hey, chase us, and then they'll kick it inside forward 50, have a bit of a stoppage, kick a goal. And they just had full control of the game today. I think they'll be really impressed with the way they played. Obviously a downer with Zorko and Rich. It's just they're soft tissue injuries, and we've spoken about it. Like Sydney's playing really well now at the moment, but last week they were just depleted with their injuries, So you got to have a healthy list. And
they're X Factor players. As much as they're the older players on the list, they still have something that makes this team what it is.
Yeah, and
so they're sort of, it's not like losing older players at other clubs. They provide a very specific role.
They're Super Bowl users, and that is a downer. But their list is so strong. They've only got, 1 injury, so.
Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen. Quick wrap-up today. Thanks to Nee on the faders, along with Aussie, to Michael Price, to Jess Stewart down on the boundary, to Craig back in the studio. So some of you going back to network programming, some of you heading to the Dogs and the Hawks. Remember, the Listen app's available for any time you want to listen. Swans have got another one at the SCG, so it's now Sydney 16-9, 105 to Greater Western Sydney 13-3, 81. Brisbane 4 wins in a row, 48 points the final margin at the Gabba. Hope you enjoy.